Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Unbreakable Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. 1. I think some people have a fundamental misunderstanding of what I do. Sometimes I just want to grab them by the shoulders and say, "That's not how the Force works." From the Journal of Amelia Lockhart. Amelia, wake up. Fog covers my thoughts as I drift up toward Epic's voice. Epic, where are we? I do not know. We were hit with an EMP weapon upon exiting Q-space. I shake my head and immediately regret it. You're shielded against EMP. I let it hang out there while I try to recover the memories of where we are. You are correct. However, whatever hit us shut me down as if I was not shielded. I cannot explain alien technology without some form of reference, which we do not have at this time. The fog lifts, and it slowly comes back to me. Pythia shoving us through the gateway into Q-space, exiting a few hours later. A ship with strange markings approaching us. And then, I blink several times in an attempt to get my bearings. Everything is black, though. I can't see anything. Epic, lights, please. LEDs embedded within the suit pop on, leaving little spots dancing around my vision. I'm in a pod of some kind. A glass plate covers the front, and bands trap me like an operating table. At least I'm standing up. I resist the urge to struggle just yet. I don't want to tip my hand. The lights stretch out far enough to see the immediate area. Wherever we are, it's huge. For 50 feet in front of me, I can see other pods, crates, cages, and a mess of equipment I don't recognize. Okay, time to leave. My muscles feel like they haven't moved in a month when I press against the bands. However, I don't rely on my own strength. The suit does the vast majority of the work. The bands are made of some kind of thickly fibered material I don't recognize. They're strong, but no match for the Mark V. I can bench press Luke's truck in this thing. I grunt as the lower bands snap. With those gone, I just sink down a little, bending my knees sideways, and come out from underneath the top one. This is not glass. Bear that in mind. I am not sure what the material is made of. It is sure to be stronger than we expect. I'm not worried about that. Now that I can move, sort of doom. I don't actually have to speak to have the blade snap into existence. It sure is fun, though, to say it out loud. The black blade forms in my hand, 3 feet long and 1 molecule thick at the cutting edge. Whatever the translucent material is made of, it can't withstand the cutting power of the sword. The glass shatters almost immediately as the blade cuts up the middle. Stepping out, I take a good look around and stretch my aching body. Epic. How long were we out? I cannot imagine much longer than 24 hours. However, whatever they shot us with dampened all my systems. When I came back online, my internal clock had not progressed. Well, I'm not any hungrier than I was when we came out of Q-space, which is to say I'd eat a horse, hoof and all right now. But beyond that, yeah, probably a day or so. The room is full of empty pods, just like the one I came out of. The ceiling is 100 feet up, and I can't locate the walls. Switch to echolocation. Maybe we can pick up something. Affirmative. Oh, and Epic? Yes. I grin as I speak. 1 ping. 1 ping only, please. Very funny. The suit pings, and I watch the sound spread out on my heads-up display, bouncing off various outcroppings and walls. It doesn't go far enough for a complete map. Walking forward, I trigger another ping. This completes the picture a little better. Keep walking to your right. I think 1 or 2 more pings will complete the map. The place is huge, and if we're on a ship, it has to be some kind of cargo hold. If we're on a planet, a warehouse. The last ping fills in the missing pieces. The room is 300 feet by 200 feet, with a 100-foot ceiling. It is jam-packed full of weird stuff. 100 pods like the one I was in, 15 vehicles that look like some kind of farm equipment, a few hundred crates of organic matter Epic identifies as a nutrient paste. I almost want to crack one of those open. With my luck, it would be paste for a silicate-based life form or something. The inventory list goes on with no rhyme or reason. It's like someone flew through the universe and picked up whatever passed. They're salvagers, Epic, or some kind of bizarre free trader. That has to be it. Their cargo appears consistent with your hypothesis, and I recommend we find a way to leave. I would imagine an exotic species such as yourself would make for a good payout. They seem to have weapons capable of taking us out, and I would hate to be knocked offline again. We might not wake up. A chill runs up my spine. Poor Kate. The hell she must be going through. Waking up only to find herself missing an arm. Heart racing, I numbly nodded his proclamation. Okay, stealth mode. Keep the ZPFM at minimal power. If we can find a terminal, maybe we can hack it and figure out exactly where we are? Good plan. Epic kills the LEDs and switches my display to purely a map overlay from the sonar. With no active signals emitting from the armor, we should be all but impossible to detect. Making a best guess, I go right, staying close to the wall and doing my Mission Impossible imitation, moving from cover to cover. I guessed right. The back of the room has a massive door split in two. Next to it is a console of some kind. Ducking down beside it, I place my hand on the front and let Epic do his thing via induction. The good news is, the console is not hardened. The bad news is, it has no power. I flick through the menus for my ZPFM and reroute power to the glove. Epic handles the flow, and within a second the panel lights up. Amelia, we have a problem. I see it. Who the hell built this tub? The console isn't a computer, or at least not the kind I would think of. It has knobs, switches, even a large lever. There are no controls to hack because all the controls are analog, which... This is actually better. We won't set off any intrusion countermeasures while we toggle things. Making sure to continue to give it juice, I pick a knob and turn it. From the back of the room, a loud screeching noise echoes in the big chamber. Not that one. Some kind of gantry? Possible. If I were designing this thing, the lever would open the door. I wrap a hand around it and pull. It won't budge. Perhaps there is a safety toggle to flip first? Good call. I think it's safe to have some light. The helmet light flares to life, allowing me to scan the buttons. There are indeed 2 shielded buttons. I flip both covers and press the buttons underneath. A massive klaxon blares as red lights flash in the interior. I like the sound of that, I tell Epic over the noise. I take a deep breath and pull the lever again. Amelia, stop! My hand freezes on the lever. What? I think this is an automated cargo vessel, hence the manual controls. Someone would have to board her to open the cargo doors. Plus, if it is automated, then we can commandeer her! Oh, Epic! Are we going to go home? Even if their encryption is as good as the Thune, we should still be able to crack her in a few days at most. Epic? Make it so. Get so. Get so. 2. San Diego. Luke winced as the massive robotic arm crashed through the facade of the 5-star restaurant. Rolling under the swinging arm and debris, he regained his feet at a dead run.
TK, keep that mess from hurting anyone,
he yelled over the comms. The roar of the robotic monster drowned out all sound for a moment after Luke issued his order as the giant metal beast recovered from swinging at him. Luke leaped over a car, hitting the pavement on the other side to drop into a slide. Behind him, the car exploded into bits. "You've pissed it off now," Kate called over the radio.
"Not sure how I did that. We could really use a protector right about now, Kate."
Rolling on his shoulder, Luke came up with a manhole cover, spun, and let it fly. The iron frisbee shot through the air like a bullet to clang off the creature's jaw. The 6-story-tall Mega Dinobot had the body and head of a T-Rex, but the arms of a gorilla. Arms it had used to breach 7 banks so far. It wasn't bothering with tellers. The thing ripped the vaults right out and swallowed them whole. "He's in Chile helping with the earthquake. He can't come here for a glorified bank robber when so many lives are in jeopardy down there," Kate, the hero known as Domino, told him. Ringing the Dinobot's bell seemed to refocus it for a second, giving Luke a moment to breathe.
Think, Luke, think. What would Amelia do? She'd say something relevant to pop culture and then blast it with science.
He let out a sigh. It wouldn't do any good to sink into despair at this particular moment. He shoved all thoughts of his missing girlfriend aside in order to come up with a plan. It walked on 2 legs, but it used its arms for balance. Shifting armor plates and reinforced metal made up its exterior, but it had to see, right?
"Fleet, how's the evac going?"
Fleet's voice came back over the radio in bursts as he raced throughout the battlefield rescuing civilians. Of course, this was the week Lux went home to check on her people. Both his heavy hitters were out of town, so to speak.
"Another 3 minutes, and I will have them, all in the green zone, with the doctor."
The green zone was the call sign they used for the evac spot, a place for the doctor to set up and treat the wounded. Not only was Teddy a world-class physician, but his own powers accelerated a person's natural healing ability. More than once in the last year, Luke had seen miracles happen with Teddy around. "Luke, look out!" He blinked. It was too late. A massive 3-clawed foot stomped down on him with enough force to flatten a dump truck. Luke grunted from the pain and pressure. The ground beneath him cracked before exploding down into the sewer pipes. Water pipes exploded under him, followed by electrical conduits. For a brief second, Luke managed to regret not paying attention. Then the pain hit him as tens of thousands of volts coursed through his system. His vision went red and his heart rate tripled. A roar of pain ripped out of him as his powers kicked in. Muscles and bone expanded, and strength flooded his system. With it, he lost virtually all rational thought and ran on instinct alone. The monster hurt him, so he was going to hurt it back. When the giant foot lifted from him, he leaped up, latching onto the toe and climbing up over the top of it. He balled his fist and slammed it down as hard as he could. Maxed out as he was, his fist hit like a jackhammer being held by a bull elephant. Reinforced steel buckled as he slammed his fist against it over and over again. Laser focus and unwavering force held Luke to the foot as he worked on breaking the armor. He didn't notice the creature looking down, nor did he feel the heat as molten fire built in its belly. Kate did, though. "Crap," she muttered. When Luke got like this, there was no warning him. Sure, his danger sense might protect him, but it worked much better against smaller threats. He couldn't dodge a wall of flame. At least, not without her help. She slipped her pistol into the custom holster, freeing up her one arm. She didn't wear the prosthetic when she suited up. Even with its advanced electronics, it wasn't useful in combat. She started running. Leaping on a red sports car, she pushed off with all her might. At the apex of her jump, 12 feet off the ground, she ported. In a blink, Kate vanished from one point and reappeared 2 feet from Luke. The momentum of her jump carried through the teleport, and she crashed into Luke and triggered her power again. The two landed hard on the grass of the small park a half block from where they had been a moment before. Luke twisted out of her grip, springing to his feet, chest heaving, his breaths coming in massive gulps. "Calm down, Tiger," she said, pointing. "Look!" A massive gout of flame erupted from the Dinobot's mouth, turning the street to slag. He breathed in, and his body relaxed. 2 inches flowed off of him.
"Thanks," he said with a grin. "I'm glad you came out of retirement to help."
"I didn't. This is a one-time thing. Once we track down who's making these things, I'm out. I'm a liability in most cases. I won't risk the team on me." She pushed herself up, wiping off her black form-fitting pants. "Come on, we still need to find a way to stop this thing before it gets away like the one in New York." Luke nodded.
Let's regroup.
3. "Unmanned, huh? Great call," I say, ducking behind the bulkhead as red beams of energy lash out from the security drone. "Technically, I am correct." "You mean like, technically Mass Effect 3 had different endings?" "I see your point." The security drone had come out of nowhere, firing at us with a barrage of laser weapons, missing us but melting the bulkhead. When the last beam fades, I leap out, roll on my shoulder, and come up firing my particle beam. The blue hyper-accelerated silicate lashes out, splashing against the black, crab-like hull for a half-second before eating through the armor to the soft, gooey interior. The crab explodes in a shower of sparks and debris. Metal bits ping off my armor and the walls, filling the hull with super-hot pieces of drone. Score! I would wait to celebrate after we get through the door to the bridge. I sigh, my elation abolished by the facts. The bulkhead door leading to what we believe is the bridge is made from some form of metal I don't recognize. The panel to the side is another one of these hardwired controls with a keypad. We could try running permutations, but it's a 12-digit keypad with a possible 8,916,100,448,256 solutions. Even if I punched one every 4 seconds, it would take me 1,300 days and change to try them all. I'm not sure I have that kind of time or patience. Let's try the particle beam again. We'd just gotten started when the drone attacked. Maybe that's the only one? As one of your favorite fictional characters stated, if wishes were horses, we would all be eating steak. I can't help but laugh. It's a great line. I fire up the beam with a smile on my face. In my old suit, the heat of the particle beam would limit its use to 3-second intervals. With the Mark V, I have no such limitation. The beam lances out, striking the door in a shower of energy. Locking the armor to focus the beam on one spot. Roger that. While Epic takes over the firing systems, I use the sensors to scan the ship. It doesn't have any wireless signals, and whatever conduits it might have are shielded. Whoever built this thing didn't want there to be the possibility of a wireless takeover. Smart, too, since the only way to prevent something from being hacked is to make it not accessible. Otherwise, hackers gonna hack. I glance back the way we came, a 50-foot-long corridor leading to the hatch we discovered. I have no idea how big this ship is, but it was easy enough to find the bridge. It can't be too big? Being in control of the ship before it reaches the next jump point would be ideal. I don't want to meet whoever put me in the pod, especially since they have weapons that can shut me down like a light switch. I glance at the hallway again. Epic, I have an idea. Is it a really good idea or a really bad one? Some days there isn't a difference. Any progress on cutting it? Negative. Whatever this hull material is, it seems impenetrable to our beams. Free up my arm. He does. For science sake, I extend my sword and swing it against the door. I'm not sure how they could manufacture a metal resistant to my Sword of Doom, but they have. Damn, I didn't really expect that to work anyway. Come on, I tell him as I head for the back of the hall. I am right behind you. The hull splits into a T. One way goes toward the cargo hold, the other toward some kind of temporary bunk area that hasn't been used in a very long time. Hiding most of my body behind the corner, I bring up my arm with the mass driver. Amelia, this is a very bad idea. Define bad. Worse than when you allowed yourself to be swallowed by the mutant sea creature? Nah, that was awesome. Spin up the SDF-1, por favor. Spinning up. Hidden away in the thicker sections of my suit, the ZPFM feeds my supercapacitors more power than required to run the Empire State Building. The amount of electricity needed to fire the weapon is far too much for a regular superconductor. I circumvented this by building 2 supercapacitors capable of storing an immense amount of energy for a brief while. Once the SCs show full, I start the pre-fire. Around my arm, the animetal molds to form a large barrel. The actual diameter isn't that wide, only 0.2 inches, and the rest is to help with the retort. Down my backside, a rigid line forms, bracing me against the deck. The lights in the suit dim, and the whine from the ZPFM increases to ear-splitting decibels. Epic cuts it off to protect my hearing, because what comes next is truly loud. The tungsten ball bearing drops into the pocket and rolls down my spine to where my foot is, before shooting back up like a rocket. When the ball hits the magnetic field, the railgun fires. 32 megajoules fling the tungsten projectile down the hallway at Mach 10. The boom and fire are enough to dent steel and burn everything in the hallway black. Save me. The smoke clears after a moment, and I stand there open-mouthed and wide-eyed. No wonder the sword couldn't cut through it. The door didn't break. It shattered. The hardened crystalline form lays in pieces across what can only be the bridge. You did not die. Congratulations. Why do I sense a but coming? Because you are perceptive. Step through the doorway. I've only seen 2 bridges of alien ships, Lux's tiny little scout vessel and the Thun frigate we commandeered. This is nothing like either of those. Tiny to the point of cramped. 1 console, 1 chair, and 180-degree panoramic view of the ship. Like an Earth-made cargo ship, the alien bridge sits near the back, overlooking the main deck. We must have been in one of 100 cargo holds. Holy... epic, it's 3 miles long. Well, crap. A ship this size, I doubt I'm the only living thing on it. Sit in the chair and we can connect to the computer. I follow his instructions. The chair isn't made for a human or a bipedal person at all. The right side is reinforced for a larger arm, and the back creases inward sharply. I won't be falling asleep anytime soon. Lights spring to life as Epic initializes our connection to the ship's computer. This has only basic programming. It should not take me more than a few minutes to work it out. While you do that, I'm going to look for a list of the ship's cargo. After cracking military codes and fighting soldiers, breaking into this cargo hauler seems simple by comparison. It only takes Epic 20 minutes to figure it out. Once he has complete control, it's easy enough to find the manifest. There's a lot of living things in cryopods, just like I was. Doesn't look like anything sentient, though. Animals, bacteria, that kind of thing. Whoever took me must have thought I was a robot or something. I wonder what gave them that idea. Quiet, you. With the manifest tucked away, I look around for engineering specs. But with no translation, they are meaningless. How's the navigation system coming? Confusing. Give me a few more minutes. Does the ship have a wireless receiver? Yes. Activate it so I can move my hand. Done. I take my hand off the panel and stand up, stretching while I do so, and letting out a low moan. A week in the armor is getting old. And I'm hungry. We used up all my food in Q space. I need to locate some more, but I doubt this tug has what we need. Amelia, we have a problem. Of course we do. What? I walk over to the station and look down at the console. Epic switches the screen to what looks like 2 blips coming up fast on the freighter. I'll give you one guess what those are. Small, fast ships approaching from the stern with no IFF. Pirates, and not the fun kind. I shake my head. Well, maybe this isn't so bad after all. I don't see any planets or stars nearby. I didn't want to take this ship back to Earth anyway. Hey, let's go commit some acts of irony. Battle stations. I'm always at battle stations. I have nowhere else to go. I know. I just wanted to say it. Wanted to say it. 4. Mega Dinobot roared as it slammed Luke against the side of the formerly 5-star hotel, leaving him dazed and in a Luke-sized crater. I don't think our current plan of get beat to death by a robot is working, boss, TK said over the comms. Luke agreed. He'd managed to calm himself down enough to regain some control, but they simply lacked the power to stop this thing. He was no mathematician, but at this point, the property damage probably outweighed the 7 vaults and 2 diamond stores the Mega Dinobot had swallowed. Luckily, probably because of the diligence of TK and Fleet, no civilians had suffered injuries or death. Luke and Kate simply weren't enough to stop this thing. They'd settled for slowing it down until Carlos could get free to come help. Luke! Kate's voice called over the comms a split second before she materialized beside him in all her glory. It never ceased to amaze him how he was a sweaty mess after fighting this thing for an hour, and Kate looked like she was ready for a night on the town. The fading sun glinted off the green jewel she wore around her neck, a gift from Amelia, Kate's best friend, and Luke's girlfriend. Don't forget missing. Long-time missing girlfriend. Amelia was going on a 1.5 years missing. Kate assured him she was still alive, just too far away to be reached.
"Focus, Lancaster." "What's the plan, Domino?"
he asked in his overly serious voice. She flashed him a smirk. "Plan? Getting your butt kicked isn't a plan?" He shook his head.
"Not a good one."
"I think it's leaving," she said, pointing at the 6-story-tall robot as it turned toward the setting sun and began its march to the sea.
"Just like the last one. Wreak havoc, rob a bunch of high-value targets, then retreat to the sea. If it gets to the ocean, we'll never be able to follow it."
Kate nodded, sympathy plain on her face. She reached out with her remaining hand and touched Luke's shoulder. A second later, they were a mile away, watching the Dinobot lurch toward them.
"Fleet, I know you're tired, man, but... civilians,"
Luke said over the comms.
I know, Fleet replied in his Bostonian accent. "That's my song. Civilians, civilians," he said in a mock high-pitched voice. "TK, any chance you could lift enough water to drown it? Maybe short something out?"
"It's worth a shot. How long do I have to get to the—" Air whooshed over the radio for a second. "Never mind, Fleet dropped me off. I'll start filling a bucket." Luke reached up and flicked the lens on his goggles. At least they were still intact. Selecting magnification until he could see TK on the pier, forming a huge ball of water.
"Master Lancaster, sir, there is a call coming from the Pentagon. Major Nelson seems quite insistent."
Milton's upper-class British accent never seemed out of place or worried. Amelia had really broken the mold with him. With Epic gone, he'd taken over managing the financials for the team, and pretty much everything but the actual field operations. If Amelia had built him a robot body, then he could probably do that.
"The Pentagon? What?"
Luke glanced over at Kate, who gave him an awkward shrug. With her left arm missing, it made her movements seem unnatural, even though she'd gotten better at it over the last year and a half. Not that he saw her as much as he would like to. She only came out in emergencies anymore.
"Major Force, Nelson here. Listen, we have a situation." "You think?" Luke replied with sarcasm. "I'm doing the best I can, Major, but this Dinobot is damned near indestructible. I have no idea what it's made of, but we can't stop it. The best I can... Dinobot? What? No, there's a bogey inbound on your location. We just picked it up on our sensors. NASA thinks it's a meteorite about the size of a destroyer. It's going to come down right in your area. You need to evac...
Luke cut him off.
"On it."
Closing the channel to the Pentagon, he switched to the teen channel.
"New plan. There's a meteorite coming in, and it's going to smash this part of San Diego."
Milton put a graphic on his goggles, and everyone else's too, showing the estimated damage the object would do when it hit.
"Luke,"
Fleet's voice wavered over the radio,
"I'm already exhausted, man. I can't evacuate 6 square miles of oceanside population."
The graphics updated with the estimated population of the area. 18,000. There was no way.
"Save everyone you can. Focus on kids and women," he told Fleet.
"What, are men not important?" TK asked.
"If it was me, I'd want my wife saved before I was,"
Luke replied. Kate touched him, nodding toward the Dinobot. "What about that?"
"We let it go,"
he said, taking off in a jog to leap to the next building. A countdown appeared on his goggles. 2 minutes. That just wasn't enough time. The crushing weight of the moment forced him to one knee, and before he knew it, his breath was coming in ragged gulps. "Luke, it's okay." Domino was there, hand on his shoulder, whispering in his ear. He didn't feel better, which meant she had her necklace on and wasn't using her empathic powers. He couldn't actually remember the last time he had seen her without it.
"Is it? 10,000 people are going to die, Kate. And we can't do a damn thing about it," he growled. "Just watch."
"We can never save everyone," she whispered back. "Not even our own."
"You must clear the blast zone now. You are out of time."
Milton's voice came over the radio. Kate wrapped a comforting arm around his shoulders, and in a blink, they were clear.
"Everyone sound off," he commanded.
"Tess here."
"Fleet."
He had to pause a second while sucking in huge volumes of air.
"Present. Teddy here. I'm secure. I've alerted EMS. Other countries are mobilizing S&R to help." "Thanks, Teddy. I wouldn't have thought of that," Luke replied.
He forced himself to watch, looking toward the east where the fireball descended from the sky, coming right at them. He caught a glimpse of the Dinobot as its foot hit the beach, making for the freedom of the ocean. Not only were people going to die today, but the bad guys were also going to get away.
Worst day ever,
he muttered under his breath. The fireball grew on the horizon like a strobe light of fire. Light flashed off of it while the outside burned up, bits and pieces exploding off of it, descending into the foothills outside the city.
Fleet, there are going to be some brush fires. See what you can do, when you can do it. Roger, boss.
He watched it grow closer. Even 3 miles away, he could hear the roar and feel the heat of it. "You don't have to watch," Kate told him.
Yes, I do.
As the fireball streaked toward the city, something became apparent. It was going to miss the town.
Milton?
Kate asked. "Wasn't it going to hit the city?"
Yes, ma'am, it was. Recalculating. Don't sweat it, Luke said. It's delicious irony.
As they watched, the fireball the size of a Navy destroyer flew over the city, the heat from its passing wilting trees and igniting small fires. The deafening roar grew louder as the sonic boom hit them. The Dinobot lumbered along, knee-high in ocean water, not paying attention behind it once the protocols to retreat had kicked in. As long as no one followed or actively tried to stop it, its job was done, and it had to return to base. It paid no heed to the meteorite falling at over 7 times the speed of sound. Luke watched the fireball collide with the Dinobot. The resulting explosion sent out a shockwave that pushed the ocean back and filled the air with fire and debris, and a mushroom cloud rose up from where it hit. Windows for 2 miles around shattered, car alarms wailed, and lights vanished as the power died.
"Damn!"
Kate yelled.
"Did that just happen?"
Fleet asked in awe. Vaporized ocean water filled the area with a dense fog that drifted over several square miles in the breeze.
"Let's get down there, people, and make sure no one was hurt."
When Luke and Kate appeared on the beach, the first thing they saw was money and diamonds. The beach shined like rhinestones from the thousands of diamonds the Dinobot had stolen. $100 bills were strewn about like so much garbage, more washing in each second with the flotsam. Intermixed with the money and gems, parts of the Dinobot were scattered about, a piece here and there. Luke reached down and picked up a small section. It weighed far less than he expected. The black metal looked awfully familiar.
"Kate,"
he said, handing it to her.
"Is this?" "I think so. No wonder we couldn't hurt it."
Fleet appeared a few seconds later, dropping TK off before falling on his butt and crashing to the beach.
"I'm done. Call me a cab."
Tess let out a whistle. "Hi, boss man, you wouldn't mind if—" she said, reaching out to a little mountain of 1-carat diamonds.
"Not a single one, Tess. Not one,"
he said without looking at her. They got lucky. Or the bad guys got unlucky. Tess sniffed her disapproval before taking a seat in the sand next to Fleet. "At least Glacier missed out on all the fun. Finals suck," she muttered, while looking forlornly at the diamonds littering the beach. They all stood there, listening to the water wash against the shore, and marveling at the destruction the meteorite had caused while not hurting anyone. "What was that?" Kate asked. "That was me, sticking the landing," Amelia said with a grin, as she walked out of the artificial fog. "Nailed it! Nailed it! Nailed it!" 5. Time stands still as we embrace. It's like a dream. Luke's warm hands around my waist, our foreheads touching as I gaze into his crystal blue eyes, and he gazes back into mine. It's only been a couple of days, or a week, I'm not actually sure, but it feels like forever. Even the smell of the sea can't hide his wonderful scent. "Ahem," Domino says politely. "Right. Everyone hugs." As soon as I speak, the gang rushes me, hand slaps on my back and kisses on my cheek and a million questions all at once. Luke glances at Kate. Worry flashes across his face. There's something wrong here. "Amelia," Kate starts. Everyone is in new costumes. Kate is fully healed and... oh, crap. Her hair. It's down to her shoulders?
"I think she figured it out already,"
Luke says. The team backs off for a second, and I stumble backward and take a knee. I need to breathe. It was just a couple of days, I tell myself as I squeeze my eyes shut. How long? And please don't say more than a month. Maybe we should get you home, hun? I'm sure your apartment would be more comfortable, Kate says in her soothing tone. The tone she uses to calm people who are freaking out. Like me. Epic, how long? Before he can answer, Luke does.
1 year, 7 months, 3 days, and this morning.
The look he gives me says he missed me every day. I reel at the information, putting one hand against the sand. It will be okay, Amelia. Epic, what happened? The pod we woke up in. It was a cryopod. The freezing process must have stopped us on the molecular level. When I booted back up, I had detected only a few days had passed. I am sorry, Amelia. It's okay, buddy. Not your fault. A whole year, though. The team remains silent, listening to half of the conversation I have with my AI companion. We're not back in their comm loop, so they can't see what he's saying to me. My head swims with all of this, and I really need to lie down. Of course, that isn't going to happen. Luke, I motion for him. He gathers me up in his arms like I never left, and I rest my head against his chest. A feeling of safety descends on me like I haven't had in forever. Or since the last time I was in his arms.
Let's get you home,
he whispers into my ear.
Kate?
I'm so glad you're home, Amelia, she says as she places a hand on my shoulder. Tess, take the M-Jet and meet us back at the Spire. Will do, boss lady. 6. The next morning, after a pizza, Coke, and a good night's sleep, I feel like $1,000,000. It's almost like I never left. Wheeling through the Spire on an inspection tour turns out to be a ton of fun. Milton continued to improve the HQ while we were away, and Epic vanished for a good hour when we got back. I think he sees Milton as a son. I can only imagine the feelings AIs might have for each other. Not that Milton would ever say. Epic really nailed the whole stiff upper lip the Brits have going. In my absence, they built a second spire for the hangar and a sky bridge to attach it. The hangar now has 3 M-Jets and 8 ZPFM hover bikes. Milton designed them based on the ones Cat 7 used to provide the teams. Apparently, AI Milton decided that my $20 billion were enough for Mars Tech Global to replace Cat 7 as the premier technology advisor to the super teams. New rules and regulations passed by DMHA prohibit one company from having more than 15% control of the teams, a rule I wholeheartedly approve. Milton secured technology rights, communications, transport, and security, all provided by MTG. And since Kate knew I was alive, they never declared me dead, just missing. I smile as I come to the rec room. It's almost like I never left. What's an Xbox One X? I ask upon seeing the shiny black box under the giant screen TV in the room.
That, my dear Amelia, Carlos says from behind me, is the most advanced gaming system in the world, even if they haven't put out enough games for it yet.
Carlos! I spin so fast my hair whips me in the face. He kneels down and wraps me in a hug. I almost put on the armor so I can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but after a couple of weeks, to me, in the suit, I would rather not don it for a while. After what feels like 5 minutes, he pulls back and looks me right in the eye.
I missed you, Nina.
Me too. Listen, I have to tell you something. I guess you may already know, but not the details. His eyes grow hard in a way my old Carlos never would have.
Is it about Pythia?
He asks. Yes, I say. The tone in my voice confirms for him what he already suspected.
When she didn't come back, I can't say I wasn't worried. Then after a few months, and after we found out about the...
He mimes an explosion with his hands.
In the Thun system. Well, I figured it out. She saved you, didn't she?
I nod. I have to blink a few times to clear the mist from my eyes. I was all ready, you know? He nods, then stands up and wheels me over to the couch so he can sit down next to me. I'd sent Kate back and made sure Luxilla was safe. I was good with it. Epic and I rigged a singularity.
That's a black hole, right?
He asks. Yep, I sniff. I don't even know why they had one on their planet. It was stupid, but they did. I rigged it to break out of containment, and just as it was about to, she showed up. Carlos, she said the world still needed me, and I had to find my way home. He slips one of his massive hands over mine, a stark reminder of the new Carlos.
You did, Nina. You did it.
I know, but 1.5 years. I playfully slug him in the shoulder. You're older than me now. He quirks an eyebrow at me.
I hadn't thought of it like that. I guess that means you'll listen to me now?
We look at each other for a moment before we burst out laughing.
Seriously, though, Amelia, I'm so glad you're back. When you didn't return and Lux told us about the black hole,
he says, his voice wandering off as he looks down. Tears well up in him.
And then Pythia didn't come back. I thought I'd lost my way.
I reach out and touch his chin, pushing his head up to look at me. Carlos, you're one of the most wonderful people in the world. You'd never lose your way for long. Besides, you'd have Monica to bring you back. He glances away from me for a second.
Yeah, about that. We aren't dating anymore.
Well, it wasn't like they were engaged or anything. I guess 1.5 years can do a lot to people. You parted amicably, I hope? He nods.
Oh yeah, I adore her. She's awesome, it's just... it didn't work out is all.
I smile, not wanting to press the issue. I don't see any pain around his eyes, which is nice.
How did you come back, anyway? I thought the Q drive you built into the suit wasn't working.
I let him change the subject. I know breaking up can be painful. I guess even if both parties agree to it. It doesn't have a navigation system. When Pythia activated it and tossed me through the gate, I went wherever. While I talk, I reach over to the mini-fridge next to the couch and snag a Coke. After a few weeks of nutrient paste, this is heaven. I hold one up to him, and he gladly takes it. When I came out of the first gate, I got hit by some kind of freeze ray.
Like a stasis beam? Dr. Horrible style?
Exactly. I affectionately slap him on the knee. I woke up in a cargo hold, some kind of automated freighter traveling between star systems. It was actually pretty cool. There was this awesome drone we had to fight. Plus, they used some kind of hyper-advanced crystalline structure for their hull. He sighs.
You would geek out about metallurgy.
I shrug. Yep. Anyway, when we were all set to take control, pirates attacked.
Attacked by pirates is good,
he says with a smile. Turns out it was the best thing possible. I didn't want to bring a freighter full of alien goods back to Earth. When the pirates were close enough, I boarded their ship and commandeered it. One of them was a Thun, which meant the language on the ship was something Epic could decipher. We jumped a few times to find our bearings, but once Epic figured out where we were, it was easy peasy. He smiles and pats my hand.
I'm glad you're home, Amelia. Just promise me you'll take it. Master Carlos, sir?
Milton interrupts over the intercom.
There is a priority distress signal from a ship in the Black Sea. They are being attacked by some kind of sea monster.
Carlos lets out a big sigh before standing.
Duty calls.
We'll catch up when you get back, I tell him. He opens the door to the rec room balcony and steps outside, holding his hand up in the air for a second. Just as I start to wonder what he's doing, his spear smacks into his waiting palm. He grabs it and slams the haft down on the deck. With a flash of light and a crack of thunder, gone are his civilian clothes, replaced by his protector armor. Dang, that's cool, I mutter. He turns and gives me a wink before hurling the spear up into the sky, only to follow it a half-second later. Is his armor always on him, hidden with some kind of illusion? Or is it waiting in a dimensional pocket, like Q-space for him to call it? He's dang impressive when he does that, isn't he? I jump in surprise as Kate speaks from right behind me. Holy crud, Kate! Are you trying to kill me? I say with a hand over my chest to calm my beating heart. Sorry, Amelia. Old habits die hard. she says with a sad smile by way of apology. My eyes narrow when I spot the bag she's carrying and the clothes she's wearing. Is she leaving? Where are you off to, and how long are you going to be gone? There's a lot we need to do in a short amount of time. I stop talking when I notice the sad look in her eyes, and the way her effervescent smile turns to a little frown. No one told you yet? I thought for sure Luke would have mentioned it. Mentioned what? I fell asleep about 10 minutes after we got home last night. Luke was kind enough to make me breakfast before he left for a meeting with the governor. He offered to cancel, but I made him go. He's got responsibilities, and he can't just throw them out because I was away for a week. She cocks an eyebrow at me. Amelia, you were gone for almost 2 years. I know it only seems like a week to you, but bear that in mind when dealing with him. He's been through a lot. Okay? I nod. Right. I keep forgetting that. But anyway, why are you leaving? She sighs. Amelia, I retired. I don't do this anymore. I was only in California because Luke needed my teleportation skills. I look at her for a second until I realize she's not wearing a prosthetic. Oh, because of your arm. Got it. With a grin, she reaches out and fluffs my hair. Yes, Amelia, because of my missing arm. Thank you for being so delicate. You know what I mean. Sorry, I'm the one who found you. Believe me, I was devastated when... Oh, God, Amelia, shut up. The hurt flashing across her face tells me I stepped in it. I should have quit while I was ahead. I'm sorry, Kate. You know me, science brain, but no people skills. Dropping to a knee, she takes my hand in hers. It's okay, Amelia. I'm glad you're home, and I really do want to catch up. Maybe dinner tomorrow or something? She asks with a raised eyebrow. I look down her jawline to the necklace dangling around her neck. The gem I gave her to shut off her powers. Yeah, dinner tomorrow. Sounds great. See you then, I say absently as my mind leaps into action. Kate pats my knee and vanishes in a pop of rushing air. Her powers are so cool. Well, at least the teleporting ones. Epic, you there? I ask. I don't really need to. He's attached to my nervous system at the moment, and I can feel him. It's actually kind of nice. For you, Amelia? Always. Maybe it's time for you to fill me in on what's been going on around here. I feel like everyone's keeping stuff from me. For my own good, if you know what I mean. I do not, as no one can keep anything from me. I swear I didn't program him to be sarcastic. Uh-huh. How about you just skip to the part where you tell me what's going on? Since we have returned, I have compiled a list of changes and prioritized them by level, using what I think you would find the most important as my organization algorithm. While he tells me this, I wheel over to the lift and key in my express elevator code. A few seconds later, the door slides open with a proper swoosh. 1. Carlos and Monica are no longer together. They parted ways a few months after the invasion ended. Apparently, our dear Carlos is not a teenager anymore. He and Monica decided they were not for each other. Okay, yeah, he's definitely not the same Carlos. I mean, he's still my Carlos, but... What else? The lift doors shut. My stomach does a flip-flop from the drop as I descend 100 feet as fast as the lift can go, without the passengers going weightless. 2. Kate retired from superheroing to start a fashion company for superheroes. She designs costumes for many of the current crop of heroes. She's based out of Paris and is quite popular. The doors open into my apartment. I can't really spare a look, though, as I roll through toward my lab. My mind is focused like a laser. I know what I need to do. Okay, Epic, here's what we're going to do. First, spin up the lab. It's time to play Dr. Frankenstein. I give him my best evil laugh. Yes, Master. 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 7. Incoming call. Luke Lancaster. Hart.
Amelia, it's Luke. I'm running late, but I want you to stay out of your lab until I get there, okay? There's something I need to tell you.
I don't answer him, mostly because I can't think straight through the rage bubbling up in my veins.
Amelia, please tell me you aren't in your lab.
It's cleaned out. My computers, research, tools, even my friggin' mini-fridge, all gone. I sit impotently, clenching my fists, before I finally spit out a sentence. Luke, where is my lab? He heaves a big sigh.
Honey.
Don't honey me! Where is it? I had safeguards against this sort of thing. Unless the next words out of your mouth are, we moved it to protect it, we're going to have a problem. I can hear the traffic on the other side of the call. He's on his way back, and, from the sound of things, he's flooring it.
Listen, things got complicated after you left. When we got back here, the international situation teetered on the brink. Amelia, countries were going to go to war over the alien tech.
War? Over technology? Luke, why in the hell would they do that? There's plenty to go around. And there was. 3 ships, a bunch of the drones, plus whatever they brought back from Luxilla.
I know you see things that way, and I love that about you. But that wasn't how the world's governments saw things. We don't live in a happy place. There are terrorists, insane dictators, and good old-fashioned megalomaniacs, all in charge of some of the most powerful countries in the world. Alone, they didn't stand a chance, but they banded together and demanded the technology from the Thune.
I try to control my breathing. I know it's important to stay calm. While Luke talks, I bring up my protocols, only to find them overridden. Only Epic or I could do that, so what the hell? I still don't know what this has to do with me, I ask.
I'm getting there. When it was all said and done, the UN came to an agreement. All alien tech was to be confiscated and buried, guarded by a multinational effort and kept quarantined until such time as they could figure out how not to go to war over it.
Are you saying, I spit out through clenched teeth, that the government raided my lab and took everything? He doesn't answer right away. There's a moment of silence, and I can tell he's trying to think of something to say that won't upset me further. Normally, I appreciate that, but right now I feel so betrayed.
Yes, it was the linchpin. You clearly developed tech from the aliens, and they didn't want anyone else getting it.
We will talk about this when you get home. I hang up the call. I can't even right now. All my work on the alien armor, the mass driver, everything gone. I can barely breathe through the anger. I spin around again, looking at the mess of exposed cables and outlines on the floor where my computers used to be. I had my beautiful lab set up in an octagon so I could go around in a circle and work on my projects. Now, it's just an empty room with good lighting. An empty room? Oh, God. I wheel over to the wall on the far side and press my hand against the compartment. 4 doors raise up, showcasing empty compartments. They took my armor. I worked hard to keep that armor out of the hands of people who would abuse it, and then my team just hands it over? I slam my fists against the armrests. Anger clouds my vision as I try to keep breathing without hyperventilating. Epic, they took my armor.
I am sorry, Amelia. I see that. Perhaps we could petition them to retrieve it from wherever they sent it.
His attempt at comfort falls flat. I wheel around the room in a panic, running my hands through my hair, massaging my scalp as I go, trying to figure out what to do. The tightness around my chest makes me feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. Okay, Amelia, get it together. Focus, I say out loud, mostly to hear my own voice and rein in my overactive nerves. They have my armor. Let's assume for the moment they don't realize what they have, I say to Epic.
That seems unlikely.
I know, but what can we do? Wage war against the government? It's not like they have... Epic, are the backups safe?
I am speaking with Milton now about what happened. The server buried beneath the facility is intact. No data or physical breaches. We do have all the tech, just not the physical hardware we had on hand. Nor do we have any of your animetal, which presents us with other problems.
Dang if it doesn't. The armor isn't indestructible. I was hoping to replenish what I've lost when we got back. But now... Maybe I can talk to the handsome major over at the Pentagon? Surely they would make an exception for me, right? I saved the president's life, after all. Epic, put a call to Major Nelson, please. Calling. While I wait for him to go through the switchboards, I start putting the lab back together in my mind. I need a tablet, though, and since they took every computer I had in here, I wheel back into my room and find my old one. Which makes me wonder what kind of advances they've had while I've been away. Epic finally gets through to the Major.
Miss Lockhart, I just heard the news. I have to say we're all thrilled you're back.
I bite my lip to stifle my anger. Thank you. I wish I was as thrilled. Major, I understand there were some political problems while I was away. While I appreciate that, I would like all my property returned to me. Immediately, if not sooner. I can't keep the icy tone out of my voice. I'm not sure I want to. I can't let on, though, that they took non-alien armor. If they knew for a second what they have, I'd never see it again.
Let me say how sorry I am that it has come to this. If it were up to me...
Major, it is up to you. Find whoever took it and give it back. It's that simple.
Miss Lockhart, it really isn't. The decision was made way above my pay grade. In fact, the farthest above it. If you know what I mean.
Dang it, I do. He also doesn't look happy about it. More like he'd rather be doing anything else than talking to me. Can you at least tell me who to call to start the paperwork so I can have my things back? I ask him. He sighs audibly.
Unfortunately, there isn't anyone. Everything alien was confiscated, and all of it hauled to an undisclosed location. No one but the people in charge knows where it is. That was the only way we could avoid a war for this stuff.
Major, this stuff was my stuff. Mine. I owned it. I brought down the drones. I captured the battleships. I didn't see the UN out there fighting and bleeding. I didn't see the UN in the Thun star system when I set off the... Between the anger and the surprise of having my lab stolen, I'd almost forgotten what I did. Almost. Never mind. I'll find it myself. Whatever he was about to say, I cut it off when I hang up the phone. My heart pounds and my head instantly runs hot. What did I do? What I had to. I push that away, trying not to think about it. At least, not until I can have Kate around to help me process it. The sniffles still come out as I hold back my emotions. It will be easier later. Uh-huh. Using the tablet, I link to the building's security systems and see what else has changed. First things first, I update all my protocols to keep them from being overridden again, and then I go to work on making a list of things I need to rebuild my lab. Epic, scan the internet, find me the most pertinent news feeds for the last year and a half, condense them, and play them back for me while I work. I hate the world news, so just focus on the information around the Thun and criminal activity I might find interesting. Another idea hits me while I'm speaking. Can we trace our armor using the built-in tracking?
On it. For what it is worth, I am sorry about your lab. As for the armor, I can attempt communications with it via Artemis. However, right now, it is not in a location I can reach.
Not as sorry as whoever took it is going to be. Damn government. Turn your back on them for a second and they start thinking they know what's best. How the hell did they override my protocols anyway? An arrow should have leveled the building before my lab work got out the door. Did they hack it? No. While I do not condone his decision, I was not here to make it. Milton granted them access. A cold chill runs up my spine. Milton? I didn't create him. I didn't even have a hand in him. He's Epic's project, and I respected that. Plus, the possibilities of an AI designed by an AI? It seemed like a really good idea at the time. Milton? Milton overrode the security protocols you and I designed? How is that possible? My mind races with ideas on how he could have done this. And why?
Mum.
Milton's voice breaks in over the speakers. His upper-crust British accent feels more annoying now than it has in the past. I always thought it was cool. Now I just want to recreate the American Revolution and kick his butt out. There were many factors involved in the decision. I didn't make it lightly or unilaterally. I take a breath. A couple of breaths. And try to calm down. I'm listening.
Several federal agencies came with warrants, Mum. While I did deny them access at first, they became insistent.
By insistent, Milton means they had a judge issue arrest warrants for all the employees of the Spire. Ooh, so they played dirty then. When I left, we employed about 50 people. I can see now that it is up to 108.
I called a meeting with the protectors, and everyone came to the same conclusion. As long as we could maintain your data, the computers themselves were just hardware. The only thing of real value was the animetal and your older armor. I am very sorry, Mum, but I thought you would want the work to continue. The protectors save lives, and that always seemed more important to you than tech. Was I wrong?
Dang it. I want to throw my tablet across the room and scream. But no, he isn't wrong. I sigh. No, Milton, you did good. You wiped everything before they came in, right?
Like a miscreant bully in the playground, Mum. I even set off the lab's internal EMP and had Luke go in and remove the ZPFMs to a safer location.
I nod. He really had no choice, Amelia. I am not sure we would not have done the same. I can feel a stress headache forming behind my eyes. I put the tablet down for a moment and rub my temples. Okay, we can recover from this. It isn't what I wanted or how I wanted to do things, but I can do this. It just means... Dang it, I like my new armor. I guess I don't every time get what I want. Do any of us? 8. Of course, they have Welcome Home Amelia strung across the rec room. I glance up at Luke, who tricked me up here, and scowl. I was in the middle of rebuilding my lab when he came in and coerced me with the promise of pizza and Star Trek.
I can see the wheels turning. Before you call me a liar, look,
he says, pointing at the far wall. Star Trek is indeed playing on the big screen TV. I guess they came out with a movie while I was away. Dang it, now I just want to go watch it. I could smell the pizza when we walked in, so I guess I can't call him a liar and make him do penance. Fine, you're not a liar.
Just a tricksy hobbit.
I give him the side eye as he wheels me over to the buffet. Everyone is here, which is nice. Not just the team, but the building staff as well. I sit through an endless parade of welcome backs, along with a little chit-chat with the people I do know. The building staff have these sleek black uniforms with gold cuffs and a pin that shows what department they work for. Security staff are wearing their awesome red shirts that are lined with my special tungsten weave for protection. Luke tells me it was all designed by Kate. Kate, who is suspiciously absent. After the formalities are over, the party degenerates into groups of people gathered around plates of food and drink. I wheel myself over to the TV and restart the movie.
It's pretty good. Critics didn't like it, though,
Carlos says as he walks up next to me. The only time critics like Star Trek is when it isn't Star Trek. He laughs. We've had this discussion 1,000 times.
A lot happened while you were gone. I'm sorry about your lab. Luke asked to be the one to tell you.
I wave and smile it off. Listen, you all were in an impossible situation, and it was partly my fault. I should have foreseen the possibility and kept my more sensitive things off-site where no one but me knew about them. He opens his mouth to say something, and I stifle it with a slice of my hand. Really, Carlos, it's okay. He gives me one of his trademark lazy smiles, and for a second, I can see the kid I used to know. I pat him on the leg before nodding over at the team. Listen, I'd ask Luke this, but things between him and me are... weird. I think we just need to spend more time together. I keep having to remind myself 1.5 years has gone by.
It's freaky for sure. I mean, for you a week and change passed. For us, even though Kate insisted you were still alive, I think even the most optimistic person would give up hope after a while.
You didn't, right? I don't mean for my voice to sound like I'm pleading, but it is strangely reassuring to know they didn't give up on me.
Nah, you're a fighter. I knew if you were alive, you would find your way home.
Awkward silence encroaches on us. I have a question I want to ask him. I was hoping for a private moment, but this is as good as it is gonna get. I don't know how close you are to everyone, but... He sits next to me, leaning in close enough our conversation can remain private.
But what?
Why isn't Kate on the team? He looks away, eyes scanning the room to give himself a moment. I can tell he's thinking. He has this little thing he does with his eyebrows whenever he's trying to put together what he wants to say. I let him have his moment. I've postulated a theory as to why Kate isn't here, but I want to know what he thinks.
When she came back,
he starts before looking at me.
She wasn't in the best shape. I don't know the whole story. She doesn't talk to me any more than she talks to anyone else. But she was awake when they did some of their experimenting on her.
A cold shiver runs down my spine. The memory of that room haunts my dreams. I saw the machines they used, smelled the fresh blood of my friend. The horror of seeing her hooked up to their hoses. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the image of her splayed up on the wall like a trophy.
I take it you saw then?
Carlos asks in a whisper. I nod, not trusting my voice. He goes quiet for a moment, giving me time to recover. It was bad, but I thought... I don't know what I thought. I hoped she would recover, I say with a sigh. When I open my eyes, I can see tears in his.
I care for her, Amelia, but she's locked everyone out. She needs you, I think, more than she needs anyone else.
I nod. Yeah, I sigh. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Well, there's a lot for me to do, I guess. He takes a swig of his soda. The tension in his shoulders relaxes as he drinks. It's a heavy subject. I catch a glimpse of several of the female staff ogling him. Carlos seems oblivious to the figure he cuts. Good for him. I don't want his newfound looks and physique going to his head. Of course, for him they aren't newfound, are they? 1.5 years.
Have you spoken to your parents?
He asks suddenly. Yeah, we had dinner last night, courtesy of our Kate, I tell him.
Did it go well?
It was a little awkward at first, but once we started talking science, it livened right up. It was nice to see them again. I shake my head, letting my thoughts drift as I sit with my friend and watch the new Star Trek movie. So much has happened that I haven't even begun to catch up on. Things like everyone's lives. They all seem like different people. Even Luke. It's like I stepped out of Q-space into a slightly different universe. But I know that isn't possible. It's only the time that has passed. Damn if life doesn't just sucker punch you in the kidneys. First things first, I need my lab put back together, then I need to design a new arm for Kate, and then, possibly, get started designing the Mark VI. I have a bad feeling the government not only isn't going to give me back my stuff, but they are also going to demand this armor as well. As much as I would like to fight them on it, the only way to keep it from happening is to not have it. Which royally sucks. Sucks. 9. Some people live in a concrete jungle, some even in a real one. My jungle is cardboard. The room is filled with empty boxes stacked to the ceiling from computer equipment I've already set up, and with full boxes I have yet to open. I have to navigate carefully around the formerly empty space that was my lab. What's next, Epic? I ask my AI assistant.
The server in the cold room needs to be connected.
Right. I push up on my chair as the Mark V flows out of my skin under my clothes and wraps around me. I don't have it cocoon me in combat mode, just the minimal I need to walk and move around like a normal person. It's exhausting to do like this because the armor is limited to stimulating my nervous system. It's bizarre, but it works for a few minutes at a time. I take a shaky step out of my chair toward the server box. Amelia? I hear Kate's voice behind me. Where are you? Over here! I grunt as I push the server box toward the cold room. I hear her move through the room. Her hand appears next to mine, and she pushes on the box with me. The server moves easily. Kate is considerably stronger than me. She's stronger than most humans. Part of her power set gives her a near-perfect physical body. She once told me she can lift 300 pounds without breaking a sweat. I glance over at her and smile. It's nice to see you again. I missed you last night. I'm sorry I wasn't at your party. She doesn't offer any explanation. With her help, it only takes a minute to pull the server out of the box and plug it in. I have them all pre-configured at the factory, so I don't have to put them together. Just plug them into the power and connect the orange fiber optical cable. Once the server powers on, the AC in the room kicks in, dropping the temperature a few degrees to counteract the heat produced by the high-powered server.
I will have it finished and ready for production in 30 minutes.
Thank you, Epic. I turn to Kate and put a hand on her shoulder. Can we go somewhere and talk? She nods, eyes narrowing at me. Of course. I hope you're not going to try and talk me into coming back, though, Amelia. I'm done as a superhero. I grin back at her. Clearly, she's wearing her necklace and can't read my emotions. I'll bet you $10 I can change your mind. 20 minutes later, we're sitting in Starbucks, and I watch her play with her drink with her one hand. She isn't wearing her prosthetic. Instead, she has her coat arm pinned. I take a moment to examine her. Her long black hair is more severely cut than it was when I last saw her. She's wearing very professional clothes, nothing sexy or alluring at all. It dawns on me, as she's sitting there, that this is unlike my Kate. I don't know everything the Thune did to her, but at this moment, I'm glad I blew them all to hell. Okay, Amelia. Clearly you have something you want to say, she says with a grim look, then takes a sip from her coffee. I nod, playing with my stir stick. I have the hot chocolate instead of coffee. With summer coming to an end, it is pretty nice to enjoy something warm instead of having to drink cold things to stay cool. This is the closest Starbucks to the Spire, right near Sprouts Farmers Market. Despite the weather cooling off, there are plenty of people around. Kate, I know it's been a year and a half for you guys, but to me it's been less than a month since I chased the Thune ship with you on board, and only a couple of weeks since I glance away. I'm not proud of what I did. I don't regret it. Well, not in the way that I wish I could undo it. More like, I wish I hadn't had to do it. She reaches out with her one hand and places it over mine. I'm sorry, Amelia. I hadn't thought of that. Lux told us what happened. Did you cause the black hole? I nod, squeezing my eyes shut, and try not to think about the billions of people I killed. It was the only way, and... My voice breaks, and I fold my arms on the table and drop my head into them. I don't want to cry about this, but I haven't talked to anyone about it until now. And what? She asks, as she gently runs her hand through my hair. I was so mad, Kate. When I found you, what they did to you... Her hand stiffens for a second, and I can tell she's upset. I wanted to ask what happened, and I also didn't. I don't want to talk about it, but I know I need to, Kate says. She lets out a massive sigh. Her chin hits the table, and I glance up, and we are looking at each other eye to eye. They had you strung up like an animal. I killed the Thune that was in the room with you, cut him down without hesitation. It was at that moment I realized we were never going to be free of them. I saw what they did to the Lux. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. Lux showed me the images of her home. They're rebuilding, you know. They named a city after you. I don't know if Luke told you. Now it's my turn to stiffen. Luke and I haven't really talked since I've been back. There's a weird vibe between us. Well, between me and everyone. I don't know if it is me or them. I sigh. I found their singularity research lab, and I overrode all their safeties. It wasn't an accident, Kate. I purposely set off that singularity, and I was fully aware that it would wipe out their solar system. I just didn't see any other option. She nods, tears welling up in her eyes. Amelia, you did what you had to do. And as for everyone acting weird, well, it's been a tough year. There has been a lot of scrutiny on the superhero community. The thing with the tech, your lab, the push to get rid of costumed heroes? I hadn't heard about that. My eyebrow kicks up with a question. Epic hasn't completely caught you up, I see. There's been some serious talk about making it illegal to be a superhero. If you want to use your powers to help people, there is a growing desire to have us join the police or other civil agencies. So far, nothing has come of it. She takes a deep breath. My point is, we've been under a lot of stress. If you add in that our favorite armored heroine went on a walkabout to God knows where, the last year and a half have been pretty hard. I stare into her eyes for a minute before smiling. She's right, of course. I was focused on my own feelings. Then again, I'm me, so of course I was. It would do me some good to try and... An explosion erupts from across the street, shattering the window, knocking us both down. My chair clatters away, and I hit the tile painfully hard with a grunt. Before I'm finished sliding across the room, Epic has the armor wrapping around me. My helmet forms around my head just as I come to rest against the bar. The HUD boots up, showing me the situation. Kate's a few feet away, shaking her head. She's bleeding from a half-dozen cuts on her torso, and her very conservative outfit has several large rips in it. Her eyes go wide for a second before she clamps her hand over them. "Amelia, I lost my necklace. I need a second," she yells out blindly. "I'm on it," I tell her. Standing up, I bring the entire sensor suite online. Everyone in the cafe is alive, but I can't say the same for the broken and battered people across the street outside the... You've got to be kidding me! I want to swear as I move to stand between Kate and the threat. 6 armored people descend from the sky, landing a few 100 feet apart. Their armor is a solid black with no markings. Bulkier than my Mark III suit, but still recognizable as people. They immediately disperse in groups of 2. It only takes a second for Epic to catch up with what is happening. There are 3 banks in this shopping center. Their explosion took out the main communications relay for the block, along with the power transformer. Are you saying those bastards just murdered a bunch of people to slow down police response? Yes. Epic, battle mode. The HUD flashes red as the relevant data highlights objects, people, and possible threats in my field of view. Kate, stay here. Keep these people safe, I tell her. I blast through the broken window, hitting 100 just as I slam into the first one. Epic tags them as Alpha 1 through Alpha 6. Whatever their suits are made out of, it's tough. I hear an audible grunt as I crash Alpha 1 into the wall on the other side of the street. I punch him as hard as I can in the back of the head. The helmet clangs and he drops to his knees. I know how disorienting it is from personal experience. I spin around and bring up the particle beam. The other 5 fan out. With a whine of my M-drive, I surge into the air just as they open fire with projectile weapons. Epic scans them, revealing they are standard .45 caliber rounds. Bullets spark off the wall and their friend. I open up the particle beam. Hyper-accelerated silicate burns through the air, striking number 6, only to deflect off, burning a line through the foliage and setting fire to a tree. Epic? What the hell? 5 lifts off into the sky with a roar of jets. Fire leaps out of his legs and back as he accelerates toward me. He pulls a big hammer off his back, gripping it with both hands. I smile. He probably expects me to dodge. Instead, I stand absolutely still. I want to make sure he hits. I transfer power into the kinetic shields. Amelia, I am not sure this is wise. I want to show them who they are messing with. Amelia, evasive. The hammer slams into my chest with the force of a raging elephant. The sky flashes above me and my vision dims as I fall to hit the roof of the farmer's market. I crash through the corrugated metal and slam into a carrot cart, the concrete floor my final destination. I groan from the pain. My chest burns and I can taste blood. They appear to be able to bypass kinetic shielding. As of this time, I do not know how. I withdraw the armor around my mouth so I can spit out the blood pooling in it. Well, you're full of help, I say. I can tell you this. Do not take another hit. Whatever their weapons are, they will shred your soft armor without the shields. If they were using energy weapons, we would have the advantage. Great. One of the things I traded off for the animetal was rigidity. Yes, it can be rigid as I need, but it isn't the same as my old armor. I counted on the kinetic shielding to make up the difference. Whoops. I pick myself up, sealing the armor as I go. No more Ms. Nice Girl. I leap up, kicking in the M drive. They've scattered around. Gunfire erupts as soon as I emerge. Bullets ping off my shielding, thank goodness, dropping to the ground below me. Okay, they're immune to my particle beam, and it's too crowded to use my mass driver. That only leaves one thing. Great. The one thing I don't want to do is engage in melee, and it's the only weapon I have that will work. Epic, I could really use some backup here. Any chance Carlos is free? I ask as I dodge a blow from 3. He has a big spear that crackles on the end. I don't want to find out what it crackles with. He is currently in Canada helping with a massive avalanche. I have notified the rest of the team. They will be here in minutes. Something tells me I don't have minutes. I spy a decorative rock on the green next to the sidewalk. It looks heavy. I jet down, landing in a crouch to absorb the impact, and dig my fingers into it. It is heavy, at least 800 pounds. For a suit that can lift a car, that's not a problem. I heave, pulling it out of the ground. Twisting, I hurl it with all my mechanical strength at 3. The rock strikes him with a thunderous crack, and he flies back, flopping lifelessly to the ground, a huge dent in his chest piece. You can't fight physics, punk! Gunfire rains down on me as the remaining 5 open up with their hand cannons. Each second I'm in close proximity to them, Epic is collecting data. I don't think I'm going to win this fight, but I can keep it going long enough for them to retreat. I flip my hands out, a sword of doom forming in each one. M drive to full, I dive toward 2. I can't tell for sure, but it seems to move a lot more gracefully than the others, so it might be a she. She reaches behind her back and pulls out a shield. Not a tower shield like the Romans used, more like a buckler. I see the edges glow as I close in on it, and I only have a second to think about what that might mean. I throw myself hard to the right as an energy wave rolls over me. The HUD dims, the M drive cuts out, and alarms warble in my ear. I crash into the dirt at her feet and roll past her to a stop, bits of grass and turf stuck to my armor. Okay, Epic, what the hell? Amelia, they may not have chosen this spot by accident. There is a high likelihood that this is a setup. I suggest an immediate retreat. Black-booted feet, burning hot from jet exhaust, slam into the ground next to me. My brain only has a second, which is more than enough for me. I roll hard as 5's hammer blasts into the ground where I had been a second before. The resulting explosion tosses me several feet. Epic, open a line to Carlos! As I try to regain my feet, black-clad arms wrap around my neck. Alarms scream as pressure on the suit increases 100-fold.
Amelia, I'm in the middle of something.
Carlos, help! Genuine fear erupts through me. My throat contracts as the one behind me squeezes my neck. I kick out, only to hit the shield of the woman. 5 of them close in on me, pinning me. The spear wielder raises his spear, aimed directly at my chest.
You should have stayed dead,
3 says, and he plunges the spear toward me. I hit full thrust on the M drive, dumping every single joule into the engines. The whine is deafening, but it's enough to jerk me free, so the spear only hits my legs. Alarms warble to life. My HUD flashes warnings as systems fail. The M drive cuts out while I'm 30 feet up, and I pinwheel helplessly to the ground. That's when the thunder crack of Carlos's own spear crashing down through the heavens reaches my ears. I see it hit the ground, followed by his sandaled feet. I've never been so happy to see a toe in all my life. I try to say something, but my mouth dries up, and the world goes dark. Goes dark. Goes dark. Goes dark. 10. When I was a kid, just after I lost the ability to walk, I was sick of hospitals. Boy, I sure was in the minor leagues back then. The soft beep of machinery greets me as I drift up through the layers of unconsciousness. Where? I manage to say before I even open my eyes. Oh, Amelia, you're awake, Kate says, placing a cool rag to my lips. I'm thirsty as all get out, and my arms are freezing, which is a sure sign I have IVs hooked up to me. I manage to crack open an eyelid. Thankfully, the lights are turned way down, and I can see Kate's smiling face. Behind her is the standard architecture of the Spire's medical floor. When we built this place, I had them paint the walls a nice sky blue. It's very soothing. Right this second, I appreciate that little detail. It's only been a few hours, right? No year-long jumps? She laughs. No, honey, no more year-long jumps. You had us worried, though. I nod. Water? She puts a cup to my lips, and I drink deep. It tastes better than water has any right to. I rest my head on the pillow for a second, thinking back to what happened. I didn't have any spare moments at the time, or I think I would have spotted the setup sooner. Any idea who they were? I asked Kate. No, they're new. I checked with the database, and Milton ran a search. Other than the giant robots that have been ransacking the cities, there haven't been any reports of armored villains. I think we would have heard of 6 armored figures in flat black armor running around with melee weapons and machine guns. She reaches over and holds the cup in the sink, then turns on the water to refill it. Everything hurts. I mean everything. I wince as I pull myself up to sit. Only then do I notice the bandage over my leg. Is that why I didn't feel the spear hit? She hands me the cup, which I eagerly take. Yes, it cut your femoral artery. If I hadn't been there to get you to Teddy, post-haste, we'd be at your funeral. Again, she says with a sad smile. I was taken by surprise, I say by way of an explanation. You don't say. Amelia, those people weren't there to rob a bank or steal some jewelry. They were there to end you. If our own god of spears hadn't come down from the heavens when he did, they would have had you, she says, leaning in and narrowing her eyes at me. How, I think, is the question of the hour. I hit the button on the bed to lift me up. It whirs to life, moving me ever so slowly into a seated position. I'll have to check with Epic, but I think... I sigh. I hate what I am about to say, but I expected it from the moment I found out my lab was gone. They had my tech, or at least access to enough of it that they could bypass my shields and armor. Kate's eyes go wide. She sits up straight. How is that possible? You said no one could ever replicate what you did. Yeah, I did. All that time and energy I spent keeping my armor out of the hands of Erickson and his goon squad, and my own government stabs me in the back. Oh, she says, understanding what I mean. An uneasy silence breaks out between us. I let out a yawn. Listen, you all did what you had to do, and what's done is done. No use crying about it now. She nods. I'm sorry, Amelia. This is your worst-case scenario come to life. A cold chill runs from my toes to my neck. Not my worst case, not even close. In the broad scheme of things, this ranks really low. Listen, I need to get back to work and... No, she says firmly. My hackles raise, and I open my mouth to argue, when a wave of exhaustion rolls over me. The machine next to me beeps. Did you just drug me? She smiles. For your own good. Nighty-night. The last thing I see before my eyelids grow too heavy is her waving at me, fingers dancing like they're playing air piano. 11. Really, Luke, I'm fine. I don't need to spend the rest of the day in bed, I explain to my beau. He gives me the look, the one that says, uh-huh. My apartment is exactly like I left it. Things like this trick my brain into thinking I wasn't gone as long as I was. Luke lived down here, and he did his best to make sure it stayed perfect. For the last hour, we've been talking over breakfast, but every few minutes my eyes glance over at the lab. I do have things I want to start on. First and foremost, figuring out how to track down the people who stole my tech. Then I need to find a way to keep my butt from getting kicked again. Third, I need to restore Kate. Somehow. I really need my friend back.
I'm sure, Amelia. Teddy told you to take it easy, though. They nearly killed you,
he says with a deep, sorrowful voice. Idiot, Amelia. He's not just worried about you. He's got the whole team on his shoulders. I reach over and take his hand, feeling his calloused fingers between mine. His hands can be so rough sometimes. I guess that goes with a lifetime of using them for a living. I trace little patterns over his knuckles and his palms. Not only do I love holding hands with him, but I also love looking at him holding my hands. He has monster hands. They're easily twice as big as mine. I forget sometimes, being so close to him, how truly tall and broad he is. Luke, there's nothing you or anyone else could have done to prevent that. It was a setup, just like Epic said. They were there for me. They were ready for me. If I don't work on the problem, they will just return to finish what they started. He lets out a big sigh, shrinking a little.
It's just that I haven't gotten to spend much time with you since you've returned, and now there's a new threat. Maybe we need a vacation. We could go somewhere warm and sunny, sit on a beach and sip little drinks with umbrellas in them. I have plenty of money saved up. We could leave tomorrow and... Why are you looking at me like that?
I close my mouth. He wants to go on a vacation with me? I know that before everything happened with the Thun, he was planning on proposing, but that got thrown off track. Now he's talking about a vacation? You're wonderful, you know that?
Psh, you're the awesome one. I'm just along to bask in your glory.
He says it with such a straight face, I can't help but blush. Heat floods through my ears, and my face feels 10 degrees warmer than it did a second ago. Luke.
Okay, he whispers. It's okay. I had to try. But seriously, think about the vacation. Winter is coming, and we could be sitting on a beach in Puerto Rico turning brown. Well, brown for me, browner for you.
I nod, not trusting myself to speak while blushing furiously.
Attention!
Milton's voice comes over the spire's speakers.
There is a hostage situation in Albuquerque. The hostage taker has superpowers. The locals have asked us to intervene. Major Force, TK, Teddy, and Fleet, please report to the hangar.
Luke sighs, looking up at the speaker.
Duty calls.
Go get him, Tiger. I plant a kiss on his cheek. He smiles before returning the token. Once Luke vacates my apartment, I wait 5 minutes to make sure he's not trying to trick me and come back to say, aha! I flip on the TV, finish the delicious breakfast of scrambled eggs, potatoes, and bacon that seems to be the only thing he knows how to cook in the morning. Not that I'm complaining. He does it better than most restaurants. Has to be the cowboy upbringing. When he doesn't return, I roll over to the bookcase and pull on Armor. The wall slides aside with a satisfying swoosh effect. I know I should be upset, angry, or whatever, but I'm not. This is a puzzle, a challenge. And, like Elizabeth Bennet, I always rise to the challenge. The door slides shut behind me, blocking out everything but the task ahead. Epic? I am here. Time to work for a living. Show me everything we know about the armory. I come up with the name on the fly, but he takes my meaning. I think it's pretty fitting since they seemed to have a weapon for everything. 6 armors pop up on 6 of the 8 screens I have down here. Each one shows a wireframe representation of the details we were able to see and scan, along with a list of information like heat levels, energy signature, etc. The good news is, I don't keep ZPFMs in my old armors. Once I upgrade out of them, I take out the power sources and either put them in my new armor or store them in the secure server buried under the building. The only one I have access to. Of course, I thought that about my lab, and I was wrong then. No point in going down that road. Not now. There is still a clutter of boxes down here, but for the most part, everything is hooked up. Okay, they bypassed our kinetic shields. I'm thinking they used frequency resonance. What do you think? If that is the case, then simply changing the frequency modulation of our kinetic manipulators may provide some defense. Right, but that leaves us with another problem. We do not have enough animetal to repair the suit. I wheel over to the workbench, the one with the sink in it. Except it's not a sink, it just looks like one. I place my hands on the bottom. Extract 1138. A cold wave rolls over me. I wince as the armor seeps out of my pores. It doesn't hurt, but it doesn't feel good either. After a few moments, the sink is half full of the animetal in a liquid state. With the press of a button, the animetal flows down the drain into the containment tank, where it will be purified and held until I can figure out what to do with it. With its unique atomic structure and the polymolecular chips installed in it, the animetal can become anything. A power source, a sword, mass driver. All I need is the schematics loaded into it. I glance over at the brand new quantum computer we had Mars Tech Global whip up for us. I am so used to Epic being with me, it's going to take some getting used to. I sigh. One more thing I don't have now. I slip on the augmented reality glasses. The HUD springs back to life, and I can see the icon indicating Epic is connected. Shall I bring up the percentage we have for coverage? Perhaps we can make an exosuit with plates attached. That's not a bad idea. What I really need, though, is a combination. The advantages of both the animetal and the titanium tungsten carbide suits. I like being stronger in the new suit. Not just for a second, but lift a car and throw it strong. I need a way to do that in my old-style suit, while still maintaining the flexibility of the Mark V. Amelia, what if we used some of the animetal for the joints? Using a small amount, we could mimic human muscles in the suit, giving us strength by fusing the animetal with the inside of the suit. Yeah, but if we fuse it with the suit, then I can't store it in me. Then we're back to only walking around when we're in the suit. Oh. I do not think there is any way around it, Amelia. There simply is not enough animetal to form a stable suit. Until such time as the government gives us the amount we need, you will not be walking around without your suit on. I sigh. Sounds about right. Dang it all. Okay, let's fire up the plant. Place the orders we need. If we're making the Mark VI, then we're going to need a good amount of material. And don't forget what I need for the sword, okay? Affirmative. Well, if it can't be stored inside me, then we better start looking at some kind of mobile deployment package. I don't want to be caught without my armor. Ever. 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 12. Amelia, you here? Kate's voice echoes over the boxes and whirring computer equipment in my lab. I pull off the goggles I used to solder. Over here, I yell back without looking up. This version of the suit is almost ready. I hope. But this part is always tricky, connecting the ZPFM to the internals on the suit, then sealing it using the kinetic manipulators. Amelia, you've been busy. When Luke told me you disappeared into your lab for 3 days, he wasn't kidding. I nod. The workbench I'm at has the armor laid out in pieces. Almost like I'm wearing it, each piece is suspended using the kinetic field. I have little articulating arms that do all the fine work for me. All I have to do is raise my hands and the arms mimic my movement. I use the goggles and Epic to make sure the work is... Wait, 3 days? I look back at her. She's dressed in a conservative, all-black suit with a gray top peeking out under her black coat. Even inside, she doesn't take off her trench coat. It has indeed been 3 days. I did remind you to sleep. Several times. Yeah, but I thought... I wave my hand in the air. It doesn't matter, but it sure explains how tired I am. Kate leans down and gives me an awkward hug. It's nice to see you hard at work. I missed this. She pulls up a chair next to me. Now, tell me all about it. I glance over at the largest screen in the lab. It usually displays whatever project I'm working on, but in this instance, it has a molecular matrix played out on it with several different wavelengths. This is the base frame for my Mark VI, but that isn't why I wanted you to come by. I wheel around to face her, grabbing the rag hanging off the workbench to wipe my face. I have a surprise for you. Her eyes go wide. Amelia, what did you do? I feign shock. Your suspicious tone hurts me, right here. I thump my chest. It's hard not to be suspicious. You have a penchant for using technology to solve all your problems. It's just, not everything can be solved by science. Now it's my turn to narrow my eyes. I will ignore the blasphemy you just spoke in my lab and give you your present anyway. I smirk, then turn and wheel over to the animetal dispenser. Is this suit the one you're designing to deal with the armory? I smile. The name stuck, huh? Milton filed it, and everyone agreed it works. Though they haven't come back since. No new crimes, not to mention all the giant robots looting banks have stopped as well. I didn't know that. Luke had told me about the robot attacks, and I even pulled up some footage. I have my suspicions about what they are, but I'm playing it close to the vest for now. It's hard to believe the attack on me and the giant robots aren't related. I point at the stool next to the computer. Have a seat. Since they took all my stuff, I had to redesign much of this from memory. I decided that instead of using a helmet to program compatibility with the animetal, I could just use a headband with trodes and glasses. Do I need to put on this tiara for your present to work? Yep. I wheel up next to her, bringing the adjustable-size metal band. After a few seconds, I have it placed firmly on her head. Now the glasses. They are flat black and shielded like the shades skiers use. This would be easier if you told me what you're doing, Kate asks. Take off your coat. I purposely saved this part until she couldn't see. Amelia! Kate, a year may have passed since you last saw me, but I'm still your best friend. Trust me? She nods and unbuttons her coat, then slides it off her arm. She pulls it off awkwardly over the missing one. I bite my lip to keep from making a sound. It looks worse than I remember. There isn't even a stump. They surgically removed her entire arm all the way to the shoulder. Bastards. Now for the tricky part. The last gift I gave her was well-intentioned, but I didn't expect her to never take it off. Now I have to ask her to never use it again. Okay, last thing. Turn off the necklace. She hesitates, grasping the necklace and running her fingers over the gem. Amelia, I don't know. I've gotten out of the habit of listening to other people's emotions. I don't think I want to go back, not even for a few minutes. After what happened at the Starbucks, I was so overwhelmed by everything I couldn't focus through all the noise to help you. I watched helplessly as Carlos saved you. I couldn't even stop any of them from fleeing, and I should have. I sigh. I'm sorry, Kate, truly. But what I'm doing has to interface with your specific powers to work. Your necklace blocks those, and if it's on, this won't work. She nods awkwardly through her headband and glasses. And what exactly is this? Can I let it be a surprise? I ask. I'll tell her if she wants, but I would prefer it to be a surprise, for several reasons. She hesitates for a second, then presses the gem on her necklace, deactivating the power source. Her chest heaves, and I can tell she's having some trouble. I've got the lab shielded. No telepathy or empathy can pass through. Her trouble comes from me. Amelia, why didn't you say something? Tears instantly well up, and I drag my hand across my eyes to wipe them away. Because it was my fault, and I wanted to fix it before I said anything. Hold still. She's reading my guilt and pain. They took her, experimented on her, and it was my fault. Epic, initiate. I know what she's seeing. Hundreds of images flash in front of her. Epic records her brainwave reaction to the images in a sort of neural fingerprint. Her face twitches as she focuses on the images. I watch her brainwaves fluctuate. This serves two purposes. One, it makes sure she's the only person who can control the animetal she's about to receive. Two, it links her with it. When I wear a suit, like my Mark III or IV, I have either synth suit or a neural connection to the suit. She won't have either for what I'm doing. She'll need another way to control it. Amelia, how much longer? She asks through gritted teeth. A few more seconds and... done. The images stop, and Kate immediately jerks off the glasses, followed by the headband. Of course, her hair and makeup are still perfect, not mussed up at all by the tears I see in her eyes, or the metal I strapped to her noggin. My perfect Kate. Well, except for the missing arm. Can I have my coat back? She asks. No. I need you to leave it off for the next part. She nods. I wheel over to the dispenser above the sink. Okay, this is going to feel a little weird. What I want you to do is close your eyes and concentrate on making a fist, okay? She nods, weariness obvious on her face. Amelia, is this what I think it is? She asks in a whisper. I nod, not trusting my voice. She sits in front of the sink, leaning over, her waist pushed up against the lip. I ask her to hold her fist under the dispenser. She closes her eyes and nods. Epic.
Initiating in 3, 2, 1.
Animetal pours out of the faucet. Its shiny silver surface looks like a mirror flowing onto her. I get why Carlos was so freaked out by this. She's not going to be covered head to toe, though. The liquid covers her arm before flowing under her clothes to the other side. It's supremely weird watching it crawl across her skin. She suppresses a shiver as it moves across her body, rippling under her clothes like a snake. The only reason I'm not freaking out is I can sense how calm you are, she says. Quiet. Focus. The animetal reaches her other side, forming upon her shoulder. As I watch, a new arm sprouts, flowing down until it is an exact mirror of her left arm. This was the tricky part, programming it to be a mirror instead of a duplicate. Otherwise, she would have a left hand on her right arm. She sucks in a breath as the animetal flows into her from her stump, attaching the way an actual arm would. Tendons are coated and extended inside of her. The ball joint and everything else about her shoulder and arm are perfectly replicated. With so little surface area to work with, I had to make it work like a regular arm, attachments and all. Can I open my eyes yet? Give it a few more seconds. I turn to the monitor to watch the internal progress. Pulling up my AR keyboard, I type a string of instructions. As I finish, the arm solidifies, showing muscle definition, bones, knuckles, the whole bit. Once the shape forms, the arm ripples and sets its final form and color. Starting from her shoulder, the color and texture flow down like water. When it gets to her hand, it is indistinguishable from her other arm. I can't even see where it connects. Kate opens her eyes, watching me as I examine her new arm. Amelia, my God, how? Well, science, duh. I give her an eyebrow waggle. She lifts her new arm, staring at it in amazement as she opens and closes her hand. Amelia, I can feel it? This isn't just a prosthetic, is it? I shake my head, sending my hair whipping around me. I'm too excited about this stuff. I brush my hair back and smile. It's you now, part of your neural musculature. For all intents and purposes, anyway. You'd be surprised how hard it was to program. I designed the stuff to be malleable, but figuring out how to make it match you was a pain. Thankfully, you're so dang perfect, I didn't have to program in a lot of flaws. She reaches over and lightly punches me with her new arm. Thank you. For real, thank you. I've been lost since I got back. This helps. More than helps. I try not to tear up. I'm almost successful. I'm glad you like it, because now I need your help. Wait a sec. I thought the armory damaged your armor. How did you build this and repair your suit? I giggle. I didn't repair my suit. You're wearing it on your arm. The Mark VI is fresh from the ground up, with a little animetal reinforcement. I had to go old school for this one, with a few alien improvements. After the fight, I didn't have a lot left that was usable. Epic and I went back to the drawing board, and this is what we came up with. A hybrid suit. I wheel across the room while I talk, glancing over my shoulder at Kate. She marvels at her new arm, raising it, making fists, waving it back and forth as she follows. How did you combine the tech? She asks. There's some irony here. I came up with the idea based on how muscles work. You came up with the idea? The large monitor on the far side of the lab that displays Epic's words blinks on and off to make sure we see his words. Right. We came up with the idea on how to increase the strength of the suit on a more permanent basis. Let me show you. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Epic. Really. I smile at her when she surprises me with a hug. She smells like jasmine and vanilla. It's crazy how she lights up as we talk. I pat her on the shoulder and she lets me go. She must see how antsy I am to show her the suit, since she sighs and motions for me to go ahead. To go ahead. To go ahead. To go ahead. 13. Normally, it takes weeks to book a visit to the Pentagon. This is where saving the president's life comes in handy. Kate and I showed up outside, bright and early, and asked to see our liaison in person. While it took an hour of confirming our identity and making sure we weren't carrying any weapons, no armor for me, and Kate is a weapon, we were then granted access. They had me change chairs, which is annoying because they use the standard hospital wheelchairs, and those always make me feel less mobile than the ones with the angled wheels that I favor. The Pentagon itself is huge. Vast hallways that go on forever. Door after door down uniformly large halls. I feel like I could drive a truck down these things. I'd probably have trouble getting it inside the walls, though. When the uniforms took a decidedly green turn, I figured we were closing in on where the U.S. Army kept our liaison officer. He looks up when we enter, surprise and worry clear on his face. I don't need to be an empath to see when someone looks trapped. His eyes go from me to Kate in an instant. Despite the picture on his desk with a pretty wife and daughter, he lingers on Kate a little longer than is appropriate. Not that it is his fault. Kate always looks stunning. Today is no different. Dressed in green slacks over 4-inch heels, with a gray top that hugs her chest and shows just a peek of her cleavage, all wrapped in an awesome leather jacket. She has the, I just stepped out of a fashion magazine look. Me? I'm wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and the fluffiest down coat I could find in my closet. It's only 60 degrees in Virginia. After a lifetime in Arizona, that might as well be freezing.
Ms. Lockhart? Miss Petronelli? What a surprise! I'm honored.
Major Nelson, I know you can't give me back my immorally seized gear, but do you understand your people took my original armor? Not just the technology I acquired from the aliens. Now, that armor is out there in the hands of people who are using it to hurt others. As you can imagine, I'm pretty pissed about the situation. Despite my best efforts, I'm sure my anger is obvious. He's totally taken back by my attack. He was standing to shake our hands when I unloaded on him.
I didn't know about that, Miss Lockhart.
Kate taps me once on the shoulder in our prearranged signal. He's telling the truth.
I was assured that we only confiscated the items related to the Thune invasion, per the treaty the U.S. signed with the Security Council nations.
Truth. I nod, slipping on my glasses to access Epic. He's not currently breaching the Pentagon's firewalls and scanning their files for the location of my gear. I swear. Part of why we wanted to surprise Nelson was so Kate could get a clean read on him. He may have known we were in the building, but he didn't have long enough to prepare any kind of mental defense. Not that he could have any against my Kate. Major, can you find out who is in charge of the operation? Kate asks. She's turning up the juice. I can feel it. The Major swallows hard, reaching up and loosening his collar. His office is small. A few pictures of him in fatigues adorn the wall, plus his framed West Point degree. The picture of him with a young woman and a baby is facing him. I forget where I read it, but I know if a picture is facing the guest, it means the person wants others to see it. If it is facing them, it's because they want to see it. It's mostly facing him, which I guess is a good thing.
Possibly. The whole thing was kept hush and need to know, he says.
But, Kate asks. He smiles, sitting all the way down and pulling himself closer to the desk.
But you two are part of the premier super team in the world. Bear in mind, Miss Lockhart, he says to me, there is no possibility of finding out where it was taken. It's not that I don't want you to know. It is that no one knows. Part of the deal we made with all the other nations was that only the team handling the actual tech could know.
I raise an eyebrow at his choice of words. When you say team, it wasn't military? He shakes his head as he types a few keys, pulling up the information we want.
No. What military could be trusted? Everyone wanted the weapons for themselves. We all agreed on a neutral non-profit organization. Not a private military contractor or even a weapons company. These people make a living disposing of dangerous materials in third-world countries, like leftover landmines, unexploded ordnances, that sort of thing.
He loses focus on us for a moment as he searches his computer. How very humanitarian, Kate says with feeling. Considering my tech is out there, I don't share her same sentiment. The armory had to acquire my armor from somewhere. Since these were the people who took it, this is a good place to start.
Here we go. Superhumans for a super world, he tells me with a grin on his face.
I think I just threw up a little in my mouth, I whisper. Kate just smiles back and reaches over to take the card he offers. Ricardo Rico Rafael. Superhumans for a super world. Buenos Aires, Argentina. You've got to be kidding, Kate murmurs. I don't think Nelson hears her or can tell she's upset. It's only because I know her so well. Her shoulders slump ever so slightly as she hands me the card. You know this guy? I ask. We've met, she says to me, then turns to Major Nelson. Are you telling me the world handed the most advanced technology humans have ever seen to a stage magician? The social temperature in the room drops to match Kate's tone. I'm glad I'm wearing a coat.
His non-profit was the only one everyone could agree on. I'm not sure you realize how close the world was to all-out war. I speak with no hyperbole when I say, this close.
He holds up his fingers, and I can't see a space in between them.
This deal was brokered at the 11th hour. We had the entire Enterprise carrier group steaming for the Baltic Ocean. Believe me, this was the better compromise.
Kate shakes her head. Thank you for your time, Major. I hope you are right, but since her armor is out there now, I can't imagine you are. She turns and marches out, leaving me to smile at the officer and play catch-up. When I finally do, she's walking at near top speed. Kate, I can't keep up in this crappy chair. Slow down, will you? She turns and sighs. Oh, sorry, hon. I just can't believe... Never mind. I'll tell you about it on the flight home. Home? Nope. Buenos Aires, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. 14. Cruising at Mach 3, 35,000 feet up, isn't as much fun when I'm not the one doing the flying. Epic has control of the M-Jet en route to Argentina. This isn't the same jet we had before, but a Mark II version with what I consider luxury accommodations. Plush chairs, carpet on the walls, a big TV, kitchen, minibar, not that I drink, and a full bathroom suite, including a rainfall shower. It's wide enough that two people can easily walk past each other, as long as one of them is willing to turn sideways. I glance out the window. The wings are in their swept-back configuration for maximum speed. At this velocity, we don't exactly need a lot of lift. Kate sits opposite me, sipping her coffee. What's eating you about this guy? I ask when I can't take the silence anymore. Epic? She asks. I am here. Can you pull up all footage and news about a super team called the Fabulous Five and put it on the big screen? On it. I know you never followed Super News, Amelia, but honestly, how do you not know this guy's name? She asks. I glance down at the card. Ricardo. The only person I know who's named Ricardo is an awesome actor who is sadly no longer with us. Why? She huffs in exasperation, folding her arms across her chest and turning to stare out the window. You'll see. Requested information loaded? Play it, Kate tells my AI. As the images load, I scratch at the black bracer wrapped around my left wrist. Who knew how hard it would be to get used to wearing something like this? I need it for my new delivery system, but dang if it isn't annoying. Images replace the darkness of the screen. 5 people appear, each in a different color costume. Holy primary colors, Sun Tzu, I say with a grin. Kate gives me a blank stare. It's funny because of the quote. You know, from The Art of War? Her blank look turns into a scowl. Keep watching. Their leader is the brightest, dressed all in red. He reminds me of Mr. Perfect a little. 2 manicured beard, perfect suit. The other 4 are just like him. 3 men, 2 women, all in different colors. The 2 women are twins, one dressed all in black, the other all in white. The footage shows them fighting supervillains and taking down monsters. I recognize a few of the bad guys, but the clothing and the... Oh, it's the 80s. A while before I was even born. They were a magic super team? I ask her. Keep watching, Amelia. I turn back to the screen in time to see the headlines. Fabulous 5 under investigation, followed by the twins being led away in cuffs. Yellow, blue, and red are photographed at a funeral. Then more tragedy. 2 members involved in a murder-suicide? Wow, sounds like a real mess. When the screen goes black, I look over at Kate. Her scowl hasn't gone away. I take it you know more than just what's on the screen? She nods. Epic, maximum privacy mode, please? She asks. The lights flicker to blue, letting us know that full ECM is underway. What happened? I ask her. She takes a moment, sipping her expensive French coffee before turning to me. 2 of the team, Yellow and Blue, are dead. Yellow, Gruffin Serebryanikov, murdered Blue, then killed himself. The sisters were caught practicing. She closes her eyes for a second. What Pierre would call soul magic. They started off sacrificing animals, but quickly moved up to people. My hand goes to my mouth involuntarily. That's horrible. The court agreed. New Mexico almost reinstated the death penalty for them, but didn't. They were sent to the South Dakota Ultramax. Oh no. Epic, are they still there? Alarm flashes across Kate's face. Why wouldn't they be? Because Cat 7 released all prisoners during Erickson's attempted coup. They are kept in stasis in the lowest level of the prison. After several attempts to escape and 14 murdered fellow prisoners, they decided the only way to imprison them was to freeze them. While some superhumans' powers can be neutralized by signals or electrical impulses, magic, as they call it, has no detectable energy signature. I nod. Well, that's something. I still don't understand, though. It looks like Red... Ricardo, she interjects. Ricardo was the only one not involved in the crazy, I say. Or is there something that wasn't in the public news? Not anything I could prove. When I worked for the CIA, he was on our list. List? I don't... She cocks her head to the side and raises an eyebrow. Oh, that kind of list. A kill list. Is that what you did for them? I ask in a whisper. She never did go into detail about her time at the agency. Only a little here and there. The only reason I know is that we were on the lam together. Among other things, I dug into him and, on the surface, he's untouchable. After his team disintegrated, he formed his nonprofit, recruiting people with powers who didn't want to be superheroes or villains. They cut a deal with the UN, giving them access to every country that has a treaty with the UN. They are basically a country unto themselves. I get it. You think he's a bad guy. But is there any chance you could be wrong? She shrugs. Sure. Are you ever wrong about physics? That brings me up short. No, not normally. I got close to him once, Amelia. Just the one time. I could smell evil on him. His mind was a bag of demons, and it nearly killed me just to look inside his emotions. A furnace of contained rage and contempt for life. Now here he is, in charge of one of the most powerful, richest, benevolent organizations on the planet. Wow, how come I've never heard of it? There isn't a lot of unexploded ordnance in the U.S. She finishes her coffee off before standing up to stretch. I need a shower. How long, Epic?
ETA, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
15. Argentina is gorgeous from the air. I imagine it is just as pretty from the ground. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but as we come down to only a few thousand feet, I can see forests and lakes, immense cliffs and waterfalls. It's breathtaking. The city itself is huge. Right on the mouth of a bay, with parks and trees right next to skyscrapers, and old buildings that look like they are straight out of ancient Rome. Epic has had us flying in circles over the city for almost an hour while we wait for clearance. We're not here on official business. No powers, no costumes. I had Major Nelson issue us some special passes to come down here and ask a few questions. Something he was more than happy to do if it meant I stopped being angry with him. Which I have. He's a cog. A nice guy, but a cog all the same. He can no more refuse to follow an order than a worker ant. Great for fighting wars. Terrible for making value judgments. It's breathtaking, isn't it? I ask Kate. The walls of the jet are see-through in full image mode. I feel like I'm flying inside an invisible jet. It's beautiful, but a little unnerving. Good thing it's only invisible from the inside. She emerges from the shower suite. Her hair falls in a perfectly straight waterfall around her head. She's switched into her casual combat clothes, as she likes to call them. Jeans, a canvas button-up shirt, and her 2-inch heeled biker boots. She has 3 belts looped around her waist where she'd normally keep IP pistols and other accoutrements. She shrugs a 3/4-length coat over her shoulders and gives me a smile. What? This isn't a costume, and I'm not carrying any weapons. Uh-huh. And let's say, for the sake of argument, that we were to get into trouble down here. I'm sure you don't have all your weapons laid out next to your cat? Pshaw, perish the thought, she says with mock offense. It's not the prettiest city on the planet, but it's a close second, she says. I don't ask her what the prettiest is. I suspect she thinks it's Paris. Considering her power set, she could live anywhere in the world and commute to work in a few seconds. The M-Jet turns for Ezeiza International Airport, then straightens out. Looks like we've finally gotten clearance to land. Amelia, I believe they were stalling in the hopes we would run low on fuel and be forced to divert to another city. It was not until after I explained we have unlimited flight time that they gave us clearance to land. Methinks you might be onto something, Kate. I laugh. I'm so happy to be back and have her by my side again. I wish we could do this as a team. For a fleeting moment, I think about Luke, before I get my head back in the game. Any sign that we're here as heroes, we violate all kinds of international law. The only crime we could even think about stopping down here would be a murder, and we'd have to prove we didn't go looking for trouble. Kate grabs my chair handles and pushes me toward the door. The hatch slides open and the ramp lowers, enabling us to walk at a nice angle with no risk of me rolling wildly out of control. Dang if it isn't cold, though. I hug myself. Even through my puffy down jacket, the 40-degree weather nips away at me. Right now, I wish you had fire powers. Maybe we should look for an elemental to join our team while we're down here. We keep going to cold places, I tell her. You should try a Russian winter if you want real cold, she says with a smirk as we reach the bottom. Waiting for us is the black Ford Expedition I ordered ahead of time. It was rented through a very private, very expensive security firm down here. No one could tell how armored it really is just by looking at it. However, we didn't order the uniformed woman waiting for us by the car. Greetings, she says in almost perfect English. I am Sargento Katia Tichenor. I'll be your liaison while you are here in beautiful Buenos Aires. I raise an eyebrow and glance up at Kate. Sargento Tichenor stands patiently, all 5 foot 4 inches of her. She's clearly fit. Her white top hugs her, showing off the taut muscles in her arms when she holds her hand out to shake mine. I look up at her tan face and bright blue eyes as I shake her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sargento Tichenor. Please, call me Tia. The rest of my name is a mouthful, even for me, she says with a smile. Her grip is firm, but not domineering. I don't sense any power plays here, just a pleasant woman doing her job the best she can. Kate lifts her eyebrow as she shakes the woman's hand, and I recognize the look on her face. It's subtle, but she's reading the police officer. I noticed you brought your own vehicle. I would be happy to drive you in my patrol car, she says, pointing over to a blue and white sedan that would look more at home in the suburbs than as a police car. Kate holds onto her hand for a second longer than is appropriate, giving Tia her best smile. That's okay, Sargento. Tia, we'd prefer to take our own vehicle. Though neither of us have ever visited your beautiful home. Would you consider driving? Of course, she says. Her face lights up. It would be my privilege to escort 2 such honored personages as yourself. It is why I'm here. When the chief found out that Arsenal and Domino, heroes of the war with the Thun, were visiting, he insisted. My cheeks heat up, despite the cold air. You know who we are? Sim, Signora. Everyone knows who you are. I sink down into my coat. People recognizing me on the street isn't something I'm used to. Kate puts a hand on my shoulder. It's okay. Breathe. That's easy for you to say, I whisper. Kate pushes me toward the SUV. Sargento, Tia, follows, opening the front door after I unlock it. As she does, I realize she's only wearing her uniform. Black shoes, pants, the white shirt and badge. No guns, no cuffs, no clubs, nothing. You noticed that she isn't wearing any weapons? Kate asks in a whisper to me as we go around the back. She must be an admin. Kate trails off. But? I ask. But she's incredibly confident, both of her place and of herself. It's hard to pin down. I shrug. At least she'll be a good driver. 2 ground crew from the private group we contracted come over with our bags and load them into the back of the expedition. Kate easily scoops me up and places me in the rear seat, then folds my chair and sticks it in the back with our bags. Within a few minutes, we are exiting the airport. The heater hums along, keeping the inside of the vehicle a pleasant 76. "Where will you be visiting today?" Tia asks innocently. "You weren't told?" Kate asks. I'm a little stunned she doesn't know. I figured half the reason she was here was because of who we were coming to see. "No, was I supposed to be?" She glances in the mirror to look at me, her green eyes holding my own for a moment. Kate reaches back with her right arm and taps my hand. Truth. "We are visiting the non-profit group, Superhumans for a Superworld? I'm afraid I don't know where that is. We have many fine organizations who headquarter here because of the weather and beaches." I reach into my bag and slip on the glasses I use to interface with Epic. "That's okay. Epic, can you upload the location to the car's navigation, please?" "Done." "Who is Epic?" she asks, stumbling over the unfamiliar word. "He's my friend. He handles all the computer stuff." "I suppose I should be thankful you did not call me your assistant or something." "Quiet, you," I whisper. "We will be there in 15 minutes, Tia says. "Buenos Aires is the best city in the world. Please allow me to give you the tour while we go?" "By all means, Tia," Kate says. I tune her out as we drive, bringing up the virtual keyboard to do a little programming. The suit's delivery system still needs a little work, and this is the perfect time to do it. Time to do it. 16. Superhumans for a Superworld might as well be the headquarters of a corporate giant. The building isn't the usual skyscraper, but a dome. Engraved on the outside is a map that takes up the entire side of the building. The metal exterior is brushed so as not to reflect the sun. The lines that make up the map are raised, catching the sun and highlighting the outline of the landmasses on the Earth. An interesting design. "The building has restricted parking," Tia tells us as we drive past. "I can find us a good spot only a few blocks away." "Sure, that would be great," I tell her. I know she's concerned about my chair, but it really isn't an issue. I've wheeled around rougher areas, and with Kate here, well, worst case, she could just pick me up. A few minutes later, we're on the street, having left our vehicle in a secure parking structure. Now that we're a little closer, I can see the cracks in the facade of this perfect city she talks about. Tia walks like a woman on alert, eyes scanning the area around us as we move from street to street. My nerves creep up on me, sending goosebumps all along my skin. I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Clearly, our officer guide doesn't think this is the safest part of the city. "Quit it, Amelia. You're freaking me out," Kate says as she pushes me down the street. "It's not me," I say, nodding at our guide a few feet in front of us. "She's just being a cop, checking angles and watching out for her charges. We're not in any real danger right now. Try and can your paranoia for a minute so I can think." I bite down a remark about how my paranoia is completely justified. She's right, though. Kate's an empath, and me freaking out could put us in actual danger if she can't read the emotions of the people around us because I'm hyperventilating. I take a few breaths and let them out slowly. She pats my shoulder. Good girl. Our escort leads us to the front entrance of the building. The dome cuts an impressive figure up close. The double doors look like some form of armored glass. I don't miss the armed guards behind the desk as we enter. They greet Tia in Spanish. I can understand some of it. They seem friendly enough. That's something. She responds with a phrase indicating we're in charge.
"How may we help you?"
they ask in English, turning to us. I hand over the official-looking letter from the U.S. Department of Justice, courtesy of Major Nelson. He takes the letter and scans it. His eyes narrow.
I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding.
His voice is pleasant enough, but the tone of his body language, and that of his companion, completely shifts. Kate picks up on it too and stiffens. I don't quite have all the bugs worked out of my delivery system, but I reach for the bracer wrapped around my left wrist just in case. I shouldn't have worried.
Airborne toxins detected,
Epic informs me. Well, they're not toxins per se, just Kate's pheromones kicking into overdrive. As you can tell, she says in her deceptively seductive voice, we have all the correct permissions to meet with Mr. Raphael. Per his contract with the UN, inspectors from any signatory government can review his procedures. I watch the haze fall over the guard. Tia gives me a perplexed look, and I just smile. Kate told me once that she can target her pheromones to men or women, and I'm guessing Tia is like me. She doesn't feel the effects. But boy, the guards sure do.
Of course, señorita. Let me punch this code into the computer, and we will generate you some passes, see?
He actually seems like he's asking her permission to proceed. Kate nods and leans over the front desk, allowing her scent to infect them even more. The poor guy on the left looks like he's about to pass out, just standing there, eyes wide, swaying in the wind. A few seconds later, he hands us 2 badges. What about the Sargento?
I'm sorry, señorita, but the paper is only for the 2 of you. If you could sign here,
he says, barely more audible than a whisper. Kate signs the form, then hands it to me. Tia, you mind waiting for us here in the lobby? It shouldn't be that long, but if you have other things to do, please don't let us keep you, I tell her. No, that's fine. She slips a thin black phone out of her pocket. I will just read until you return, she says. She walks over to the small waiting area and plops down. It's hard not to admire the way she moves. Incredibly graceful, each muscle pushing and pulling, rippling under her skin. Regret swells up in me before I push it down. Walking isn't worth Kate not having an arm. Kate pins the badge to my shirt before placing her own. Thank you, gentlemen. They both nod enthusiastically.
If there is anything else you need,
one says, handing her a card,
this has my private number on it. Call me any time.
Thank you, Hector. She smiles and pats him on the cheek. You're a doll. Kate resumes her spot behind me, smiling the whole time as we turn away from the guards toward the bank of elevators.
I'm never washing this cheek,
I hear Hector say as we move away. I do my best to stifle a laugh. I've been on the receiving end of Kate's beneficial whammies before. She can make anyone feel like the center of the universe. It's quite the rush. I wouldn't have taken her for a reader, Kate says as the lift doors shut. Who, Tia? I ask. I can see Kate's reflection in the mirrored elevator door as we talk. She nods. There are few people I have a hard time seeing through. She's one of them. Does she have a power that blocks you? Or maybe the police have tech? Kate shakes her head. No, nothing like that. She's an open book. It's not that I can't tell what her emotions are. It's more like I'm having trouble interpreting them. She's so honest and good-natured, my brain tells me she must be lying. Too many years at the CIA or too many around you. I'm slipping into old habits of paranoia. I scoff. Don't look at me. I've been paranoid since I was 6 years old. I warned you all what would happen if my armor got out there. And here we are, with my tech out there in the hands of people who are less than savory. She sighs. I'm very sorry, Amelia. You have to know they didn't have any choice. I shrug. What's done is done. Now it's my job to fix it, though I fear I won't ever be able to put this genie back in the bottle. The lift dings, letting us know we have arrived. The doors slide open, revealing a lush waiting area with a single, sparse desk. A dark-skinned, voluptuous woman in a low-cut red dress that doesn't quite go past her knees sits behind the desk waiting for us. She's wearing a headset on one ear. As we exit the elevator, she reaches out and presses a button. Mr. Raphael, your guests from the U.S. government are here. Her voice is so uniformly pleasant that I can't help but think she's practiced that response 1,000,000 times. She nods to something we can't hear as Kate pushes me to rest in front of the desk. She smiles at us and holds up her hand with one finger out in the universal wait gesture. I glance up at Kate, who shrugs. We wait. What the heck could he be saying that is taking so long? A full minute goes by, according to the clock display on my AR glasses.
Mr. Raphael apologizes for the delay, she says suddenly. He's in a meeting at the moment and cannot be disturbed. Perhaps if you were to come back later?
Kate shakes her head. Tell Mr. Raphael that he has no choice here if he wants to continue operating within the UN treaty. Her mask slips for a second. She opens her mouth to speak, but stops suddenly as if someone interrupted her.
Mr. Raphael can see you now.
Without her moving, the wall opposite us parts. I smile as we pass. Thank you. Rico Raphael's office is immense. It dominates the entire top floor. The east and west sides of the building are completely see-through, allowing constant sunlight throughout the day. At the farthest end from the door, an uncomfortably long distance to travel in a wheelchair with someone watching, is a small lounge area. No desk, 3 couches in a square, and a couple of plush chairs, all of which are upholstered in the same gray color, somewhere between a storm cloud and watercolors. Sitting on the farthest couch with his legs crossed is Rico Raphael. I already don't like him. His smug, self-assured grin as we approach would be enough to piss off Mother Teresa. I decide to take him on and stare right back at him with as much confidence as I can muster. He certainly looks the part of the nonprofit CEO. White slip-on shoes with no socks, gray slacks that match his jacket, and a white t-shirt. His jet-black hair is cut short and speckled with gray on the sides. His goatee, though, is perfectly sculpted and bears no sign of the gray that is on his temples. He certainly has removed the color from his life. Everything in his office is a shade of gray. He twirls a short-handled black cane with a red gem on the top. I don't know anything about gemstones, but it looks like glass to me. The only painting on display is of a massive tree with many branches spreading out. Epic tags it as The Grey Tree by Piet Mondrian and pops up a little Wikipedia article about him. I'm not sure why Epic feels that is of use, but it gives me something to read while Kate pushes us toward our meeting.
Ladies, it's always a pleasure to have visitors from the U.S. Department of Justice,
he says, with his eyes sparkling as they look Kate up and down.
I must say, though, they usually aren't as attractive as you, madam.
Kate smirks. Usually? His affable smile slips for a second before it's replaced by a grin.
Touché.
He motions to the chairs across from him for Kate to sit. I wheel up next to her.
Can I get you anything to drink? Your flight from the U.S. had to have taken a long time.
Not as long as you might think, I say. I'm good. I would like to get down to business if you don't mind. You're not the only person I need to talk to about this. He raises an eyebrow at me.
And what might that be?
Your organization was in charge of stealing...
Lawfully seizing?
He interrupts. I've heard it both ways. I suppress the rage welling up in me to try and stay calm. Stealing technology from my lab. Regardless of who gave you permission, it wasn't yours to take. Now, I am fully able to abide by the laws of the UN, as much as it irritates me, but I want to know where my armor is, and I want it back, right now. My original designs were not based on any alien technology, nor was any alien tech used in the creation of them. He leans back, surveying me with new interest. Looking back and forth between us, he smiles politely.
I run a large organization, miss. I can't personally keep track of everything. I can tell you this. No one will ever find the alien technology the UN asked me to hide. Not ever. So, if your armor ended up with it, then no one will ever find that either.
Are you seriously trying to tell us there isn't a log or record of some kind about what you buried? Kate asks.
Buried? We didn't bury anything, Miss Petronelli. Or is it agent? I can't recall if you still work for the CIA.
His grin makes me want to suit up and smash him in the face. I won't dignify that with an answer. Please explain to Miss Lockhart how it is possible that no one will ever find her armor. Considering we fought 5 people suited in her designs not a week ago." She leans back, crossing her arms as she peers at him. She seems far more annoyed than me, and I can't tell why.
"I assume," he says to me, "that since you are with her, you know who I am?"
I nod. "You're a mage of some kind, like Mr. Perfect, except your team went crazy or something and you quit." His face turns dark and his eyes cold.
"Quite. I was known as the Red Wizard. Each of my group was capable of different magical feats. And yes," he looks at me, "regardless of what you believe, magic does exist. I am a master conjurer. However, not only can I conjure things, I can banish them as well. And that is what I did. I banished all the alien technology to another dimension where it cannot harm us, or ever be found."
I feel my eyes going wide as disbelief roars through me along with my blood. "You banished it? Forever? Are you freaking stupid?" I can't help myself. The sudden realization hits me like a hammer. I'm never going to get access to animetal again. Even if Lux brought me some, the government would just seize it and turn it over to this madman. I could have done so much good with it. Not to mention, he's clearly lying about my armor.
"Excuse me?"
"I think my friend," Kate starts to say. I wave at Kate. "I can speak for myself. I said, are you stupid? Do you know the good I could have done with that tech? All the people I could have helped?" He edges forward on his seat, anger plain on his face.
"You people, you think you are gods, don't you? Well, I should know. We thought the same thing. Tell me, Miss Lockhart, when will it be enough? How much power must you have before you feel like you're powerful enough?"
I open my mouth to answer, but he cuts me off.
"The answer is never. It's never enough. No matter how noble your ideals are now, eventually you would grow tired of the constant fight against corrupt governments, evil men with powers, and just ordinary criminals. How long before you, or someone like you, decides to take over for the good of humanity? Just like Erickson."
Kate puts her hand on my arm, warning me. I don't care. He thinks I'm like Erickson? I stopped Erickson, as well as the Thune he was so caught up in believing were going to conquer us. How dare you accuse me of being like him? I say to him, stifling my anger by clawing the arms of my chair.
"So you say. But there will always be more. I've seen it, Miss Lockhart. All of you are one bad day away from being tyrants," he says, running his hand over his beard as he stands. "After all, we only have your word that you're not Erickson."
"I'm not Erickson," I growl, as Kate takes the handles on my chair and starts pushing me toward the door.
"Keep telling yourself that,"
I hear him say. I hear him say. I hear him say. I hear him say. 17. We're out on the street heading back to the fort before I manage to string 2 words together. They're not family-friendly words either. "Amelia, such language," Kate says to me. She's trying to calm me down. It isn't working. I'm half in shock. How could he possibly think I'm like Erickson? How could I be? Erickson was an evil son of a gun who wanted to rule the world. He used the pretense of it being the only way to stop the Thune as his excuse. Even without the Thune, though, he would have tried to do what he did. Men like him always do. Kate's speaking to me, and I haven't heard half of what she said. "I'm sorry. Start over?" Our official guide is 10 steps in front of us, trying to pretend that she isn't listening, while keeping an eye out for possible dangers. "I said I couldn't read him, not like I normally do," she says. Red alerts go off in my brain. I've kept the secret of how Kate's powers work to myself and the hospital that helps victims of telepaths. Of course, the government stole that tech, too. They weren't able to duplicate it entirely without access to micro-ZPFMs, but they figured out how to battery power it. Damn, if he has jamming tech...
No, it wasn't that. Not like when I turn on my necklace, or even the tech you use to secure your lab. It was more like... I couldn't read him. There was a wall stopping me. Of course, I can still guess through body language and Kate starts to turn, bringing up her cybernetic arm a heartbeat before a volleyball-sized projectile slams into her. The force of the impact lifts her off her feet, tossing her head over tea kettle for 100 feet. I whip my head around as my chair rockets forward. Kate pushed off on me as she flew away. I slam my hands down on the wheels, rubbing the skin off my palms, just as I am about to hit Tia. That's when I see it. A massive dump truck bearing down on me. The engine roars as it shifts up through gears. Like a deer in headlights, I can't move. My brain screams at my body to flee, to activate my armor. But even if I did, it wouldn't arrive in time. Tia leaps between me and the truck. She twists, bringing her hand up over her ear and pushing her shoulder out to the truck. Dumb girl, her instincts are going to get her killed. Except the concrete cracks under her feet, and the very air around her sags with weight. 50 tons of steel and iron going 50 miles an hour smash into the 5'4" girl who just gave her life to buy me 1 extra second to contemplate my own death. Except she didn't. The truck explodes in a shower of pieces, as if it hit a concrete wedge. Metal and iron rend as it shears in half, the husk of the truck passing on either side of us, spraying oil and gas everywhere. It finally slides to a stop in a smoking heap. I look up at Tia. The clothes on her right side are ruined, covered in oil and shredded. Underneath her police uniform, she's wearing some kind of one-piece bathing suit that survived the impact. My brain goes into overdrive trying to explain how she did what she did. "Is your friend okay?" she asks. I shake my head. "Focus, Amelia!" "Kate!" I call out. There's a pop of displaced air between Tia and me. Kate springs into existence and slaps her hand down on both of our shoulders. She looks up and suddenly... Tia falls to her knees, retching. Poor girl. Kate's teleportation can be jarring to the inner ear. Spinning around to get my bearings, I see we are on a flat roof a half-mile from where we were attacked. Oily black smoke rises from the scene of the crash, marking the spot where I almost died. Oh, my heart won't stop pounding. "Amelia, are you okay?" Kate asks as she kneels beside me. I shake my head unsteadily. My hands won't stop shaking, and I grip the wheels on my chair to keep them steady. I skinned my palms trying to stop, I think. Kate moves around in front of me, taking my palms in hers to examine them. "Mio Dios, and I thought flying sucked," Tia says, standing up to wipe her mouth with the back of her ruined sleeve. "It's a good thing she didn't do it 5 or 6 times. That really screws with you, especially if there is an elevation change," I tell her. Tia grimaces. "No, I wouldn't like to experience that." She does a 360, scanning the nearby roofs for threats, presumably not finding any. "Thank you, Tia, for saving my life. I thought... It doesn't matter. Thank you," I tell her. "It was my pleasure. What purpose could there be to have these gifts if not to use them? And what greater purpose than to protect life?" "Is that why you are a police officer?" I ask her. She nods. Kate pulls a roll of gauze from a first aid kit she keeps in her pockets, followed by a tiny can of spray disinfectant. "This is going to hurt. A lot." I start to tell her to do it when she does. My teeth snap shut. Man, that stings. I look up at Tia to take my mind off it while she applies the gauze to my burned palms and fingers. "How much can you increase your mass?" I ask her. She raises an eyebrow, pulling her head back just a bit. "How on earth could you know that?" "Tia, you are looking at the smartest person on the planet, hands down," Kate says, pointing a finger at me. My face heats up and I look down. Words don't come to me from the embarrassment. And yeah, the pride. My heart just stopped pounding, and now it is going again. Kate looks up at me. "Oh, quit it. You know how I feel about you. I speak only the truth." "You really did make your armor, then? Everyone down here thinks it's your power, like Magnetron or Domehead," Tia says. She walks over to the door that leads to the building below and shakes the handle. It's locked. I groan. Those guys are just elementals, like Glacier on our team or Santa Maria up in Mexico. It's just their element is metal. They shape it around them. In Magnetron's case, he added a few things to the armor because he's a tinkerer, but he's no engineer. Professional jealousy? Kate asks, and lets go of my hands. All done. Pshaw, more like defending my chosen profession. I check out my hands. I can move my fingers without too much pain. Healing this is going to suck. I'm going to have to use voice recognition for any typing I want to do. Epic, get the M-Jet ready to fly. We need to get the heck out of here. Your friend? Tia asks. He's more than a friend, I tell her. Of course, I say that, and am still waiting for his reply. I glance at Kate. Your glasses? While Kate checks her connection, I pull the sleeve up on my left arm and tap the thin bracer I wear now. It isn't just for the armor delivery. It is also a microcomputer with wireless capability. It doesn't have a sat link or anything. I rely on my cell phone for that. A mistake I won't make again. Hope dies in me when it tells me, no connection. Kate reaches into a pocket and puts her glasses on. I'm already wearing mine. They may have broken when they tried to run me over with a dump truck. Whoever they are. But I know the answer she's going to give before she does. Kate shakes her head. No connection. To what? Tia runs a hand through her hair in an attempt to remove as much of the oil and grease as she can. Dang it! I smack my chair before I remember. I wince from the pain in my palms. I'm confused. What is going on? Tia asks. 1 second, Tia. Epic, please respond. Silence. Epic! It's then that I notice the noise, like a sea of people all speaking at once. The three of us make our way around the rooftop equipment to the edge. Down below, a mass of people fills the streets, holding up their cell phones to the sky. You see, this is the kind of crap that makes me paranoid, I grumble. I had to take Epic out of the armor. No more computronium. I can't put him in the new armor because I can't take it with me everywhere anymore. So now he's stuck on a quantum computer back in Arizona. And I'm here, with no communications, no way to call him for help, and no armor. Ah, crap, I mutter. What? Kate asks. My armor, the delivery system. I can't bring it to me without connecting to the computer back at the spire. I figured since we had our own comm satellite, this wouldn't be a problem. Without my animetal armor, I can't carry Epic around with me. We're cut off. Even if we could get back to the airport, I can't fly the M-Jet without him. Son of a... Kate mutters as she turns to scan the roofs again. Tia, are you safe here? I mean, if we leave, will you be okay? Or do you need to come with us? Confusion crosses her face, and she wrinkles her button nose. I should be fine, but where will you go? You don't know the city, do you? Haven't a clue, I say with a grin. But Kate here can teleport across the world. Once we're back in Paris, I can contact Epic and have him recall the jet. Or can you teleport to Luke? Kate smiles. I can go wherever we need to. Luke is in Arizona. That will be the fastest. Tia, it was a genuine pleasure, Kate says, walking over and shaking the shorter woman's hand. Mine too. If you come down here again, please look me up. For sure, I say with a smile. Okay, Kate, let's get out of here. It won't be long until it's dark, and I would like to leave before someone shoots a missile at us. Kate stands behind me, both hands on my shoulders for a second. Then another. And a third. Shit, she whispers. She whispers. She whispers. 18. Buenos Aires is a lot like most big cities. A very recognizable downtown core, but once away from the area, it looks like just about every other city. Tall, wide buildings next to squat ones. Some new, some old. Apartment buildings. The closer to the city, the nicer, and as we move farther away from downtown, they go from steel and concrete to wood and stone. Tia leads us across rooftops. I'm slung on Kate's back like a backpack. I'd be pissed about the indignity of it if I wasn't extremely concerned about our safety. We briefly considered making for the rental vehicle, but decided against it, even if it meant leaving all of Kate's offensive weapons behind. If they knew where to hit us and knew how to shut off Kate's powers, odds are they would know where the SUV was and ambush us. "Over there, you see the red one?" Tia asks. Kate nods. She starts running. I knew she was strong, but I had no idea she could run so fast either. Her feet pound the rooftops in a staccato that would make a jackhammer jealous. She hits the lip and leaps. We sail through the air, and I squeeze my eyes shut, terrified of what comes next. She hits the roof, sliding to a stop in a pile of crushed roofing tiles. I open my eyes and peek back. 50 feet, easy. 50! Tia sails across much slower. Apparently, she can increase or decrease her mass and density. It only takes her a few seconds to increase it to the point of unbreakable. However, decreasing it seems to take a lot out of her. She floats to a stop, dropping to the roof next to us. Kate puts me down on an AC duct while we figure out what to do next. From the position of the sun hanging low against the horizon, we don't have much time before dark. Which leaves us in a pickle. "Any idea why I can't teleport?" she asks me. There's a hopeful look in her eyes, but I seriously have no idea. I shake my head. If they were using my tech, none of your powers would work, except for your pheromones. I'm seriously confused here. "It's Raphael, right?" Kate asks. "It's an awfully big coincidence if it isn't. We leave his office and someone tries to kill us. Then there's a citywide communications blackout, followed by my powers mysteriously crapping out," Kate says. I nod. "No, it has to be him. Tia? See? I hate to sound like a typical American, but believe me when I say I would ask this question of any police officer in any country if we were in the same boat. But can you trust your people?" She sighs. "I would really love to say we are just and true and every officer follows the oath of their badge, but I cannot. I also can't tell you which ones we could trust and which ones we couldn't. It wasn't long ago that hundreds of officers were fired or jailed for corruption. With the way the economy is, it's hard to watch your family starve." "Well," I tell her with a smile, "if it makes you feel better, I doubt I would get a different answer in LA or New York. Any city with a sufficiently large population is going to face corruption challenges in politics and law enforcement. I'm just glad you were assigned to us." She shakes her head. "I volunteered." Now I'm a bit taken back. "Why?" "My mother was in Greece when the Thun invaded. Had they made landfall, she'd likely be dead. I wanted to say thank you," she says with a coy smile while looking down at her feet. I match her embarrassment. Far too much back padding for this situation. "Okay, if we're all done, we have a problem coming. I can hear sirens, and they sound like they're coming this way." Kate points north as she speaks. "Whatever they are using to block communications is blocking everyone, right? But the thing they are using to block your teleporting, that is specific to you. If we could just get out of range of their jamming, I could call Epic, suit up, and we'd get the heck out of here." Kate nods. Looking around, though, it's clear she doesn't know where to go. The sun is almost down. Only a sliver of it remains on the horizon. "In order to get out from under it, don't you need to know where it is coming from?" she asks. My shoulders slump. Yeah, I do. Wait, I have an idea." I ignore their looks as I pull my sleeve up and activate my computer. I may not have access to my AI, but I am a really smart person. I pull up the interface, activate the wireless controls, then open up the console to reprogram them. It takes a few minutes. I can hear Kate and Tia speaking, but the programmer part of my brain has taken over, and I'm too immersed in the code to hear them. "Finished," I say excitedly. The two beautiful women stare at me expectantly. Right, they can't read my mind. I reconfigured the wireless antenna to act as an RF detector. Jamming is just a more powerful signal. Using this, I hold up my arm, I can tell the direction it's coming from just by... I hit the button, turning it on. The static is audible as I move my arm in a slow circle, beginning facing south, then turning... When I hit 60 degrees, it beeps at me. "That's the direction. We need to go southwest." "Damn, Amelia. Any other tricks you have up your sleeve?" I start to answer. Then my brain catches up. I flash her a smile. "A girl can't tell all her secrets." "A few miles south of here," Tia interrupts us, is what you would call a freeway. It goes from the seashore, then heads west before turning south. Once on it, we could be 100 miles away in a few hours. Whatever jamming they are using couldn't possibly stretch that far, see? Tia asks. Good plan. I can see why they pay you the big bucks, I tell her. Big bucks? I can barely afford new uniforms when I trash mine. Thank goodness for the micro mesh I wear underneath, or I'd go around naked every time someone threw a grenade at me. I hear the heavy drum of helicopter blades in the distance. They're really looking for us now. A mile, you say? See. I can do it, Amelia, Kate says to me. Her breathing is normal, and she doesn't appear to have a problem carrying me, but my Kate was a super spy. I don't think she'd have a problem concealing the truth if she wanted to. She makes her way to where I'm sitting and lifts me up, shifting me until my arms are around her shoulders so she's carrying my weight on her back, and my legs in her arms. Lead the way, Tia, Kate says. Tia stands, checks her bearings, and starts running. She's incredibly graceful when she leaps off the rooftop, her body shimmering as she sheds mass and density until she's almost translucent. That is an amazing power, I tell Kate. For sure. Hang on. Kate runs after her, picking up speed as she leans into the run. She hits the lip at a dead run, and we are sailing through the air. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't take the sudden vertical acceleration of our leap. My stomach stays behind, and not for the 10th time today I wish for my armor. I have such an awesome delivery system set up. If only I could use it. We hit the ground running. Kate's breath comes in gulps as she picks up speed, following Tia through a maze of small buildings. I take a chance and open my eyes. About a half a mile from us, the big buildings and apartments disappear and are replaced by homes and small businesses. We won't be able to play Rooftop Dash for much longer. As we run, the sound of the helicopter blades approaches. I try to twist my head around to see it, and I catch a glimpse of it. Kate, we need off the rooftops now! I shout loud enough for her and Tia to hear me. What? She asks, dodging a rooftop AC. It's an attack helicopter! Off the roof now! She has to feel the terror in my heart. I sure as hell do. It isn't one of those retrofitted civilian helicopters with a door gun, but a straight-up Apache helicopter, Hellfire missiles and all. Enough to take out a square block. Tia leaps off the nearest edge, and Kate follows her down. Halfway down, I realize the ground is 30 feet below us. Tia reaches out and clasps Kate's hands as we sail past. Tia uses her own powers to slow Kate's fall, and Kate lets out a terrific grunt as all our weight suddenly rests on her shoulders. I wish I was as strong as her. Then I wouldn't be falling, because I couldn't hang on to her shoulders as she slowed. I manage not to let out a cry as I drop the last 5 feet. I do everything I can to land on my side, but the impact knocks all the air out of me. Kate lands beside me and takes a knee to see if I am okay. I'm having trouble breathing, but other than that, I'm peachy. Stay here, okay? I'm going to go look around. I won't run off, I say between wheezes. Kate vanishes in the dark. 1 second she's there, the next, nothing. Your friend is very skilled, Tia says as she sits beside me. You have no idea. I start to ask her about her police force when the helicopter flies overhead. The wash of its rotors hits me like a wave of water, pushing me down and sending debris stinging against my skin. Then it's gone, moving on to the next area, its bright search beam lancing out in front to push back the darkness. Psst, Kate whispers from a few feet away, before she materializes out of the darkness. I always wondered why you wore all black. Kate scoops me up in one swift move. She barely breaks a sweat as she trots between buildings. Tia follows behind us, keeping an eye on our backs. I hear the helicopter swooping back around for another pass, the bright searchlight lighting up the sides of buildings. I'm getting the feeling they know where we are, I whisper in Kate's ear. It's almost completely dark out, nothing but the streetlights and the helicopter to show us the way. Over there, Kate whispers, nodding awkwardly at a beat-up old flatbed truck. Other than the thump of the helicopter blades overhead, this street is quiet. It's a semi-suburban neighborhood. The curb is lined with parked cars waiting for the next morning. There are a few lights on here and there, but for the most part, the street is dark. I think I can hotwire that one. Kate points at a big SUV. I spot a BMW M3 parked in a driveway. The newer cars all have Bluetooth, computer-assisted driving, and a whole suite of other tech. For now, the car manufacturers have no idea how to secure their onboard computers, which plays to our advantage. I tap Kate's shoulder. "Not that one," I say about the truck. "That one." I point at the sleek black sports car. "I can't hotwire a Beamer, Amelia. Their anti-theft is ridiculous. Trust me." I wave at Tia to follow as Kate runs up next to the car. It's parked in a driveway with very little to hide behind. Kate lowers me to the ground next to the driver's side door. It's a 4-door sports car with a very small back seat. Lucky for me, I am very small, and it isn't like I'm going to drive it. "What are you doing?" Tia asks as she kneels down next to me. Kate faces the road, scanning for threats while I focus on my ARM computer. It only takes a second to find the right frequency. Then I have to beat their encryption. Modern cars, especially luxury cars, all use signals to do things remotely. Start the engine, unlock the doors. No matter what they use, whether it's Bluetooth or a proprietary system, it is really just a radio. Once I have the signal, I tap a few more keys to defeat the encryption. Now all I have to do is... "Down!" Kate snarls as she dives on me and Tia. Lights shine above us as a police cruiser drives by, going far too fast to really search for us. The police siren kicks in, causing my heart to practically leap out onto the ground. After a few moments, Tia gives us the all-clear. "With the cell phones all down, they are probably responding to a lot of emergency calls. I don't know the numbers, but last time I read about it, only a third of the residents had landlines anymore," Tia says as she watches the way the car disappeared to make sure it doesn't come back. "I think the states are about the same," I whisper. My computer beeps quietly, signaling the program's completion. The doors to the car unlock, and the engine revs to life. "Amelia, it's almost like you've done this before?" Kate asks with a smile. Tia opens the back door and easily lifts me onto the seat. Closing the door slowly, as quietly as possible, she then motions for Kate to go to the other side before she slips behind the driver's wheel. I can see the hesitance on Kate's face, but ultimately common sense wins. Tia knows the city. We don't. "Kate, read me the VIN, will you?" "What on earth for?" Kate asks. "Someone spent their hard-earned money on this thing. I'm going to pay them back," I tell her. She complies, reading it off to me as Tia gets us moving. The car coasts out onto the street before Tia clicks it into gear, engaging the engine and pulling out at a reasonable speed. "No reason to attract attention," she says. "Right. I just figured we would burn rubber and floor it," I say. I hadn't thought about it, to be honest. I was so caught up in running away that if it were me driving, we'd be going 100 by now. I guess we didn't need the BMW after all. "It's a good choice, Amelia," Kate says to reassure me. She turns and faces me. "If we do have to run, few cars can corner as fast as this one. Plus," she says with a grin, "it's very comfortable." "Huh, I guess so," I say from where I'm laying in the back seat. I glance out the window. House after house silently passes by in the dimming light. How long to the freeway?" I say, stifling a yawn that refuses to be quiet. 5 minutes tops. Another 20 until we're out of town. Our speed limit is 120. "What? I have to drive down here sometime," Kate says with a smile. Sorry. That is kilometers per hour. I don't know," Tia says. 74.5 miles per hour, I say. The yawn finally wins, and I lean against the window. "How does she know that?" Tia asks Kate. She's good with numbers, computers, metal. I don't catch the rest as my eyes close. Exhaustion seeps into me, and it isn't long before the drone of the engine and the passing lights lull me to sleep. Me to sleep. Me to sleep. Me to sleep. 19. Honking horns wake me up with a start. I grab the headrest in front of me a second before I'd have hit it with my head. I blink several times, trying to clear the sleep from my eyes. "What's wrong?" I ask. "We have a problem," Kate tells me soberly. I lean around the seat to look out the windshield. What the heck? The freeway is covered with abandoned cars, like something out of an apocalypse movie. The police have the entrance and exits closed off in every direction but east. Flares line the streets, overruling the painted lines and showing where the lanes go. Tia pulls the BMW off the street into a side alley. "Will the car start again if I shut it off?" she asks over her shoulder. "Of course," I tell her. "I'm going to go try and find out what is going on," Tia says. Before she can open her door, Kate shrugs off her jacket and hands it to her. "Thanks," Tia says with a smile. She's gone a second later, shrugging on Kate's jacket as she walks away. "You think we're safe here?" I ask. The eerie silence of the car sends tingles and goosebumps up and down my spine. If Tia were going to betray us, it would be written all over her. I may not be able to teleport, but I can still sense everyone's emotions. She looks away for a second. Her cyber arm, which is indistinguishable from her natural arm, rests absently on the dash. She flexes her hand for a second, watching the fingers move. She turns to me. "If you hadn't given me this, we wouldn't be in this predicament, you know." I sigh. It didn't take her long to find a way to blame herself for this. "I thought I was the one with the weight of the world on her shoulders. You're supposed to be the one who tells me, it is what it is. Then I feel better, and you feel better, and we kick some bad guy butt," I say. She smiles. "Right. It's just, if you had your alien armor—" I put my hand on her shoulder to stop that line of thought. "I wouldn't. You know and I know that the government was never going to let me keep it. If given the choice, and I was, between handing it to Raphael and crafting you a new arm, clearly I did the right thing." "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I feel like I've let you down. Everyone was so sure you were dead. Everyone except me. I know the team believed me, but as the days stretched into weeks and then months, it was hard to be around them, knowing the only reason you were lost was that you went to save me." She blinks several times as tears form in the corners of her eyes, leaking out and trailing down her cheeks to pool on her jaw. "Kate, I was never going to stop coming for you. If I had to burn the entire universe down, I would have. You're my best friend. You understand me. And you were the first to believe in me. I'm not saying I wouldn't have come for everyone, because I would have, regardless of who they took. But they took you, and I wasn't going to let them get away with that." She pats my hand before squeezing it. "But at what cost, Amelia? For me, a few sleepless nights and a little nagging regret. For them, everything." Her eyes widen, and she looks me in the eyes. I see a little fear and a little wonder staring back at me. "I'm so sorry, hun," she says again. "Don't be. They had it coming. Regardless of what I did, they did 100 times worse. At least I gave them the courtesy of a quick death. Something they didn't give any of their victims." She opens her mouth to say something when the car door jerks open. Rough hands drag her out as she shouts in surprise. My door follows, and men in black balaclavas grab my shirt and hair, yanking me out. I scream in pain as my shoulder smacks the metal frame of the car. They dump me unceremoniously on the ground. Wiping my face, I roll over to see how many there are. My heart drops. A dozen at least. Then I see Tia. She's on her knees, a blank expression on her face. An older woman with streaks of silver in her hair hovers a few inches off the ground behind Tia. A soft white light emanates from her fingers, wrapping around Tia's head like a chain. "Amelia!" Kate yells from the other side of the car. "Over here!" I scream out. A boot collides with my ribs, and I groan, and my vision dims. I hear Kate scream, followed by a meaty thud. They must have hit her with a gun or some... Kate leaps over the car, planting her booted foot on the masked man to my right, snapping his head around like a bottle cap. She hits the ground, rolls, and comes up slamming another man in the jaw using her momentum and considerable strength to lift him 10 feet off the ground before he collapses in a heap. "Kate!" I yell to get her attention. "Full beast mode!" Confusion crosses her face. I really haven't had time to tell her about all the things her new arm can do. 3-inch monomolecular claws sprout from her fingertips with a sound like a sharpening knife. Thin enough to slice between the molecules. A predatory grin lights her face. The woman with the silver-streaked hair yells something in a language I don't recognize. 7 men charge Kate, and 2 come for me. I know what they plan on doing, but I won't let them hold me hostage and force her to surrender. I drag myself forward using my arms. I'm not as fast as someone walking, but a lifetime of having to push myself around leaves me faster than one might think. Certainly fast enough to get around the front of the car. Pebbles and bits of broken glass tear through my clothes and skin, leaving raw spots on them as I hustle around the car. What I wouldn't give for Epic and my armor right now. 2 masked men circle wide, expecting a trick. When I lean against the grill, panting, they come for me. I slap my wrist, activating the car's high beams and horn. They holler, shielding their eyes. I love friggin' LED lights. They're so bright. Then I strike. I push off the car, grab the closest one's boot, and pull with all my strength. He lifts his leg up, and I smash his other knee with the side of my fist. It hurts like hell. More for him than me. He collapses to the ground, holding his knee in a writhing, screaming mass of agony. Using his clothes as handholds, I pull myself along him. His companion grabs the back of my pants and hair, yanking me up in the air. I'm not exactly heavy. I bite my tongue as he tosses me against the wall. I hit with a grunt, collapsing to the ground. My legs go out at an awkward angle, and I push down the spike of terror flying through me. I've lived my whole life with a fear of falling. Right now, I don't have time to worry about it. Luckily, I hold on to my prize. He takes a step forward. I lift the black semi-automatic pistol in both hands, line up with his chest, and pull the trigger. The noise is deafening. I can't help but blink as I fire several times. His body falls to the ground. I turn on his groaning companion and fire again. The bullet shatters the downed man's kneecap, putting him out of the fight. The car is a dozen feet away. If I can make it to the hood, maybe I can help Kate. With a deep breath, I lunge forward, clawing across the hard ground on my elbows. It only takes a few seconds, but it feels like forever. The car is short enough that I can pull myself up without too much trouble. I hear a grunt just as I come to rest my upper body on the hood. 5 men are on the ground. None of them are moving. Black ink litters the area. But it isn't ink. Kate spins, bringing her booted foot up to catch one man in the jaw. His body spins more times than I can count. In a blur, she reverses and hits him the other way. He flies through the air to crash against the car and slide unconscious to the ground. The last man standing looks to his handler, who seems torn between releasing Tia and capturing Kate. She yells something, and the man pulls out his gun, pointing it at Tia's head. Kate freezes. I know she doesn't want the policewoman to die. I don't either. This would be easy if she could teleport, or if she had a gun. "Kate!" I yell as I toss the pistol at her. She leaps, spinning 180 degrees around, grabs the gun with her left hand, falls against the ground, turns and fires one shot. The man with the gun jerks back as the bullet hits him square between the eyes. I blink several times. My brain doesn't quite register what just happened. The woman screams something angry. She kicks Tia in the back, steps back, and starts waving her hands frantically through the air. Kate lines up her shot and pulls the trigger. The gun barks. Black smoke explodes from where the woman hovered, shooting out lightning bolts. When it clears, she's gone. "Did you get her?" I whisper. "I don't think so," she answers back. Tia rolls over, moaning and holding her head. "Que diabos," she mutters in Portuguese. Kate stands up, slipping the gun into her belt at the small of her back. She moves from one man to the next, relieving them of their ammo, a knife, local cash, and all their IDs. "You okay, Tia?" she asks our guide. "Si, just a headache. I went to speak to a patrol officer I recognized, and as soon as he saw me, she materialized behind me. I didn't have time to... Then I'm here. I have a vague idea of what happened, but I couldn't fight it. What did she do?" Kate holds her hand out to Tia, helping the woman up and handing her the gun at the same time. "I know you have powers, but take it as a backup." Tia nods and checks the weapon for ammo before sliding it into her belt. "She obviously has some kind of mind control," Kate continues, "but not like anything I've ever seen. By the by, is that Portuguese you're speaking? I thought you were a local." Tia smiles as she stands. Si, I am, but I was born in Brazil. My family moved here when I was 7. I speak English, Spanish, Portuguese, German. German? Kate asks. There is a large population of German expats here, she says. We need to move. If they have the freeway blocked off, we need to take surface streets, and we need to go now, I tell my 2 companions. Si, let's move, Tia says as she heads for the car. Kate comes to my side and lifts me off the car. I grimace as she grabs my wrist. My forearms are torn up and bleeding. Can you not hurt yourself for 1 damn minute? She teases me. It's my superpower. My superpower. My superpower. 20. Lucky for us, Tia knows these streets like the back of her hand. She launches into a tense version of a tour guide as she drives us west, away from the city center and, hopefully, to freedom. Do you know why this man wants to kill you? She asks as we pass a closed McDonald's. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten for a dozen hours. A couple of years ago, I stopped a madman from trying to take over the world. He'd been working on his plan since the First World War. No way, she says. When Amelia first joined the Diamondbacks, she was all of 20 years old and convinced of this huge conspiracy to steal her armor. Of course, I believed her immediately, Kate says. I give her a raised eyebrow. Sure you did. Anyway, he could body swap. Whenever he died, he would inhabit the closest body, killing the host and taking control. He'd gotten into the habit of controlling powerful telepaths. I figured out how to block telepathy and his ability to transfer. Then I left him to die on a satellite speeding toward the sun. I looked down, dropping my voice to a whisper. He should be long dead by now. I have nightmares about him still being alive. Should be? But you don't know? Tia asks. It's the way his power works. I can't be sure. Can he transfer into aliens? Will his consciousness float around in space until he finds someone? I don't know. I hope he's dead. He was an evil son of a bitch. I look away. Even the memory of him, of what he stole from me, pisses me off. Anyway, Raphael seems to think I'm him, that somehow Erickson transferred into me. Believe me, that is a nightmare I live with. Erickson promised to get me. He told me, one day I'll be there and you'll be trapped in your chair, and then I will be you. Bastard, I spit out. Thinking of him brings the worst out in me. An entire lifetime of pent-up aggression, in fact. So he did all this to stop you? Tia asks. Kate shakes her head. No, she's just part of his excuse. He's a maniac. From what I could tell when we met him, he has serious problems with people who have more power than him. He did all this to rid the world of alien tech. If I had to guess, he controls the armory and is probably planning on using them to wipe out supers around the globe. He may even be doing that right now. I don't know. The revelation hits me like a bucket of water. Those 5 armored clowns were tough, tougher than my most advanced armor at the time. The only reason I didn't die was that Carlos showed up. They probably weren't ready for him. But with how easy they took me down, I can't think of anyone else that would present much of a threat. Certainly not the vast majority of superheroes who are barely F3s. The higher the rating, the fewer there are. I don't even know of another physical F5 who was as tough as Behemoth, other than Carlos. All the more reason we have to... What is that? I ask, pointing between the seats out the front window. We're driving down a long, straight road, lined with old buildings, a mix of businesses and homes. An older section of the city for sure, before these things were strictly segregated. 500 feet ahead, a car is parked in the middle of the road. I should say half a car. Beyond it, I can see the other half, or at least what is left of it, a good 100 feet farther down. Tia slows us down, then stops next to the back half. Her door opens with a click. Kate follows, leaving me in the back seat. The back half of the car looks like it hit something after the front half was already detached. But how? The engine compartment is a burned-out wreck from where it caught on fire. I activate my computer and do some quick math, estimating the weight and mass of the car. For the front end to continue like that, it would have had to be going at least 60 miles an hour. I glance up as Kate moves toward the front of the car. Then my eyes catch something. A glimmer, like a ripple in a pond. "Kate, freeze!" Too late. Her animetal arm brushes a nearly invisible barrier. There's a sound like a giant rubber band snapping. Kate flies through the air, careens off the BMW, and rolls to a stop 20 feet behind the car. I push open the door and lunge out. I don't care if I have to crawl to her. Tia is there in a second, running by me to slide on the ground next to my friend. She puts a finger on her neck and sighs. Oh, she's alive, just stunned. I'm next to her a few seconds later, panting with the effort. I use my wrist computer to scan her vitals. Everything is high, but it returns to normal as I watch. There's a wicked burn mark on her new arm. Is it fake? Tia asks. Sorry, I don't know the English word, she adds. Not fake, just not biological. She lost her flesh and blood arm fighting the Thune. This is their metal. I shaped it to replace her arm. Watch, I tell her. As she does, the arm's internal computers kick in, healing the wound and returning it to normal. Wow, could you do that for everyone who's lost a limb? She asks. I could have if the UN hadn't taken all the Thune tech and handed it to a madman. Kate's eyes flutter open. A few blinks later, she focuses on me and smiles. What happened? Some kind of force field. Looking at that car, I say, nodding toward the chopped-in-half vehicle, I'd say the field came down suddenly, and with a lot of force. Tia helps her up. Kate wobbles a bit as she takes her feet, stretching her cybernetic arm to make sure it still works. So we're stuck? She asks. I push myself up to an awkward sitting position. Actually, I say while looking around, this is good, as bad news goes. We're trapped in some kind of impenetrable shield, with a magical maniac trying to kill us and a woman who can control minds. What part of this is good? Kate asks. She closes her eyes, squeezing them shut while she massages her temples. The good part is, I say to the two girls while I pull up my wrist computer, now I know where they are. 21. Magic is a funny thing. The people who can use it claim it is beyond understanding. But then again, the same thing was said about the atom. Any sufficiently advanced science would appear as magic to a primitive society. Except magic isn't science. Superpowers and magic are really the same things. Physics from another dimension inhabiting the bodies of humans in our dimension. Which is easy to say, harder to prove. Mr. Perfect, for example, could create complex shapes and illusions with his magic. However, he didn't craft arcane formula, enchant weapons, and so forth. Nor could he ever learn to do so. Raphael is no different. He can conjure things and banish things. I'm pretty sure he conjured this dome. He has a witch who can mind control, which is ironic since he's accused me of the very same thing. It seems he also has a small army, and possibly the armored soldiers we dubbed the Armory. Though if he had those, I feel like we would have seen them by now. It's possible they are only tangentially connected. Mercenaries, perhaps? Maybe. I'd feel a lot better about it if I could talk to Epic. I glance up from where I'm laying down in the back seat. The ache in my arms and shoulders is starting to set in for real. Not only am I covered in scrapes and bruises, I'm sore from the exertion. My shoulders just aren't used to pulling so much weight around. I pause my calculations for a second to rub my aches away. Any direction to go other than that way? Tia asks as she negotiates a turn. The sky is fully black now, with only the streetlights to provide illumination. No moon, no stars. I can't even see clouds, just inky blackness. Space wasn't even this black. I'm working on it. Geometry is pretty easy to eyeball, but we're talking about a large area. I need a little more triangulation to do the math, but yeah, we're close. For the last half hour, we've driven around the perimeter of the dome, trying to get an estimate of its curvature. Once I figure out the rate at which it curves, I can find the point of origin. Kate and Tia can then go destroy it, and the rest is as simple as me calling in the Mark 6 and the rest of the team to come help. My computer beeps softly, letting me know the next waypoint has arrived. Stop, I say. Tia slows the car and pulls off the road. We park next to a 7-Eleven. We're on almost the opposite end of the city from where we were when we hit the dome the first time. The map updates, and I make a few quick calculations. Bright lights flash by the car as another helicopter flies overhead. I duck down instinctively, even though it can't possibly make a difference. What kind of power source would he need to maintain a dome like this? Kate asks, turning around to look at me. If it didn't involve magic, he'd need a ZPFM. There isn't enough power on the whole planet to erect an impenetrable barrier with a diameter of 70 miles. Tia lets out a whistle. 70 miles? That's like 100 kilometers? He put a dome over the city, the suburbs, even the airport. How is it the entire world isn't outside trying to bust in? She asks. I look up, blinking several times to clear my head of geometry that is addling my brain. That is a really good question. I glance at Kate, who shrugs. Don't look at me. I have the same information as you do. If I had to guess, I'd say it was because the outside world doesn't know. Tia shakes her head. Our airport sees 100 planes a day. We have cruise ships in the harbor. There is no way they don't know. I shrug. Whatever the reason, it doesn't help us. If they know and they can't get in, or if they don't know, the end result is the same. We're on our own. Now quiet, I'm mathing here. I focus back on the numbers. Of course, I'm assuming the center of the dome is where the source will be as well. Is she always so weird? Kate finishes for our officer friend. See? Yes, but in a good way. Kate reaches back and rubs my head, tousling the hair that has gone beyond messy in the last 12 hours. The car goes silent as I work, or maybe I'm just too focused to hear them. Either way, I lose myself in the numbers until... Bingo! Got it! I hit the holo projector, bringing up a 3D wireframe map of the city. Can you take us here? I point. Tia looks at it for a second, her eyes coming to grips with where we are on this unfamiliar map. See, I can. It is possibly the richest neighborhood in the entire city. If Raphael is there, it's likely a mansion. Sally forth, I say. Kate rolls her eyes and groans as she turns around to face the front. She means let's go. Tia smiles, grinning as she turns. See, I have seen Army of Darkness. Ha! I let out a yell and thump Kate on the shoulder. Not everyone is as uncultured as you. I'm in hell, Kate mutters. Our plane crashed on the way here, and I'm in hell. It's the only explanation. You should be so lucky, I tell her. The streets by the seaside are much wider than the city's internal roads, making it easier for Tia to negotiate. We decide to ditch the M3, as nice as it is, because it's likely they are looking for it by now. Tia finds us a suitable alternative in the form of a brand-new Escalade. Can you work your computer wizardry on that? She asks, miming typing while she speaks. I give Tia a nod. She stops our car next to it, long enough for Kate to step out, opened my door, and heave me out. Tia drives off with the M3 almost before I'm out, and is gone around the next corner in seconds. Come on, we don't have much time, Kate says to me as she holds me up against the vehicle. Without responding, I open the scanner, commencing the program that allows me to lock onto the car's wavelength, and 30 seconds later, the engine starts and the doors pop open. Remind me to buy an older car, Kate says as she lifts me into the back. She doesn't wait for me to click in the seatbelt, just shuts the door and climbs into the passenger seat to wait for Tia. You can always have Epic encrypt it. Besides, I know you want a Lambo. Please, far too flashy for me. Tia trots around the corner, her head on a swivel as she makes sure no one is following her. She slips in and pulls the seatbelt down around her. I've always wanted to drive one of these. The Escalade slips through the night. There are few cars on the road. The occasional police car goes by with its lights on, but beyond that, not a lot of traffic. This is unusual. This city has 2 million people in it. There should be a lot more traffic on the road than this, Tia says. She deftly maneuvers the big SUV onto a side road, taking us away from the shore. Turn on the radio, I tell Kate.
This has been an announcement of the emergency population warning. This message will repeat in all languages.
Dang, we just missed English, I say. No worries. I understand enough of the languages we use in the city to translate. Tia adjusts the knob as the speaker begins again. If I had to guess, it was Portuguese this time. I understand enough Spanish to know when someone is using the same words, but not the syntax or pronunciation. They are asking all citizens to stay indoors, saying a chemical attack has taken place. I can't help but laugh. No matter where you go, your government lies to you. Amelia, behave, Kate says with a glare. Sorry, Tia. She shrugs. The truth is the truth. She listens for a few more seconds before continuing. They say the city is under emergency quarantine. Don't try to leave or call out. All communications and transportation out have been blocked. She looks back at me in alarm for a moment before continuing to repeat what she is hearing. Be on the lookout for the 3 women terrorists who perpetrated the attack. Their images will be sent to every cell phone and TV. If you see these terrorists, do not attempt to speak to them. Call the authorities immediately. Tia's voice trails off. She pulls out her cell phone and activates the display. Sure enough, pictures of the 3 of us flash on the screen. Shut it off and take the battery out. I don't know if they can track it without the cell provider's assistance, but there's no point in taking a chance, Kate tells her. Tia complies, opening the back and removing the battery before dropping the whole thing into the center console. Sorry, Tia, I whisper to her. I place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I hope my mama hasn't seen that. Her heart isn't so strong. We drive in silence for the next several minutes, turning on different roads, seemingly at random. Tia knows the streets well enough to get us where we're going without having to pass police barricades. Exactly how many countries are we going to end up being fugitives in, Amelia? Can we not do this in France? I like my apartment there, Kate says suddenly. My hackles rise for a second, before I realize she's joking. It's not my fault this stuff keeps happening. If it was up to me, I'd never leave my lab. Leave my lab. Leave my lab.
22.
The villas are breathtaking. Where the rest of the city is a hodgepodge of architecture, the villas on the hill overlooking the downtown core are a unified design of Argentinian glory. Manicured lawns, artistic statues, and stained glass windows that must look amazing in the sunlight adorn the property. Each villa sprawls over several acres. Some estates are large enough that only their rooftops can be glimpsed above the many trees protecting the occupants' privacy. That one, I say, pointing at the 4-story villa at the end of a cul-de-sac. The exterior walls protecting the property are twice my height. The only entrance I can see is a wrought iron gate that leads to a red brick driveway. I can't see where the drive terminates, but I imagine it is at the house. What's the plan? Tia asks. Kate looks back at me, her eyes darting downward for an instant. She doesn't say it, but I know what she's thinking, so I take the burden from her. The source of the dome has to be stationary, whatever it is. My calculations put it in just about the center of the villa. If the dome falls down from a central location, then putting it on a hill makes sense. It may be on a pedestal. I don't know enough to tell you anything else. I'm not even sure how to disrupt it. You're full of good news, Kate says. I'll wait here, I say with a wink to her, so she knows I'm okay with it. You two go in, find the source of the dome, and knock it out. Then I'll armor up and we can get the heck out of here. Sounds like a plan. Kate looks to Tia as she speaks. Are you okay with this? Breaking and entering, I mean. It is my job to protect the people of this city, not just uphold the law. So, yes. The 2 women exit the vehicle at the same time. Kate gives me one last smile before shutting the door with a thump. I watch the 2 of them move toward the wall. Kate flexes her legs and leaps over in one smooth action. Tia simply floats over the wall, and they both disappear. This is a terrible plan, I mutter to myself. Everyone in the car agrees with me. I pull up the clock on my wrist computer and set it to alert me in 5-minute intervals, or to signal me if it reaches epic. 5 minutes pass, and I reset the alarm. Then 10, 15. I break out in a cold sweat from worry. I don't know how long this is going to take, but Kate is an expert infiltrator. It shouldn't take that long. After 30 minutes, my anxiety gets the better of me. I flip on my wrist computer and scan for frequencies. I find 3. Tuning to each one, I locate the villa's security team. Unfortunately, they aren't speaking English, and I can only make out bits and pieces of their Spanish. Enough to know my friends have been caught. Dang it! I mutter as I crawl into the front seat. It's awkward as hell, pulling my legs around behind me. It takes far longer than I would like, but I'm eventually in the driver's seat. The entire time, my mind wonders how they could have been caught. It has to be another super, one we aren't already familiar with. Raphael owns a company full of them, it seems. How to help? I check out the Escalade. It has an autopilot function, which is helpful, but it's tied to the GPS. Not helpful. Accessing the code of the chip in the car only takes a few minutes, and then I have the function tied to my wrist computer. A few more modifications, and I can steer as well. Now I just need a plan. I take a quick pick of the VIN. I keep hoping I'll return one of these borrowed vehicles, but that doesn't seem likely. The wrought iron gate doesn't look terribly sturdy, more for privacy than for actual security. The guards with the SMGs probably provide enough of that. Speaking of which, I really don't want to rely on luck if they start shooting at me. With a sigh, I pull myself into the back seat, again, ignoring the ache running up and down my arms. Well, groaning in pain more than ignoring. Once I'm situated on the floor of the back seat, I pull up my computer. It's easy enough to display the car's different cameras so I can see to drive by. Thankfully, the designers were thoughtful enough to include night vision displays. The engine flares to life with a roar. I keep the lights off while I put it in gear and start my way back down the street. The SUV jerks around as I give it too much gas, then too much brakes, and it shakes me around in the back until I get the hang of it. It's not like I need fine control over it. I just need to cause a distraction for her, I say out loud to reassure myself. Once at the end of the block, I manage a 3-point turn that would make a driving instructor proud. I take a deep breath and focus my thoughts and feelings. Kate can read me, so she knows how I'm feeling. Not even light years of separation can dim it. Okay, hon. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. I give it the beans. The big V8 roars, the tires squeal, and we jet off toward the gate. I make it to third gear and 60 miles an hour when the grille smashes through the gate. The wrought iron crumples under 5,000 pounds of force. I flip the high beams on as the SUV bounces along the main path. 2 guards scream curses as they leap out of the way. I let out a yelp as I collide with the back seat before I'm thrown back down. The front wheels grab, and the SUV shoots off to the right, toward the trees. Not that way! I shout as I overcorrect. Glass rains down on me as the private security opens fire, shattering the windows. Bullets ping off the car as I manage to swing back around the path. A parked car looms in front of me, and too late, I realize I won't clear it. The truck jerks to the side with a horrendous wrench as I pull the grill off a Rolls-Royce. The rear camera shows the Rolls smashing sideways into a fountain. Sorry, I yell out instinctively as I steer around another obstacle. The house looms in front of me, and I punch it. The engine roars, speeding me toward the big double doors. I roll on my side and do my best to wedge myself between the seats. The impact sends a shudder through the whole vehicle. Metal, wood, and glass all rend, shatter, and break as the SUV crashes through the foyer and into the main room, only to hit the marble staircase. I scream as the front end of the vehicle climbs the stairs and flips on its side like a turtle. I manage to stay upright, wedged like I am, as the car slides to a halt. The engine continues to rev, trying desperately to keep the vehicle moving. After a few seconds, I kill it and let the engine die. The rear tires still spin, but without power, they slowly come to a halt.
Tell me, señorita, what exactly was your plan?
A man's voice filled with mirth says to me from above. I look up. He's pointing a gun at me, which sends an icicle of fear through my heart. I really hadn't thought that far ahead, I tell him. He laughs before placing the gun behind him. Taking a knee on the ruined door, he reaches down through the window and holds his hand out to me.
You are my kind of crazy,
he says as he pulls me up through the broken glass. I just hope it was crazy enough. Crazy enough. Crazy enough. 23. The room where they deposit me isn't empty. 5 men with submachine guns line the far wall, each dressed in a tan uniform, the same as the man who pulled me from the wreck of the SUV. 2 other men in fancy suits stand to one side, speaking quietly to the woman with the silver hair whose creepy fingers mind-controlled Tia. Of the 3 chairs in the center of the room, 2 are occupied. Tia is unconscious in one, slumped over to the side. Kate is in the other, hands and feet bound, with duct tape over her mouth. Concern and worry are plain on her face. I must not have been in time with my distraction. The nice man who laughed at me sits me down gently on the 3rd metal chair.
I hear you cannot walk. I don't know if you are brave or stupid to try what you did. Either way, do not make me hit a cripple, he says as he stands.
I hate that word. The genuine look in his eyes tells me he isn't an evil man, at least. Though it doesn't exactly take a humanitarian of the year to stop someone from hitting a woman in a wheelchair.
Domingo, did you search her?
The silver-haired witch asks him.
See, she has no weapons.
He leaves me unsecured. Not that I can get up and run away. I have to sort of lean back to avoid falling out of the plain metal folding chair. At least they could have put me in a chair with arms. I look over at Kate, her big green eyes full of worry. I hope she can pick up on my emotions. Despite what I told Domingo, I do have a plan. Loosely speaking. The 3 in charge continue to converse in hushed tones, while Domingo walks over and addresses his men. I glance down at my wrist computer and check the status. The computer has the house's internal security system zeroed in. With the tap of a few buttons, I have all the access I need. I just can't get too animated, otherwise they will wonder why I am so interested in my wrist. I shoot Kate a wink and smile. She rolls her eyes at me. The witch pats the 2 men on their shoulders before walking over to me. She looms above, gray eyes glaring down at me.
You've caused us a lot of trouble.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I had no idea, I say in my best Valley Girl accent. Her eyes narrow at me.
Americans,
she mutters.
Now isn't the time for a flippant attitude.
Is that later, or did I miss the window to be disrespectful to the evil villains? Her hand shoots up, and the eerie white light envelops her fingers. I say, holding my wrist up with my fingers on the pad.
What is that?
She asks, taking a step back. Everyone in the room stops talking, all eyes turning to me. My failsafe. You see, your boss thinks I'm like Erickson. But what your El Jefe doesn't realize is that I have nightmares about Erickson. I didn't leave my lab for a solid month after my encounter with him. And you know what happened the first time I did? I ask, looking around the room, making sure I have their attention. She shakes her head, eyes glancing between my wrist and face. I was abducted by aliens. Aliens! Can you believe it? I sure couldn't. So, what we have here, I nod to her, is a brainwave scanner hooked up to a ZPFM in an overload loop. I'm sure you know what brainwaves are? She nods. I can see fear creeping into her as understanding dawns. Excellent! The ZPFM is a design of my own. It's an unlimited power source. This has about as much self-contained energy as a nuclear reactor. Now they're really afraid. The guards are all backing off toward the door. The witch takes a step back. Interestingly enough, the other 2 men don't move. If you use your powers on me, my brainwaves change, and this thing goes boom. I figure it will release energy equivalent to a few tons of TNT. In case you're wondering, that is enough to level a square mile. So please, mind control me, I tell her with a glare.
You wouldn't kill your friends or yourself so frivolously,
she says with confidence I don't think she feels. Lady, I most certainly would. I hit the button. She screams, reaching for my arm. I squeeze my eyes shut. I wasn't lying. I do have it hooked up to a ZPFM. It's slightly smaller than a thumbnail, and it can produce as much power as a nuclear reactor. Theoretically, not practically. This one can produce more than enough for my needs. All the lights in the room vanish, plunging us into darkness. The holographic interface lights up and fires off a brilliant white strobe light. The sudden darkness, followed by the strobe, disorient and blind those in the room. those who didn't have their eyes closed. "Kate, full beast mode!" Whatever they had binding her might have been strong enough to resist her flesh, despite the fact that she is far stronger than any human has a right to be. But her metal arm? Nope. Metal pings as she shatters it. Her chair falls over, and in 2 steps she lunges at the witch, swinging her arm hard up under the gray-eyed woman's chin. The blow connects, and the witch staggers back to the wall before slumping down in a stupor. The moment her mind is freed, Tia snaps out of whatever trance she was in and growls. The chair rends with a horrid, painful squeal as the amazing woman increases her mass to the point the tile floor cracks under her. She yells and charges the guards. I hit the button canceling the strobe, then turn the lights back on. Dust sprinkles down on me from the ceiling, as each step Tia takes is like a herd of rhinos bearing down on the 5 guards. The first one goes for his weapon when Tia backhands him. It's like he's hit by a semi. The man flies against the far wall, crumpling on impact with the sound of broken bones. The others, including Domingo, throw up their hands. They aren't stupid. Their weapons clatter to the ground as she approaches them, each step shaking the building. "Tia?" I yell to get her attention. "Rein it in!" She looks down at herself and does a little shake. Her body seems to shrink, though I know it's a trick of her powers. She doesn't actually grow or shrink, but something about her taking on so much mass and density changes the air around her. It's fascinating. I could spend a year studying the way her powers work. "Just so you know," she looks at the men she has backed up against the wall, "I still have the mass of a bull elephant. So try me, see?"
"We don't have any powers. We're just paid security,"
Domingo explains. He takes one knee, then another.
"Don't kill us, por favor."
I shake my head. "Domingo, seriously? She's wearing a police officer's uniform? What kind of people do you think you're working for?" His eyes go wide as he recognizes it. Tia long since lost her badge, and the uniform is more than a bit smudgy. But now that he knows...
"I'm very sorry. We all have to make a living. Believe me, I didn't know you were policia."
Tia nods. "I believe you. Now stay over there and be a good boy." She carefully steps on each of their discarded weapons. The crack is audible in the small room. The last 2 men haven't made a move toward us, just backed up with their hands raised to waist level. Now that I have a second, I realize they are twins. One has a beard, full, just past his chin. The other one is clean-shaven, not so much as a whisper of hair. While Kate binds the witch in the same ultra-strong steel wire they used on her, I flop over a little to my left, holding myself up with my arms to look at the 2 men. I hate this. I feel useless in these situations. "Hi," I say, waving at them. "I'm Amelia. Who are you?" Beard Bro looks at Clean Shave apprehensively.
"I'm Orlando Moras,"
Clean Shave says.
"And this is my brother Carlos."
I glance at Kate, who shoots me a grin. "I sure wish he was here, too," she says, referring to Mr. Perfect as she puts the last strap around the witch's eyes. "Wait a second." Kate stands up swiftly, eyes on the twins' faces. "You're the magnificent Moras brothers?" They both stand a little taller when she recognizes them.
"Si,"
Orlando says, patting his chest, not unlike an ape in the wild. "What the hell are you 2 doing working for scum like Raphael? What are you doing down here at all? I caught your act last year, and it was good," she says. "Act?" I ask. "They're stage magicians. From Vegas. Good ones, too," Kate says. She walks over to me and takes a knee, giving me something other than the chair to lean on.
"We're here because what Raphael is doing is right,"
Carlos speaks up. Orlando puts a hand on his shoulder to restrain him. Clearly, the bearded fellow is eager to convince us of his righteous crusade. "He's imprisoned an entire city. How many people died today because of him? How do you justify that?" I ask them. I'm not angry or anything. I'm curious. Also, I want them to talk a little more. The more they talk, the more info they will give us. Kate is already going to town, filling the room with her pheromones to gently persuade them to be honest.
"Sometimes you have to do bad to do good,"
Carlos says. He pulls on his suit jacket indignantly. "How does hurting innocent people do good? And who are you doing the good for? Surely not the people who died tonight," I tell him. He looks at his brother, then back to me before answering.
Sacrifices must be made.
God, where have I heard all this before? Oh, right, everywhere. It's what the Nazis said. It's what the jihadists say to get people to blow themselves up. It's what Erickson said. I've read it in history books. And I'm sure the list goes on and on. Never your sacrifice, though, am I right? Always the poor innocent slob who's just trying to make ends meet for his family. Or the soldier or police officer who just want to do their job. It's always them, right? Never you in your ivory tower looking down at all the peons with the sure knowledge that you know what is best for the rest of us. And if some of those peons have to die for that to happen, well then, sacrifices must be made. I glance over at the guns littering the floor. Probably a good thing I don't have one right now, because I swear, it doesn't matter if you think the greater good is at stake if you have to kill an innocent person to do it. Do you know what that makes you? It makes you a monster. Good people do not kill good people in order to stop evil people. Period. Carlos spits at me. It falls far short.
You're a hypocrite. Are you the only one who gets to decide when people should die? We all know you wiped out an entire species just because you could. What happens when you think it's justified to do the same here?
His words cut me to the quick. The room wobbles a bit, and I'm suddenly having trouble sitting on the chair. The floor is far more comfortable anyway, and I end up on it. Amelia? Kate's voice is a million miles away. I shake my head, trying to clear the noise. We were at war, I whisper. You didn't see what they did to Luxilla. You don't know.
I guess we'll never know, Puda, since you murdered 10 billion people in their sleep,
Carlos says. The contempt in his voice hurts my heart. A low growl fills the room as Kate crosses the distance in a heartbeat. Her clawed hand wraps around his neck and she slams him into the wall. You will keep a civil tongue in your mouth, or I will rip it out. Understand? Carlos's feet dangle 6 inches off the ground, and he has both hands on her wrist, trying to hold himself up.
My brother is excitable,
Orlando says, holding his hands up.
But he truly believes in what we are doing. However, even if we wanted to fight, this isn't how our magic works. We are no threat to either of you. Please do not kill him.
Orlando, with his smooth face and slick features, certainly seems to be the more sensible of the two. That was never a question, Kate says as she drops Carlos to the ground. The bearded man sputters and gasps as oxygen flows back into him. We don't murder people for disagreeing with us. If we kill, it's to save lives, others or our own. The problem with your ideology is, she says, kneeling down to the coughing man, once you accept that it's okay for others to die unwillingly for your greater good, then anything and everything becomes acceptable. Internment camps, mass executions, death squads. And suddenly we have Stalin, Hitler, and Mao. But now with superpowers. Kate is saying everything I want to say, but I'm too stunned to do so. You see that woman over there? She's the only reason any of us are still alive. She risked her life for you, and you pay her back by murdering innocent people and trying to kill her. You're not fit to breathe the same air as her. The sheer intensity rolling off of her is palatable. Carlos opens his mouth to speak, and Kate growls at him. Your betters are speaking. Do not speak unless you are told to. The weight of what she says is more than just a suggestion. It's a command. Carlos's mouth snaps shut. Kate stands, dusting off her shirt as if something disgusting had touched her. I close my eyes for a second and try to regain my wits. She's right. I didn't have a choice. It was us or them, and I chose us. I didn't go looking for the fight, but I ended it. That is the difference. I'm okay, I whisper. I don't feel okay, but I can deal with that later. Uh-huh. Kate helps me back into the chair, not leaving my side, giving me someone to lean against. Regardless, how do we shut off the force field? I ask the brothers.
You can't,
Orlando says. He quickly raises his arms to ward off Kate's fury.
The spell expires at dawn. We were to renew it.
She cocks her head to the side as she reads him. Truth. Sort of. He's hiding something. For the first time since we started this conversation, Orlando's calm mask slips.
How do you know?
She smiles. Empath. You can't hide the truth. Now tell me the rest. He nods. His brother, who still sits on the ground next to him where Kate left him, without making a sound, slaps Orlando's foot, defiance plain on his face.
Perhaps you would like to spend the rest of your life in jail for the cause, little one, but I don't, Orlando says with a sigh. Raphael brought us down here on the promise he could increase our magical potential.
I shake my head. You can't. I know you all believe it's magic, but trust me, it's just physics. You can no more increase your level of power by study than Kate can increase her strength by working out.
See, that is what I believed as well. But my brother...
He glances down at his bearded twin, whose eyes plead with him to stop.
He also liked what Raphael had to say about the supers, about the Thun, and how everything that is wrong with the world was because of people like you. When you returned, he felt like it was the perfect time to make a statement.
How did he know I would come down here? I ask. The nagging feeling in my gut tells me I already know.
He hired some men, gave them weapons you designed, and sent them after you.
He drops his head in shame as he speaks, looking at the ground.
I watched the news when they attacked you. I didn't know.
They almost killed me, I growl.
See, I know.
He goes quiet, and I work through my rage. Enough, Amelia. Focus. Okay, forget all that. He sold my armor. I can get it back. What is he trying to accomplish? Orlando looks back at me and shrugs.
He wants to kill you, I know that. He hates you or what you stand for. He talks about this man, Erickson, the one who tried to kill the world's leaders. He talks about him and you as if you were the same.
How did you increase your power? Kate asks.
He has a gem on him, a red one. He says it's a mystical artifact from a bygone era. When we touched it, everything became more clear. After that, it was easy to create the dome.
I nod. That doesn't make sense, per se, and yet it does. If he has some kind of amplifier... Kate, do you think that is why his team went mad? He amplified their abilities until it drove them crazy? Her eyes go wide as saucers. I suppose if the energy they were channeling was more than their minds could handle, then yeah. He's been planning this a long time, I say. What do we do? Tia asks. I glance at my computer. 4 hours until the sun comes up. 4 hours until I can contact the outside world and let them know what is going on. 4 hours until I can call my armor. Find some food. I'm starving, I say with a grin. 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 24. The witch wakes up when I'm halfway through my ham and cheese sandwich. She shoots hatred at us with her eyes, and then at the security men who are all sitting in the corner eating as well. It's not their fault they work for an evil overlord. All Kate could find in the fridge was bottled water, so I'm choking down one of those with my meal. I swear, if this is my last meal, I'm going to be pissed. My arms and shoulders still ache, but at least Kate found me some Advil while searching for food, for me to take while we wait until dawn. The brothers declined to eat, and instead sit on opposite ends of the room. I don't know how their powers work, but I don't want to risk a force field cutting me in half. Don't glare at them, woman, Tia says defiantly, raising her chin just slightly as she speaks. They are honorable men just doing their job to feed their families. You have power and you abuse it. You don't see them running around sticking up people with guns just because they have them, Tia continues. She marches over to the witch and kneels down to glare at her. You are the worst kind of scum. People like you are why people like me do what we do. It is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak, not to sacrifice them for some misguided attempt at a greater good. I'm just taking a wild guess, but Tia is pissed about being mind-controlled, twice. Easy there, girl. She's not going to do that again, I tell Tia. She better not, or the next time I'm going to fall on her like a cruise ship. As Tia stands and turns, the overwhelming feeling of weight fills the room. The tiles crack under her feet, and the walls shake as she walks back toward the security guards. How dense and massive can you become? I ask out of scientific curiosity. I stopped a train once. It took a lot out of me. She shrugs, as if stopping a train is no big deal. For most super-strong heroes, the ones with the F5 strength and invulnerability, mass is their weakness. No matter how strong you are, at a certain point, mass, or weight, is going to win out over strength. The only person I can think of that got around it was Sidney when he was the Protector. I think that had more to do with his armor than anything else. Discounting him, there are only so many things a super-strong individual can do. Stopping trains isn't one of them. Even if they could deadlift a train, the sheer weight and momentum would either push them out of the way or pull them off their feet. "You stopped a train?" Kate asks. "How?" Tia smiles. "I got on the back, dangled my feet off the end, then increased my mass until my feet were dragging through the dirt. I just kept increasing until I outmassed the train. It eventually came to a stop." I do some quick math in my head, very loose numbers because I don't know how much the train weighed or anything, but still. "Amelia, are you okay?" Kate asks after a moment. I realize I'm staring off at the wall. I blink several times to clear my noggin. "Yeah, that's more mass than... I mean, you could launch someone to the moon with that much mass." "I slept for a week afterward and ate like a starving horse. All things being equal, I would not like to do it again," she says with a smile. "I hear that. I've done plenty of things I don't want to do again." And plenty of things I do. Dang it, Amelia. Why did you have to go and think about Luke? Ever since I got back, things between us have been strained. I'd love nothing more than to take a couple of weeks off and go spend some time on a beach with him. Have dinner, watch some Trek, talk a little about marriage. A shrill chirp emanates from my wrist computer. Dang, Kate, we've got to roll. I throw up the house security monitors into a hollow to show her. Several vans pull up the driveway, skidding to a halt on the pavement. Armed men in black uniforms and balaclavas leap out, running for the villa. "Tia," Kate says, pointing at the far wall. "Make us an exit." The Argentinian officer smiles, and the air around her wavers. She runs toward the far wall, each step shaking the room. When she hits it, the concrete and plaster shatter, one wall after another as she keeps running. Kate picks me up and slings me on her back, with my arms under her shoulders and her hands under my thighs. "Wait," I tell her as she turns to follow Tia. "We don't have a lot of time," Kate reminds me. "They can't renew their shield when the sun comes up, or we are well and truly dead," I tell her as I gesture at the brothers. I don't have a solution. Clearly, the obvious isn't an answer. Yes, they are trying to kill me, but I am not them. I don't murder people on the hopes that it will save me. "Can you knock one of them out or use your empathy or something?" Kate shakes her head. "This isn't a movie, Amelia. Head injuries are dangerous. My empathy takes time. Time we don't have." I let out a growl. "Orlando, you're coming with us." I hate this, but unless I can come up with something else, it's the only solution. "No!" his brother screams. Carlos leaps off the floor and runs toward Kate. She shifts my weight to the side so fast I almost fall off, and she backhands him with her bionic arm. Carlos flies across the room to slam into the far wall. He slides down to the floor, dazed but conscious. "Orlando, follow Tia. Move!" The magician nods, eyes on his brother as he moves through the hole Tia has made. As we leave, I see Domingo look to me. He smiles and gives me a small nod. I hope the witch didn't see it. I'd hate for him to get in trouble. Tia's exit extends through several rooms and finally out the back of the house. The last room we go through is a kitchen. Water sprays from several ruptured pipes. I can't help but smile. What an awesome power! She waits for us at the base of a small hill, hands on knees as she breathes deep. "Making mass is a lot easier than shedding it," she explains as we approach. Orlando keeps looking over his shoulder as we proceed up the hill to the back fence. "We don't have time to lollygag," I tell him. He keeps hanging back, looking for help. "Orlando, we're not going to hurt you. I just need that shield to go down when the sun comes up."
"See, I believe you, Miss Lockhart. It's just, I worry about my brother."
"I would too if I had one. I'm sure he'll be fine." I need to focus on what we're doing. I bring up my computer and kill all the security cams for the entire house, followed by the lights. Just for fun, I jack up the furnace to the max. An alert flashes across my screen, letting me know they are trying to take the system back over. My fingers fly across the virtual keyboard. It only takes a few seconds to encrypt the entire system. They will have to spend a week trying to break it. I grin as I hit the execute button. Until they shut the furnace off, that house will be unlivable. I can feel your satisfaction. What did you do? Kate asks, glancing back at me as much as our position will allow. Nothing bad. Now mush! I will throw you over the next fence if you say that again, she tells me in mock anger. At least, I think it's mock. Turns out the next fence was just past a small stand of trees. Not a secure fence, more like a privacy fence. Tia climbs over with an easy leap. Kate sits me down against the wall, then turns to help Orlando over. She forms a step with her hands, and he places one foot in them. Coming at you, Tia, she says. With a heave, she lifts him up, and he climbs over the fence. Got him, Tia says. Okay, you're next, she tells me. She lifts me up over her head as high as she can. It's high enough to grip the far edge and hold myself in place. She leaps up to the top of the fence with the grace of a tiger. Once up there, she lifts me up and then lowers me down to Tia's waiting hands. Kate stays at the top for a moment, looking back the way we came. I can see some flashlights, but nothing else. I think we're clear for the moment. Kate jumps down to land with a thump next to us. She freezes for a moment, her eyes doing that thing she does when she's reading emotions. Slowly, her head turns to face Orlando as she stands up. Orlando, is there something you would like to share? A look of alarm crosses his face. How? She's an empath, Orlando. You can't hide anything from her, no matter how embarrassing. Believe me, I've tried, I say with a grin. It's not that you can't hide things, Amelia. You're just bad at it, Kate says. I stick my tongue out at her. Tia stifles a chuckle. See, so you said in the villa, but how you say, seeing is believing? I love my brother. Do you understand what that means? He asks. I nod, not speaking, but letting him continue. I'm here to support him. He cannot work magic on his own. It's as if we are both one half of the power set. I don't think the way he thinks. Kate nods. I understand. He looks down at his feet, pushing pebbles around. Raphael, he has many mages down here. More than I knew existed in the world. 100 at least. I let out a whistle. 100 supers, all with magical powers? What else? Kate asks. I can tell she's using her full power now, not just relying on his sudden streak of honesty. He's wealthy, incredibly so. Far more than could be legitimate. And it's all very recent. He has a massive covered dry dock down on the wharf, outside the dome. Every few weeks he would go down there. When he came back, he'd have pallets of cash brought to the main center, along with jewels and precious metals. My naturally suspicious mind kicks in. How do you know all of this? He sighs. My brother was very eager to prove our usefulness. When it became apparent what we could do, he had us touch his gem for a few seconds. For my brother, it was like he found God or something. For me, it gave me a glimpse of Raphael's mind and memories. A shudder runs through the mage as he speaks. Kate gives me a slight nod, letting me know he's telling the truth. You saw this in his mind? Kate asks. See, he's an evil man. He truly believes he's doing this for the greater good, but he has no illusions about the evil he commits. I sigh. Orlando, if we let you go, can you keep your head down until morning? I can't do this with the barrier up, and it will be a lot easier to get away if we're not towing you. He looks to Kate, then Tia, and finally me. The sorrow in his eyes is plain. You believe me, then? Yes, Kate says, because you're telling the truth. He nods. See, I can. There is an empty house not far away. I can hide there. If we don't renew the spell at dawn, we won't be able to recast it again until the sun goes down. I won't have to hide for very long. Okay, get out of here, I tell him. He doesn't need me to say it twice. We watch him run down the street until he disappears into the shadows. What happens if they find him? Tia asks. I don't think he'll willingly renew the spell, now that he knows, Kate answers. What now? She asks me. I check my computer. 3 hours to go. We keep running. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running. 25. Tia takes the lead, running between buildings, down hills, and across a stream. We come out the backside of the villas. The mansions all rest on top of a series of hills, so most of our travel is downhill. The lack of sleep and exertion takes its toll on all of us. Kate is breathing hard by the time we make it to a small strip mall with an empty parking lot and few lights. She gently leans me against the wall and helps me slide to a sitting position before she does the same. "Oh, I'm beat," she says. "I'm glad we got to eat," Tia says as she joins us on the ground. She leans against a dumpster in the wall, trying to rest her weary head. I nod absently. I'm working the problem. Staying ahead of them for a few hours shouldn't be a problem. Once the sun comes up and communications are reestablished, the rest should be easy peasy. "What?" Kate asks, reading my emotions. "Something Orlando said is nagging on me. The thing about Raphael's income." She nods, waiting for me to work through my thoughts. This is how we do it. I throw things at her until something sticks. "When I crashed here, you were fighting a giant robot thing in San Diego, right? Luke mentioned something about attacks, and when I had Epic compile a list of things I'd missed, I do recall there being a section labeled Giant Robot Robberies. Tell me about that?" Tia smiles. "That was all over the news. We certainly live in interesting times." "There isn't much to tell," Kate says. "I think there were 6 attacks around the globe. Financial centers, all of them. Hundreds of millions were stolen in total, but Milton said it was never about the money, and he kept trying to figure out what the real goal was." I nod. Not about the money? How could it be? Giant robots made of impenetrable materials would be worth billions, far more than what they could ever steal. Unless the stealing was to hide something else. "Kate, how do you hide a murder?" I ask her. "Someone hid a murder?" she asks, eyes perking up. "No," I say, shaking my head. "Theoretically, how do you hide a murder?" She shrugs. I glance at Tia and raise an eyebrow in question to her. "No body, no crime?" Tia asks, shrugging her shoulders. I shake my head. "No. Well, I mean, yes, but no. You hide a murder by killing several people at the same time. If someone blows up a bus, they aren't looking for why you did it. If you don't look for the why, then you have a much harder time finding the person who committed the crime. What if those robberies were just a smokescreen?" "You mean he was after something specific with his heists, but because giant robots, no one bothered to look deeper into it?" I nod. "How long after they seized my lab did the robots show up?" I ask her. It's a long shot, but the fact that no one took them down until I hit one with an alien ship tells me I'm likely right. "A month, maybe 2, she says. "When they attacked, why didn't Carlos take them out?" Tia looks back the way we came, then to us, confusion playing across her features. "Carlos? The mage?" I wave my hand at her. "No, sorry, the protector. His name is Carlos." "Oh," she says. "Is he as handsome with the helmet off as he is in it?" The total non sequitur catches me by surprise. For an instant, I see Kate blush. Blush! "Yes," Kate whispers. Back on track. Why wasn't the protector there to take them out?" "They always coincided with a natural disaster or a large accident. I think the first one happened just after an earthquake in Chile," Kate says. Her eyes go up as she thinks. She rubs her face in exhaustion, and I know exactly how she feels. My bones hurt. "I don't know, Amelia. I'm too tired to think. Just make your point already." "It isn't hard to figure out that the protector is about saving lives. If you could make a disaster happen, or act quickly enough after it did, then you could guarantee he would never interfere, like in Arizona." "You mean when the armory attacked you?" I nod. "They were waiting for me. They knew where we would be and knew when to attack. The only thing they didn't know was how close Carlos and I are. That he would come if I really called, because he knew I wouldn't call him from his duty unless my life was in danger." Tia makes a little motion with her hand to get my attention. "Isn't your life always in danger?" I start to tell her no. Then I realize it is. Yes, but I can handle just about anything that comes my way. The armory tore apart my suit like it was cotton candy. They knew exactly where to hit me. Just because I'm having a challenge doesn't mean I am going to call every hero I know and have them drop what they are doing to help me. After all, they have their challenges too. In the police, we always call for backup, but I guess when you can fly and stuff, you don't always need it, Tia says. Whatever he was after with his heists, does it matter? Kate asks. Maybe. It's possible he really was after the money, or multiple things. Maybe he was using some sort of system to determine natural disasters and testing it as he went. Regardless, we need to get down to the docks and get inside that building. I had a feeling that was what you were going to say. That's miles away, Amelia. Can't we just wait here for sunup and... As if the universe hears Kate's plea, a bright light flashes overhead, followed by the roar of helicopter blades.
You are surrounded. Do not move. Lay down on your stomach and...
Tia leaps up, lifts the dumpster she was resting on as if it weighed nothing, and chucks it at the chopper. The pilot sees it coming and veers hard over, but he isn't fast enough. The metal bin collides with the tail rotor in a shower of sparks. Kate throws herself over me as bits of metal and trash rain down. The chopper spins out of control, disappearing behind the buildings. We need to move, Kate says. She leaps up, lifting me onto her back. Before I can get a good hold, she takes off running. She's slower than she's been all night. The constant running and fighting are taking their toll on her. Sirens and shouts follow us as we run past the strip mall, through another alley, then follow Tia as she leaps a fence into a backyard. Within a minute, we're running between houses, dodging patrols and trying to stay out of the light. We stop to rest next to a stucco-covered yellow house with a shaggy lawn. Eventually, they are going to find us, Tia says. It also won't take them long to figure out where we're going. I nod my head. If they have as many superpowered assets as Orlando claims, it won't be long before they send them in, especially once they find out the barrier is coming down at dawn. A plan starts to form. A risky plan. Oh, no you don't, Amelia Lockhart, Kate says. Her powers allow her to feel my emotions, and it's an easy leap for her to guess what I am going to say next. I think it's the only way, I tell her. I glance around. We're exhausted. Tia and Kate especially, since they've been carrying the burden, literally all night. I am not abandoning you, Kate says. You're not. Let's find a modern car, one I can hack, and I'll take off toward the docks. Meanwhile, you two make a ruckus and draw them away from there. Once the sun comes up, I can call for reinforcements, and we can blow this whole thing wide open. She shakes her head. No. Kate, it's the only thing I can think of. Even if you get caught, they're likely to bring you to the docks once they figure out that's where I am. This is a good plan. I can see her resolve weakening. Hun, you can't carry me all night. It's 7 miles to where we need to go. You're not that strong. Defiance flashes in her eyes for a second, followed by resignation. You're right, I can't. I can barely carry you now. I don't think I could make it that far, she says. I'm sorry, I'm only strong when I'm massive, and then I can't move very fast, Tia adds. It's a good plan. They are looking for 3 women. They won't even bat an eye at 1 woman alone. At least not until it's too late. For the record, if you die, I'm throwing you under the bus so Luke doesn't kill me, she says. I'm not going to die. I promise. I promise. I promise. 26. I liked this plan a lot more when Kate and Tia were next to me. Now they're running down the street back the way we came, disappearing into the shadows. We picked an SUV, hoping the higher elevation and tinted windows would obscure me enough to hide my identity. I make sure I take a pic of the VIN so I can repay the owner. I feel bad about stealing his truck. Thankfully, he also works at Papel Prensa, a local paper mill, and left his work hat in the passenger's seat. I slip it on and pull the visor low. Now I look just like an average person on their way to work. Nothing to see here. I hope. I head the Chevy Tahoe onto the street. It isn't a BMW, but it does the trick. I keep my hands low on the wheel since I'm actually controlling the vehicle from my wrist computer. I don't think the designers ever had this in mind. However, if you put a computer with a wireless connection in something, That something will be hacked and used in ways the designers never intended. The GPS beeps at me to turn as it takes me to Zona Portuia. The farthest pier north in the harbor has a massive hangar-like facility used to repair ships, or at least it used to be. The half-dome is high enough off the ocean's surface to drive a cargo ship into. It's also completely concealed. It doesn't take much imagination to think they might be hiding something else in there. Being alone and unable to communicate with Kate if I'm in trouble is the hardest part of this plan. I've grown so used to my independence. First because of my regular armor, then my alien set, that being without it and without Epic is frustrating. I just don't know how to fix it without fighting the government over my right to hang on to the fruits of my labor. I certainly don't want to be the cause of a world war. Which sounds exactly like what would have happened if they hadn't found the solution they did. They were just stupid in who they trusted. Inky black skies turn gray as I drive the quiet streets. A helicopter passes by overhead, but far enough up that I only hear it and see the flashing lights. It takes me almost an hour to navigate through to the downtown core and then to the coast. The barrier's effect is obvious. Huge sections of the city are cut off. The barrier doesn't extend out to the ocean, though, so I can't actually get to where I want to be. But I can see it. Now what? The city comes alive as dawn approaches. Despite the barrier and the state of emergency, life goes on. Coffee shops open and restaurants fill the air with delicious smells. People got to work and eat. I check my clock. 15 minutes to actual dawn, even though it's light enough to see now. I have the wrist computer set to tell me when it happens. The moment I have access, I'm bringing the thunder. I can't help but grin thinking about it. I'm so lost in thought, I don't notice the police officer until he's knocking on my window. Ah, crap. I roll the window down and give him my most adorable smile.
You can't park here,
he tells me. I look around, searching for a sign or something I missed. Okay, I'll move right now. He nods, stepping back, but then he looks back at me. As his eyes narrow, I realize the jig is up. The engine roars to life as I start it and slam the throttle all the way forward. The big SUV bucks as I plow over a bicycle stand. It's not my fault. I only know how to drive from Forza. I can't hear him shouting, but I see him waving his arms in the rearview mirror before he tilts his head to speak on the radio. Crap. I managed to get the beast on the road, bringing the front end to a semblance of control as I floor it down the long straight street that runs parallel to the one I need. The barrier is 1 block east of me, following the road that runs perpendicular to the docks. If I can just find a place to... The SUV slams to a halt and the airbag explodes in my face, sending me flying backward into the seat. Through the haze, I hear the door open. I blink, trying to clear my mind, but the impact from the airbag leaves me feeling fuzzy. My face aches where it hit. My arms flop around uselessly. I'm trying to reach for the door when it pops open.
Yep, that's her. Tell El Jefe we have her.
I don't recognize the voice. I try to raise my arm, but my whole body is stunned by the impact. My eyes refuse to focus. I hear the seatbelt snap, and then a rough hand grabs me by the hair and yanks me out of the truck. My fingers fumble for handholds, but I can't make them grasp. I hit the ground hard, land on my shoulder, then roll to my back and look up. I don't recognize the costumes, but there are 3 of them in matching outfits. Red and black, with diamonds, spades, and clubs on them, each one with a different symbol but the same motif. The one who grabbed me has diamonds on his shirt. They're all wearing black capes and thin masks that barely cover their eyes. "What?" I managed to spit out. "You all get lost from the poker convention?"
Funny,
Diamond says.
Club, pick her up.
It's then that I notice the 3 of them are all men. Large men, like Luke. Club is bigger than the other 3, with muscles on his muscles and a shiny bald head. He lifts me like I'm nothing, throwing me over his shoulder in a fireman's carry.
Let Hart know we're coming. Spade?
By your leave, the man answers in an overly formal and annoying voice. He waves his hands around, and all of a sudden we lift into the air as if we're on magic carpet. I must have hit my head harder than I thought, I mutter from over Club's shoulder. I'm trapped in a Vegas circus act.
I can add some broken ribs to your struggles if you like, Diamond threatens. Or you can shut the hell up.
What crawled into your pants and died? I say. Club lets out a hearty laugh. His shaking disturbs my injuries, and I let out an audible, "Ow!" We slow down after a moment and descend rapidly. The ground comes up, and I close my eyes, thinking we're going to hit. At the last second, we come to a gentle halt and land with barely a bump.
"Put her over there and bind her arms. Hart told us what she did with her computer. None of that now,"
Diamond says. We're in a small park opposite the hangar I was trying to get to. It's the kind of park people have lunch in, situated between the two roads. A small tree grants some shadows over a park bench. Club jerks me off his shoulder and slams me down on the wooden bench.
"Hands,"
he orders in a guttural tone. "Feet," I say in response. He smiles, leans over, and grabs both my wrists in one of his hands, producing a roll of duct tape. He binds my wrists together, wrapping them 3 times before he secures them to the park bench. Which really sucks. In order to call down my armor, I have to hit a button. I also need my wrists to not be bound. Of course, any minute now the sun is going to peak, and the barrier will drop. At least then, Epic will be able to find me. Maybe Carlos will even fall from the sky. Any minute now. Minute now. Minute now. 27. "Something's wrong," Kate said, her hand pushing hair behind an ear as she turns to look back the way they had come. For the last hour, the forces of Raphael had followed them north. Now, suddenly, they pulled back. As she watched, the 2 police cars that were closing in on them turned off their lights and sped off to the west. She checked her watch for the 100th time. The sun would be up in a mere minute, and then Amelia could armor up. She'd be fine. Then why did Kate feel a distinct amount of anxiety coming from her friend? Despite the distance, Kate could always feel Amelia's emotional state. And right now it wasn't good. "We need to head for the harbor," she said, jumping down the 30 feet from the rooftop as if it were nothing. Floating behind her like a leaf on the wind, their local police guide, Tia, drifted down to touch the ground next to her. "They could just be heading for their base." Kate shook her head. "No, they have her. I can feel it. Which way to the pier?" Tia pointed off in the direction of the coming light. "Come on, we don't have much time." Kate took off at a run. Despite her exhaustion, she pushed herself to move as fast as she could. Her friend was in trouble. "I knew this was a bad idea," she muttered to herself as she dodged around garden gnomes that populated this part of the city's housing. "It will take us an hour to run there," Tia said to her as they jogged. "I know, but we need to hurry." "I have a plan, but you'll have to trust me," Tia told her. Kate pulled up short and looked the Argentinian woman up and down. Kate's powers precluded people's ability to lie to her. However, the less she knew someone, the harder it was to pick up on subtle deceits. Had Tia played along all night just to wait for the opportune moment to betray them? Not only did her powers say no, but Kate's instincts said no as well. "Okay, I trust you. What's your plan?" "Well, your powers work better the closer and longer you're around someone. So, we get arrested," she said with a grin. Tia cupped her hands together and started yelling, "Policia! Policia! Policia!" It didn't take long for the lights in the nearby homes to light up. Kate joined the chorus, and within a few minutes, the 2 women were staring down the barrel of a gun. 28. Sunlight peeks over the harbor. Within seconds of the light touching the barrier, it dissolves like so much foam in the sea. I let out a sigh of relief, glancing down at my wrist computer. Sure enough, it beeps, letting me know the connection to Epic is alive. Now, all I have to do is figure out a way to... A rough hand smacks the back of my head. A series of sparks and stars swim through my vision from the blow.
"Stop struggling or I'll hit you harder, got it?"
Club says. "Dude, I'm a scientist. Stop hitting me in the head," I spit out.
"Stop trying to escape,"
he counters. "Fair enough," I say with a shrug. Leaning back, I try to move my wrists a lot more subtly. Captain Club doesn't notice unless I get too animated, so I'll need to move real slow-like. "What's your superpower anyway?" I ask him. "Looking like an idiot in a leotard?" He growls at me.
"No, I'm an F5 strongman. Strongest there is now that you killed Behemoth."
Images of the giantess floating off into space flash through my vision. I didn't kill her, I say.
Sure, that's why she's gone. Because you did nothing.
How can this big idiot be right and wrong at the same time? I shake my head. Whatever. I don't have time to argue with him. I just need him to leave me alone for a few minutes so I can get free. Diamond and Spade are a few feet away, whispering something to each other. When Diamond holds his hand to his ear in the universal, "I've got mail" move.
Raphael wants us to bring her to the docks so he can take care of her, he says to the other two. Hart will meet us there.
Club tears through the duct tape holding me to the bench like it isn't even there, then throws me over his shoulder, rough enough that I bounce against the steel-hard muscles in his back. "So, Club, you're super strong. What's Diamond?" I ask the brute.
He's tough. Can't be hurt,
he says while walking slowly across the street. "What about Spade?"
He makes everyone float. A spade kind of looks like a leaf. See?
He says, twisting slightly so I can indeed see. That actually makes sense in a weird sort of way. I take it Hart is because she can control people? I ask.
Yep, you got it. See, it isn't a bad little motif after all.
I don't say anything else as he carries me across the street. They have the pedestrian doors to the hangar open, and I catch a glimpse of what's waiting for me. Hart stands next to it in her costume, with a cloak added so she looks like the rest of her team. She smiles at me as we go by, not the fun kind of smile, but the cat who caught the canary smile. Inside the hangar smells like marine fuel and sea spray. Not the most pleasant thing. It wrinkles my nose. I try to hold myself up with my stomach muscles so I can see where we're going. The first room is just an office, with old chairs and couches. The next one smells of oil and has to be some kind of workroom. Then we're in a big open space. Water laps gently against the walls. Club pulls me off his back, sitting me down in a chair with arms, then duct tapes my wrist to the right arm of the chair. It's a bit awkward, having my torso twisted this way. "This again?" I ask him.
You're tricky. I don't take chances with tricky,
Club tells me as he pulls the duct tape apart with his teeth.
Miss Lockhart, how nice to see you again,
Raphael says from behind me. I sigh. This is going to be one of those evil villain's rants about his master plans. I just need him to keep talking while I figure out how to escape. "Ricky, I'd say it's nice to see you again, but you keep having people try to kill me. So no, it's not nice to see you again."
Kill you? No. Capture you. I can't risk you having the ability to become someone else when you die. Hart, take over her mind, please, he says with a gleam in his eye.
I smile at him and give a little chuckle. "I can't," she tells her boss.
Explain?
He taps his walking stick against the floor like he's using it to order people about. The red gem sparkles in the filtered sunlight coming from the thin windows high above. Beyond him is open water like a massive pool, a vast area of ocean bracketed by two thin docks. Nothing sits there for now, which is strange considering the 100 or so people in the big hangar all wearing costumes and colorful clothes, along with half a dozen uniformed police. They can't all be waiting for me. This must be his army of superhumans. How the hell did he recruit so many when even Erickson never really got more than a few dozen, most of which were mind-controlled in some way? "She has some kind of fail-safe," Hart tells him. I stick out my tongue at her. "She says that if her brainwaves alter, she'll explode like a nuke." The woman's scowl warms my heart. She's not used to her powers being ineffective.
She's lying,
Raphael says as he stands next to me, looming over.
She wouldn't kill herself unless...
"Oh, I'll do it. I wake up in the morning and say, 'Hey, Amelia, today's the day you want to be a plaything for some mind-controlling bitch, so don't activate the failsafe you designed to stop Erickson from taking you over.' Yep, pretty much that's how this morning went. Except it didn't, and I did. My brainwaves alter, and you all go boom shakalaka." I give him my best serious look. He shakes his head, peering at me.
I don't believe you. You wouldn't risk harming innocents like that. No. If you are truly Amelia Lockhart, as you claim, you wouldn't.
I laugh. I don't get it, Raphael. Either I'm Amelia Lockhart, genius billionaire do-gooder, or I'm Harold Erickson, jackass tin-pot dictator with no regard for the sanctity of human life. I glare at him while I speak, and I pitch my voice loud enough for everyone to hear. So, either I have no regard for life and will blow the ever-living heck out of everyone here, or I do and I won't. But if I am me, then why the heck are you doing this? He stares me down, his steely eyes unflinching as he looks at me.
You are clever, he whispers. Too clever for your own good. You see, Miss Lockhart, when today is done, everyone will know the truth about you. Congratulations, though. You've convinced me you're not Erickson.
He walks back a few steps, glances down at his gem, then at the group of police officers standing off to the side.
Shoot her.
He says it so matter-of-fact, I'm stunned. Wait, I say as a woman in a balaclava steps in front of me. She pulls the large black gun from her holster and points it at me. Just wait, I say again. Panic flares up in me, and I start struggling against the tape. In a last-ditch effort, I look up at the woman's eyes to plead for my life, and I see... Kate. It's Kate in a mask. She winks at me, turns the gun on Raphael, and pulls the trigger. The trigger. 29. Chaos erupts as the gun barks. The round hits him in the chest, knocking him down in a lazy arc. His hands hit the cold floor, and his cane rolls away from him in what feels like slow motion. Club lunges for Kate a half-second before the shock wears off everyone else. His meaty fist swings toward her, and I try to scream for her to look out. Tia, also disguised as a police officer, leaps between them and holds up her hand. The flooring cracks, and the air around her takes on a heaviness that is a trick of her powers. Club's meaty fist smacks her hand. The shockwave pops my eardrums and sends everyone scrambling for cover. The diminutive woman steps into his blow and counters. When her fist connects with his jaw, it is like a bomb explodes. Club flies back through the air, crashing through the corrugated aluminum siding. Kate turns the gun on Hart and rapid fires, but Diamond anticipates it, stepping in front of the witch. The bullets bounce off him, only leaving smoking holes in his costume. "Can you teleport?" I yell. "No, something is still blocking me," Kate says. She moves toward me, gun unwavering, pointed at Diamond. "Tia, hit Diamond like a train!" The officer nods and moves toward him. Hart moves slightly to the side so she can see the cop. Her hands come up with that soft, eerie glow. Kate stops walking and fires off a shot at the witch to keep her from using her magic. The rest of the people in the hangar have realized what is happening, and they are moving toward us. We're about to be seriously outnumbered. "Kate, free my hands!" I yell. She looks at me, but the witch starts casting again. Another bullet keeps her behind Diamond. Tia marches toward them, crossing the 20 feet, walking like she's pulling a needy child with her legs. The flooring cracks underneath her, groaning with each step.
You can't hurt me,
Diamond tells her with a cocky grin.
Diamonds are indestructible.
I pull on my taped wrist, trying to bend over without falling so I can rip the duct tape. Kate fires at Hart again, but has to turn to the growling man-cheetah charging at her. She can take care of herself, but the moment she isn't threatening Hart anymore, the witch ensnares Tia, freezing her in place. Damn it, I need my hands free. Kate goes flying by, bouncing off the floor from a kick by the shape-shifting mage. I struggle too hard and fall off the chair, twisting my arms painfully over my head and out of reach of my teeth. "Epic!" I yell. I know he can hear me. "Beep if the armor is ready?" 1 beep. "Is the team inbound?" 2 beeps. "Why the hell not?" No beeps. The speaker pops to life with a news announcer's voice.
Mount Rainier continues to spew lava. Without the aid of the Protectors and other state-sponsored superheroes, the loss of life would be incredible. As it is, these brave men and women are all that stands between nature and the death of thousands.
"You son of a bitch!" I scream at Raphael. To my utter despair, he sits up, pulling the bullet from his chest as if he's removing a bug.
Sacrifices, Miss Lockhart. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good.
If I could kick him, I would. Instead, I'm hanging by my arms from this stupid chair, twisted and on the ground, where I'm of no use to anyone. Cheetah Man flies by me, screaming as Kate drills 2 rounds into him. She rolls past me, lines up her shot, and fires. All the time I've spent being a hero, I will never, not ever, get used to seeing someone die. The bullet catches Hart in between the eyes. She drops like a discarded toy from a child's hand. Tia shakes her head once, before balling up her fist and swinging for the fences, aiming squarely at Diamond's jaw. Confident in his invulnerability, he takes the blow. False confidence. Diamonds are not unbreakable. Tia's fist connects with his jaw, carrying the equivalent force of 72,000 tons. Nothing I can think of could stand up to that amount of mass, condensed to a woman's fist and unleashed on an area no more than 6 square inches. With a sound like shattering glass, Diamond vaporizes in an explosion of particles that rain down over the ground behind him all the way to the wall.
Get them!
Raphael yells as he stands. He looks frantically around him for his cane. Locating it, he dives for the magical item. Scooping it up, he runs away from Kate and toward his army of minions. 100 superpowered mages with everything in the world to lose run at us. I can see some in the back waving their hands with crackling bolts of lightning forming. "Kate!" I scream again. "My hands!" She lunges for me, a knife appearing between her fingers. Cheetah Man hits her from the side, dragging long, sharp claws along her bionic arm. "Full beast mode," Kate says as she hits the ground. Her hands sprout claws as she rolls over. Cheetah rains down blows on her, fighting to get on top and rip her throat out. Tia takes off running for the crowd of mages, each footfall shaking the ground and sending the light fixtures far above dancing around. I jerk on the tape again. 3 more people jump on Kate. There are too many to count, trying to kick her into submission. A spray of blood, followed by a scream, tells me she's still fighting. I jerk again on the stupid tape and let out a scream of frustration.
"Let me help you, señorita,"
a man says. A knife appears, and Domingo slices the blade through the tape. I fall on my back and hold my wrists up. He slices those apart too, then helps me unwind the tape.
"Is there anything else I can do?"
he asks. I reach up and pull him down and plant a kiss on his cheek. "Evacuate the area. It's about to get nasty."
"See."
He turns and runs, leaning his head to talk into a radio as he does. Who says no good deed goes unpunished? I finish pulling off the rest of the tape from my wrist computer. Something I will have to think about in the future. Kate has 4 people engaged with her, trading blows like there is no tomorrow. Tia is running around shoulder-checking anyone stupid enough to get close to her. A bolt of green energy shatters part of the roof above her, slamming down and superheating the ground around her. She screams and falls to her knees. "Come on," I mutter as the last of the tape comes off. I catch Club coming back in, and I know I don't have much time. With the last of the gunk from the tape residue off my screen, I can see Epic's message. "Ready?" I grin. I've been waiting all night to say this. Club bears down on me, his big feet impacting the earth with small tremors. "Epic, initiate! Initiate! Initiate!" 30. Leaps, keystones, singularities, advances in science and technology have many names. My first one was the kinetic manipulators. With them, I could build my armor, stay relatively safe, and do the things I needed to do. As I gained more knowledge, possibilities opened up. The ZPFM was my second. Boundless energy in a shell the size of a 9-volt battery. Third would be the quantum gate generators. The Thun and other aliens use it to travel faster than light. Me? I use it as a storeroom. Club bears down on me with maniacal glee, arms out wide to sweep in and snatch me up. I simply waggle my fingers at him as the gate opens beneath me. The ground vanishes, and I fall 3 feet to bounce in netting stretched from wall to wall. The gate closes above me, and I know Club just face-planted on empty flooring. "Amelia, it is so good to see you. I am glad you are okay, though your vitals are erratic. Almost dying all night will do that to a girl. No time for pleasantries. Some butt needs kicking, buddy. Luke and Carlos stand by, ready to assist if needed. Aren't they dealing with an angry volcano?" I ask him. My hands fly over my shirt, pulling it off and discarding it to the side, followed by the odd dance I have to do to pull my pants off. I'm covered in dirt, scratches, and bruises, and I desperately need a shower, but that will have to wait. Yes, but both of them have expressed a willingness to leave in order to assist you. Tell them no way. I won't risk lives up there on the off chance I'll need them here. Besides, I've got you now. They will not like it, but I will inform them of your wishes. Which suit would you like? Spin up the Mark 6 hippie control variant. Amelia, we have talked about the name. Fine. Riot control armor. My name is more fun to say. Riot control armor is ready. Say when. I laugh as the last of my clothes come off. I am suspended in a hammock-like netting. The room itself is bland, gray walls with lighting so I can see what I am doing. I have 3 sets of netting below me in case the first one breaks for some reason. Epic also has local control of AG pod launchers built into the wall. The entire facility floats in quantum space, essentially waiting for me. When? The nets retract into the wall and I fall. The room ends in a funnel with a grade so slight that I can't help but slide in feet first. I hit the next section. I can't feel what happens at first, because I can't feel my legs. As I fall slowly through the hole, high-pressure nozzles spray me with a liquid version of my synth suit. I may not have any more animetal, but some of the principles can be applied to other materials. I go through the sprayer and I feel it hit my stomach. A shiver runs through me as the cold paint reduces my temperature. Epic, make a note. Let's heat the vats. This is freezing. Note made. Vats of boiling oil ordered. Smart mouth, I say, right before my head goes through the hole. I close my eyes and hold my breath. The back of my neck tingles as the nozzles spray me there. It shouldn't get on my face or hair, but life is full of things that shouldn't happen. From there, an articulating arm wraps around my waist, and the pre-suit secures itself to my back, butt, and legs. Next, the main suit comes out of the walls. This version is slightly bulkier than my Mark III, which was already bulky. It locks into place with a whir of bolts and spinning servos, covering my waist, stomach, chest, and head. The HUD boots up as the last piece of armor comes in. From here, I have a few different choices of armor. Today is hippie control. Another, far bulkier chest piece locks onto my current one. Shoulder mounts come down and secure onto it, as well as the final leg armor. 4 ZPFMs spin to life, powering the entire suit. The HUD runs through the status of every weapon, giving me the thumbs up. Epic, time to work for a living. The arm lets go, and the quantum gate drive installed in the room flares to life, opening a portal back to where I was. Only this time, about 7 feet above where Club tried to pound me into paste. 31. I slam into Club's head with both my armored feet. The suit itself weighs close to 1,000 pounds. Without the animetal tendons for me to move it, I'd be the world's heaviest paperweight. Add in the kinetic manipulators, and I hit Club with the force of a semi-truck. His face slams into the floor with a crack of thunder. I barely feel the impact as I flex my knees just enough to keep from falling over. "Kick their asses, Amelia!" I hear Kate yell with a cheer. The HUD switches to red, showing me all the pertinent information. 87 of Raphael's superhumans remain. He's taken the opportunity to vanish, which is so typical it's not even funny. Just once, I'd like the bad guy to stand up with his minions and take his lumps like an adult. Epic, take fire control on the Gatlings. Primary, assist Kate and Tia. Secondary, take out range threats. Confirmed. 2 double-barrel Gatling-style guns spring out of my back, run up to my shoulders, and lock into place on semi-autonomous articulating arms. They whir to life, and I hear the puff-puff as AG pods start flying. "Kate!" I yell over the loudspeaker. "Here!" she says, leaping over a woman in a bright blue one-piece. She hits the ground, backhands the woman, and comes running to me. My right arm opens, revealing a compartment with 2 IP pistols and an extra set of goggles. While she takes those, I raise my other arm and start firing off IP bolts. 3 shots, 3 targets down. "Got it," she says as she takes a step back and leaps into a flip while shooting her pistols. Club slams into me like a tornado of fists and flesh. Alarms scream as he hits me a half-dozen times, forcing me on the defensive. I raise my arms to protect myself while moving backward as he swings. "Activate the ram!" "Powering."
Massive coils condense in my left arm as power flows into the animetal tendons, putting the 7-inch coils under massive pressure. Club steps to the side, pulling back his fist for a full-strength hit. Fire! 27,000 pounds of force spread out over 7 inches hits him square in the face. Teeth shatter, and I hear the distant crack of his jaw. The blow sends Club flying through the far wall. Again. This time, I don't think he'll be getting up for a while. Lightning strikes the suit full on the chest. Green energy bleeds off me as the HUD flickers from the sudden burst. Locate! Tracking algorithms scan everyone in sight, analyzing patterns to show me the most likely culprit. While they do their thing, I blast another F3 with a full force, narrow beam IP cannon. He spins around, arms flailing as he spazzes his way to the ground. Located. Behind a number of costumed thugs, who apparently haven't gotten the memo about Tia since they are all attacking her, and she is taking her time flicking each one in the face, is a man in a cape and cowl. Green bolts of lightning flicker in and out of existence around him. Got you! I take off running. The suit shakes the ground, then I leap. The M-Drive whines louder than a screaming child at Walmart, deafening the group of idiots attacking Tia as I fly overhead. With the suit's weight being greater, it takes 4 times the thrust to lift it. Ergo, louder engines. I hit the ground in front of him. He jerks back, holding out both his hands. Energy crackles around him and blasts me in the chest. Alarms ring, and for a second, the shields have trouble bleeding off that much sheer voltage. My turn! I hold out both palms. Ionic pulse energy rips through him, overloading nerves, causing him to jerk around like a crazed muppet. It always puts a smile on my face. Puff, puff. The double-barreled grenade launchers have put another 20 bad guys on the ceiling, thinning out the crowd dramatically. Tia, mass up! I yell her way. She drops to one knee, her mass and density increasing with each second. Full power IP cannons, maximum width, rapid fire. The sandpaper staccato fills the air as I whip my hands back and forth, sending out wave after wave of energy. Countless superhumans fall to the ground, spazzing with energy as their nerves lose control. Tia's hypercondensed form doesn't allow the energy to penetrate her skin. When I lower my hands, only a handful of people remain standing. If I were you, I'd surrender, Kate tells them. She's standing on 3 bodies piled on top of each other, twirling an IP pistol in the air like a gunfighter, while her clawed hand drips blood on the floor. A moment of indecision passes. The remaining people drop to their knees with their hands up. It's then I can hear the sirens outside, and the loudspeaker calling for people to come out with their hands up. Amelia, I am detecting an enormous energy signature. It might be best to flee. Run! I say over the loudspeaker. Run outside right now! Epic particle beam! Remember, we only have it for 30 seconds of sustained fire before it must shut down. I know! The beam flashes ready, and I fire it at the ceiling in an X pattern. The corrugated aluminum falls in, leaving a hole large enough for those trapped up there to float out. Warning, the energy signature is moving. The water inside the covered dock area heaves forward in a 4-foot-high wall, washing over anyone still on the ground. Several people sputter to consciousness, pulling themselves up. Tia grabs 2 and chucks them bodily toward the door. Kate is helping too. I know she could help better if she could teleport. Clearly, that isn't related to the barrier. Seawater splashes over the lip again, this time even higher. I grab the green energy guy and heave him 30 feet to Tia, who relays him right out the door before he even hits the ground. Epic shows 3 more people unconscious on the far side of the enclosure. I hit the M-Drive and floor it. The suit isn't as agile as my others, and I slam into the wet floor, skidding to a halt. I pick up one and toss him over my shoulder, then the second. Epic fires the grenade launcher with a puff to catch the third. He gently floats up and out of the hole. Amelia, move! I hit the jets, blasting out of the hangar-like structure through the hole I made in the ceiling, arc around and land next to the police, dropping off my package.
Who are you?
The officer next to me asks. Arsenal, the protectors. Listen, you have to evacuate the area. Something big is... Before I can finish speaking, the entire structure over the dock collapses in a scream of twisted metal and broken glass. The police officer yells for everyone to fall back. I don't think they have enough time. Epic, what the hell is that? It appears to be a gigantic robotic T-Rex with ape arms. like the one we crashed the alien ship into, but bigger. Oh, is that all? Is that all? Is that all?
32. Tyrannosaurus robot pulls himself from the wreckage of the building, his massive three-fingered hands digging furrows in the ground as he lifts himself out of the water. I don't even know where to start. The thing is huge, black, and has a head full of teeth. It's clearly made from the same material as my armor, but I could never, ever make something that complex. It moves like a living creature, metal plates shifting like skin. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And it's going to kill me. Epic, we need to draw it away. Give the police time to evacuate. Full power to the particle beams.
They still have not cooled down since last use. You only have 15 seconds of sustained firing left.
Noted. I shunt power to the 4M drives and blast off in a howl of whining engines. Taking to the air in my riot suit isn't nearly as graceful or agile as my alien armor. More like a flying tank. Of course, I think I'm going to need the flying tank. I do a quick scan while it continues to pull itself out of the water. The best bet is to lead it north. There is parkland and a forest only a few miles away. Less chance of damage to life and property away from the city. I swing wide south, then east behind it. Hit it with every sensor we have. I doubt we'll be able to find anything other than heat levels. My armor is immune to a lot of things because of the way the molecules bond together. If this is my armor, then it will be too.
Nothing useful, I'm afraid. It has a massive power source, clearly. Beyond that, I cannot detect anything.
Dang it all. Okay, let's wake it up, I say as I do a roll and head north. The particle beam fires, ripping through the air in a sizzle of blue as hyper-accelerated silicate splashes against Robo-Rex's hide. I run the beam for the full 15 seconds before the shutoff warning flares to life, and I have to turn it off.
No effect.
Gee, you think? One massive foot with 3 toes slams down on the building in front of the pier. Wood and concrete explode outward in a shower of dust. Its second foot makes landfall, and all 150 feet of it is standing over the city, like Godzilla at a buffet table. Epic highlights the police's effort to evacuate the area. It is working, just not fast enough.
Incoming call from Kate.
Is there anything I can do? She asks. I hear screaming behind her, and a mass of people all shouting to run. Good advice. Nothing comes to mind. Can you teleport? I ask her. No, I've been trying. Whatever he did, it locked me out. The frustration in her voice is evident, as is the exhaustion. Not that I'm peppy myself. Get to our truck if you can. Let me know when you're there. I might have an inkling of an idea. On it. She disconnects. Epic, fire off all the AG pods on its left leg. Let's make it hard to turn.
I have 8 remaining.
A yellow path lights up on my HUD, showing the way to go. I hold out my arms wide to steady the flight as we bank. The whine of the M drive fills the air around me. I come in low, and it takes a swipe at me with a massive arm. It only looks slow because of how big it is. It's actually fast. I flip over and dive for the ground just as it passes above me. Fire! It's now or never. The puff-puff in rapid succession tells me Epic is following my orders. The sticky AG pods slap against the left leg, activating. They're designed to lift up to a metric ton. I seriously doubt they'll do anything against this behemoth. I fly out between its legs, dodging the tail as it comes at me. I respond with a couple of shots from my IP cannons, but the energy fizzles on impact. Robo-Rex lifts its head up in a mighty roar. Buildings shake and glass shatters for half a mile as the sound reverberates. Why do I get the feeling this is more than just a robot?
Raphael did say he is a conjurer. Perhaps it is a combination of metal and life. I am going over the last 24 hours recorded by your wrist computer. Give me a moment.
Sure, take all the moments you need. Staying well away from the metallic monstrosity, I gain altitude as I line up my particle beam, firing the moment it comes back online. The super-accelerated sand hits him in the face, leaving a glowing orange trail behind it as I move it across his eye. Armored plates like eyelids slam down over the ocular section. The beam only heats up a very small area before I have to shut it down again. Robo-Rex swings his leg around, clawed foot bursting through the buildings, gas lines exploding in its wake. He's fully facing me and pointed north. Awesome. I can't get too far in front of him, or he might return to wrecking the city. or whatever it is he came here to do. Time to try some new ordnance. I've never been one for conventional weapons, but why reinvent the wheel? Besides, with the riot control variant, I have a lot of extra room. Bring up the kinetic missile. Essentially nothing more than an arrow-shaped mass driver. However, since my attempts with mass drivers outside the animetal armor have been, shall we say, disastrous, this one fires at a much lower velocity. Instead of pumping 100 megajoules into the driver, this one only fires at 10, which is lower than even the Navy's railgun. However, it should allow me to do it more often. Plus, I make up for velocity with mass. Tank missile ready? Epic has the best sense of humor. I navigate the menus using eye movements until I find the loudspeaker. Hey, Raphael, bring it! I fire. The Gatling gun on my right shoulder reconfigures, locking down the articulating arm into a hard point. The energy buildup whines, then discharges like a broken battery. Fire leaps from the barrel as the 8-inch-long arrow launches at 3,000 miles per hour, leaving a jet of flame in its wake that momentarily blinds me. It works perfectly. The hardened arrow slams into the robot's chest in an explosion of force. The thing stops for a second, wobbling back and forth. He lowers his head, opens his mouth, and belches out smoke before slamming his jaws shut. His eyes flash red. Lines of red light spread from his eyes down his back, getting brighter and brighter as the seconds tick by. Uh-oh, I've seen this movie. Epic, full power to the drive. Done. I leap up through the air as Robo-Rex unleashes a blast of red fury that misses by over 100 feet, but turns the air into an oven. Alarms scream from the sudden thermal increase. The thermometer spins past 1,000 on its way up. I throw the reserves into the drive as I realize he's tracking us with his heat breath. The suit bucks as we break Mach 1, then a few seconds later, Mach 2. Only then does the temp start to fade. I am over a mile away. Epic, bring up the area. Find me some cameras so I can see what he's doing. Screens flare to life, showing me what is happening. With me fleeing, he's turned his attention back to the city. Epic, open a channel, all radio frequencies, hack the television broadcast, AM radio, hell bounce a laser off of him and use Morse code. We need to speak to Raphael. Working. I need 10 seconds. I swing back down, coming in over the city. Another tank missile locks into place with a thunk. I only have 6 left. He's so friggin' massive. Unless I can find a way to get a kill shot, we're screwed. I have all the local frequencies. Raphael, if you can hear me, look at what you're doing. Who's the one killing people? Who's the one trying to stop you? Erickson wanted to trade 100 million lives on the hope of saving more down the road. That is exactly what you're doing. You're killing people, not saving them. Listen to me. I'm not Erickson. Do you hear me? I'm not him. I use my hands to slow down as I come back face to face with the monster. He's 100 feet away, head low and mouth open. I can only hope Raphael has some kind of control over the beast. I can't even imagine how he built it, let alone how he imbued it with life. I refuse to believe it's magic. It's just science I haven't seen yet. Amelia, I'm at the truck. What do you need? Kate's voice interrupts my thoughts. Your swords, and then find Tia. I'll need her too. On it. Be safe. Always, I tell my best friend. The line cuts, and I'm back to staring down the robo-apocalypse. He is broadcasting. On screen. Audio only.
People of Argentina, of the Earth, I am Ricardo Rafael, founder of the Fabulous Five, also known as the Red Wizard. Please listen to me. Your very future depends on it.
I shake my head. He's really not going to back down, no matter what.
Superhumans are not your friends. They lie to you, they steal from you, and they murder you. The few who put on costumes and protect you do not make up for those who abuse their power. As long as one person with superhuman abilities roams free, we are all in danger. Stop them. Do whatever you have to before it's too late. Once we have power, we will never give it back.
I shake my head. Because that makes all kinds of sense. Punish the innocent for the crimes of the guilty? Superpowers aren't going anywhere, Raphael. Wishing them away doesn't make it so. Even if you could remove superpowers from the world, do you think we would all form a circle and sing Kumbaya? Lest you forget, the world had wars before anyone had superpowers. As long as we are facing each other off, he's not destroying property or killing people. My skin crawls watching that big metallic monster, made from my material, hunching over, rising slightly with each breath. Why is it even breathing? What has he done? The monster's eyes narrow and he leaps forward. Nothing that big should be that fast. At least a real T-Rex had short, useless arms. This thing has long, gorilla-like arms with 3 claws at the end, one of which hits me square on. Alarms scream in my ears. The world flashes around me, and I want to vomit from the G's piling up on me. Something explodes around me, and everything goes dark for a second. Amelia, are you okay?
No,
I groan. My mouth fills with the coppery taste of blood. Oh, how I hate that flavor. What happened?
He hit you.
I cough, trying hard not to spit up blood in my suit.
Open faceplate.
The front slides up, letting me breathe some stale, dusty air and also spit out the blood. I'm in a cellar of some kind. Great. At least we're not underwater.
Close faceplate.
It slides back down, bringing my HUD back to life.
The force of the blow exceeded our tolerance. Amelia, he simply has too much mass. We cannot fight him. I seriously doubt even Carlos could hurt him.
Too much mass. Too much. My inkling of an idea turns into a full-on plan. I thought that maybe Kate and Tia could use the swords to damage him from below while I attacked from above, but...
Call Kate and locate Tia, please.
On it.
Go for Kate, she says when we connect. I really need you to find Tia, then make sure the evacuation is citywide. I think I have a way to stop him, but it's going to do some damage.
She sighs audibly. Amelia, when do your plans not involve some damage?
Sometimes. Just find Tia.
I close the line, shake off the dust, and fire the M drive. In seconds, we're back in the air. His blow had sent me tumbling almost a mile away.
Epic, I need you to calibrate the Gatling for rapid fire on the tank missiles. The hardware is not designed for that. It will likely exceed our tolerance by the 3rd shot.
I understand that. It's just...
this may be our only chance to stop this thing. Amelia, the tolerances are heat-based. I know we are accustomed to the animetal heat resistance, but this is traditional armor. 3,001 degrees and the suit melts.
I'm aware of the math. I dodge hard to the right as red beams of heat scorch the air. He sweeps his head back and forth in an effort to catch me.
Just do it!
Alarms blare and my screens pop up, showing me the swath of destruction he's leaving behind.
Raphael, this is your last chance. Stop this madness and surrender. You're not doing anything to help your cause,
I tell him. I doubt he'll listen, but it's worth a shot.
My cause and humanity's are one and the same. You are a blight on this world, Arsenal. You and the rest of superhumanity.
I sigh. There's just no getting through to him. He believes his goals are just, and therefore any action he takes is righteous. But it's simply not true. Not for me, not for the Protector, and certainly not for Raphael.
I have located Tia. She does not have a communications device, but I caught her on cell phone footage from a bystander. Call them and have them give her the phone.
I pull up hard, firing another stream of particle beams at Robo-Rex. I'd have to stand still, focusing on the beams on one section for longer than he would allow to make a difference.
Amelia?
Tia's voice comes to me over the comms. I quickly tell her where to go in order to hook up with Kate.
Make sure the police know to clear the area as far out as they can, got it?
Si, she says before hanging up.
She will need at least 5 minutes to meet Kate.
Okay, let's see if we can't show the Red Wizard the way back to Thay.
I do not think that was funny.
Maybe you had to be there. 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 33. Another building crumbles from Robo-Rex's attempt to punch me. Red brick and glass shower the area as I fly 300 miles an hour, 10 feet off the ground. I pull up hard, grunting from the G's, and put everything I've got into a climb just under his head. The front of my armor screams from the impact as I hit his jaw in a massive, full-body uppercut, enhanced by the compressed coils. The head jerks back as I fly off, the world flashing by as colors cloud my vision from the excessive G's.
Okay, let's not do that again. You did manage to stagger him. Also, the flame breath has not fired again for several minutes. It may be depleted or recharging.
That's comforting. Has he said anything else in the last few minutes? I ask as I bring the armor up in a wide loop, twisting at the end so I'm hovering in the air a few hundred feet above him and 1,000 feet away.
Negative.
Nothing I'm using seems to really hurt him. The hole I made with the tank missile has vanished. A self-repair routine, I imagine. I get that this guy is a conjurer, and he seems to have imbued this robot with life, somehow. But the sheer level of engineering required to construct this thing is beyond anything I've ever even imagined. And I can imagine an awful lot.
Sensors are still unable to penetrate the hull.
Epic, we don't have the time right now, but there has to be something else we're missing. This thing came from somewhere. Make sure to check on the sublevels beneath the docks. There has to be an engineering bay or something. He built it somewhere, somehow. Or someone did. I don't think it was Raphael.
Amelia, he has recharged his heat beams, and he is aiming for the downtown core. They have not evacuated all of it.
Oh no! Epic, full throttle!
Power diverted.
The air shakes around us as we pass through the sound barrier. I can see the red lines forming on his back, the massive head swinging around to vaporize the core of the city. Epic shows me the numbers at tens of thousands of projected casualties. He's willing to be the greatest single mass murderer in history if it means the end of the superheroes.
What is your plan?
I was hoping you would have one, I tell him as I flip the suit over to dodge Robo-Rex's tail. I swoop under his arm and throw everything I have into reverse. The suit roars to a halt in front of his open mouth. I have a really good view of the several elements heating up in his throat. And even this far away, the heat alarms scream at me. Shut those damn alarms off! Shut? Shut his mouth! I kill the thrust, dropping suddenly. Then I go full afterburners, blasting right up into the bottom of his jaw, arms out, pushing. I'm close enough now that instead of bouncing off from the momentum, I lift. Actuators scream, and even through the M-Drive's whine, I can hear metal shear and bolts pop. Something inside gives, and the jaw snaps shut, shooting me forward like a rubber band. Heat blooms in his mouth for a second before Raphael shuts down the weapon. Smoke, like dragon's breath, pours out of the gaps in his teeth. Okay, how long do you think we have before the self-repair fixes that?
Not long. On the good side, Kate and Tia are now together at the prearranged location.
Time to end this! The suit protests as I pull a hard turn, grunting from the G's and the exertion. My whole body, well, what I can feel, is just ready to be done. I'm gonna sleep for a week when this is over. Or forever, depending on how the next 2 minutes go. It only takes a minute to find the two women. They're waiting for me only a few blocks from where we were first attacked, what seems like a lifetime ago. I hit the roof hard, sending up a spray of gravel and dust. Faceplate up! The plate slides up, revealing my face to Tia. She smiles and nods. This is a good look for you, Amelia. Thanks. I take a knee as I speak. Listen, how tired are you? I ask Tia. Exhausted, she says, running a hand through her dirty hair. I need about a month of sleep and 1,000,000 calories. I nod. Me too. I have a plan, but I need you to mass up as much as you can. And it might be dangerous. Kate laughs. Might be dangerous? Amelia, what do you think we've been doing all night? I know, but I had to say it. I mean, what do you want me to do? Tia asks. Clench up, and when I say, put on the weight. The faceplate closes back over my face, and I walk around to stand behind Tia. Amelia, Kate says, reaching for both of us in an awkward hug that doesn't quite go around my armor. Be safe. I want to say something back to her, but my throat seizes up. Instead, I give her a nod. The M-Drive whines as we blast off toward the sky. I can't go too fast because of Tia, so I hit 150 and put the cruise control on. Are you okay? I ask her in a yell. I've got an iron grip around her chest and waist to protect her. There's no chance of her falling, but going this fast without a suit or invulnerability can be disturbing. See, she yells with a nod of her head. We hit 5,000 feet, and I loop us over.
Amelia, you remember when I said that your previous plan was unnecessarily dangerous?
Yeah, I tell him. Tia, mass up! As much as you can!
I stand corrected. This is the most dangerous thing you have ever done.
More dangerous than unleashing a black hole?
The second most dangerous thing you have done.
See? We'll be fine. I hit the drive, dumping every ounce of power into the M drive, shooting us straight down at Roborex. The air ripples around us as Tia increases her mass and weight. The sensors in the suit don't know how to deal with the sudden change. You might want to curl up, I tell her. She adjusts, bringing her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them, bowing her head and forming as much of a wrecking ball as she can. I try to reposition as best I can. All I can do is slow down for a second, get behind her, and push.
Amelia, she is now more massive than a train. Are you sure this will work?
Not like I can stop this now. Fire the tank missiles! I close my eyes, trusting Epic to guide us in. Please, oh please let this work. The Gatling vibrates, thumping against my back as it shoots 3 tank missiles down toward him. On the 4th one, the mechanism rips off and falls behind us with a screech of tearing metal. I hear the roar of Roborex over the whine. Heat alarms wail at me as he unleashes a blast in our direction. I know she's nearly impervious to physical harm when she's like this, but heat is different. She screams as her clothes burn off. Her flesh begins to cook. I put more power into the kinetic shields than I've ever done, tasking nearly the entire ZPFM to create a wedge to protect both her and me. Then we hit. The impact is tremendous. Metal and armor explode like glass. The sheer weight of her transfers enough energy into the robot's superstructure that every joint explodes in a second. 3 seconds later, we crash through the underside into the ground. And keep going. I groan as the journey finally stops. Warning alarms flash and scream in my ear. The suit is toast. Nearly half the systems are offline. It's all I can do to throw myself over her as proximity alarms warn of imminent danger. Then Roborex explodes. The force of the blast compresses the air, slamming into me like an anvil. I scream as something inside me breaks. Then a hand covers my visor, and for a second, everything goes white. Goes white. Goes white. 34. I swear they should name a room in the hospital after me. Lying there with my eyes closed, as I dredge my way up to full consciousness, I take a moment to enjoy the floaty feeling of painkillers. The tap of keys tells me I'm not alone in the room. If I had to guess... Kate? I manage to croak out. I try to turn my head, but the angry tendons in my neck refuse to work and punish me with pain. Don't try to move, hun. You're hurt pretty bad, she says. A cool hand rests against my forehead, and warm fuzzy feelings flow into me from her. Her whammy washes over me, and most of the pain fades. Things don't work. I can't lift my arms or turn my head, but at least the angry throbbing is gone. Thanks, I say to her and try to smile. At least it works a little. Is Tia okay? I close my eyes, trying to block out the last thing I saw of her, smoking and burned as she huddled under my armor. She's fine. As soon as the Thunder Lizard went down, I could teleport again. I got you and her out of there before the real fireworks started. It only took me a minute to grab Teddy from Seattle, and he's been with you ever since. My heart thumps. Ever since? Oh, no. Calm down, Amelia. It's only been a week. You're fine. I nod. Maybe. I think I do, anyway. What happened? After you destroyed Roborex, the rest of his organization gave up. The local authorities are in the process of rounding them all up, she tells me. I nod. The hollow pit in my stomach shouldn't be there. After all, we won, right? Kate leans down and gives me a kiss on my forehead. You'll feel better after some more sleep, Kate tells me. I start to protest, but she touches my face and I'm out. Epilogue. All the tests I can run tell me the same thing. This is my armor. Courtesy of Tia, I have a chunk of the Roborex from the fight down in Buenos Aires. It's certainly mine, right down to the crystalline matrix and the way the titanium and tungsten bond. Except, that's not possible. I don't mean the friendly sort of, I don't understand how that is possible, but the straight-up impossible, as in, it can't happen. But here it is. It's like someone stuck a piece of my armor into a machine that copied it 100 times on the molecular level.
Luke is asking for permission to come in. Shall I grant his request?
Of course. Take the permission protocol off for now. I've made my point. I hope. I roll over to the other workstation, where the red gem from Raphael's cane rests. This was slightly harder to procure. I'm treating it like a hazardous material, so no touching with bare hands. The smell of fennel sausage and the most wonderful mozzarella to grace our earth hits my nose. My mouth immediately seizes control of my brain, and I spin around in place. "You brought me Bianco's?" I asked the supermarine.
Of course I did. After all, I love...
He stops mid-sentence, his eyes going wide.
What is that?
He puts the pizza down, forgotten, as he walks toward the gem in a stupor. Luke? Hello?" I wave my hand in front of him, but he just brushes by me, stopping only when his hips hit the cabinet. He's freaking me out, and my brain is sending all kinds of alarms at me. "Luke?" He doesn't answer as he stares, mouth open, eyes wide at the gem.
I need to touch it,
he whispers. Okay, that is a very bad idea. Epic lockdown! Red lights flash and alarms sound as every workstation recedes into the wall. All of them, except the one Luke is holding on to. Luke? Luke! Get a hold of yourself! My heart's pounding as I wheel over and grab his arm, for all the good it will do me. He looks down at my hands, eyes filled with cold contempt as he swats me aside. I forget how friggin' strong he is. The blow sends me flying out of my chair, sliding across the cold floor on my sore shoulder. "Kate!" I scream. It's too late. He tears the containment lid off the gem, reaching in to grasp it with his bare hand. Kate appears next to me, claws out, ready to strike. "Amelia? Luke? What's going on?" Luke pulls the gem out, holding it in his hand like it's the Ark of the Covenant. Then he's gone. Vanished in a flash of red light. "Luke!" I scream into the empty room. "Luke!" This concludes Unbreakable Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. Copyright 2018 by Jeffery H. Haskell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jeffery H. Haskell and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.